Aoki Tsukasa gently cradled his head, gradually rising to a sitting position, his gaze fixed in a daze upon the Japanese-style room before him, a sight he had only encountered in films and animations. After a prolonged moment, he sighed deeply, murmuring in a weary tone, "Indeed, I have truly embarked upon a new life." Yes, Aoki Tsukasa had once tasted death. In his previous existence, he was known as Zheng Qian, an ordinary man from Huaxia who led a mundane life, culminating in what could be deemed an extraordinary conclusion. Upon realizing he was afflicted with a terminal illness, with scant hope for recovery, he resolutely forsook treatment, signing a voluntary organ donation form, quietly awaiting the arrival of death. Until that his fleeting life came to an end, he bore no regrets. The heart he had selflessly donated would afford his younger brother a fresh start in life. Yet, it was a lamentable fate that he could no longer witness his brother blossom into adulthood, marry, and bear children, nor could he provide for his aging parents in their twilight years as he prepared to bid farewell to this world, which was uncertain in its beauty and torment. The so-called God made an appearance. This deity offered Aoki Tsukasa the chance for a brand new existence, the price being that he would inhabit the identity of a 17-year-old boy in another realm, bound to a system as described by the divine, destined to become a delinquent youth. The system would assist Aoki Tsukasa in adapting to his new identity, serving as a supervisory tool to ensure he fulfilled this covenant. Aoki Tsukasa did not refuse, for he found no grounds for denial. Having always been a well-behaved child, possessing sound morals and a compassionate heart, even as he navigated the corporate world as an elite, the notion of becoming a delinquent had never crossed his mind. However, if he were granted the opportunity to live anew, he found the conditions acceptable. Moreover, the prospect of reliving life without burdens ignited a desire within him to explore experiences previously untouched. Approaching the window, Aoki Tsukasa gazed upon the pristine Japanese streets and architecture, opening the window to let in the gentle breeze, and could not help but exclaim from the depths of his heart, "How wonderful it is to be alive again." Leaning against the window, Aoki Tsukasa slowly closed his eyes, beginning to embrace the memories of another life that flooded his mind. After a considerable time, he opened his eyes, smacked his lips, and murmured, "It seems in this life, I am still a rather unfortunate soul." From the memories that felt as if they were woven into the very fabric of his being, Aoki Tsukasa gleaned the entirety of his life thus far. In terms of his parents, Aoki Tsukasa's misfortune was palpable. His father, a hapless laborer, had lost an arm in an accident and subsequently faced unemployment. His mother, who had long held disdain for his father, abandoned the family when financial woes mounted, leaving the disabled man to raise Aoki Tsukasa alone. Throughout his upbringing, his father toiled with one arm, laboring by day and carrying bottles of alcohol by night, ultimately molding Aoki Tsukasa into a delinquent youth. Tragically, merely a month before Aoki Tsukasa's arrival in this new world, his father succumbed to a drunken fall into a river, losing his life needlessly. An uncle from Chiba traveled to assist with the aftermath and resolved to adopt Aoki Tsukasa. Yet, the original Aoki Tsukasa felt life was devoid of hope, ultimately succumbing to despair on the very night of their relocation to Chiba, swallowing sleeping pills in a final act of desperation that in principle, Aoki Tsukasa should have perished in the hospital. However, fate bestowed upon him a new lease on life, allowing Zheng Qian from another realm to assume his identity, embarking on a fresh journey. "Aoki-kun, may I come in?" The gentle knock at the door roused Aoki Tsukasa from his reverie. "Please do." Aoki Tsukasa drew the curtains and turned to find a kindly middle-aged man cautiously opening the wooden door. "I've already informed the school and am expected there tomorrow. Is that all right?" This man is Aoki Tsukasa's current guardian, the uncle Haranoino Masao, with whom he shares no blood relation. Aoki Tsukasa smiled and nodded. "Very well, uncle." From his memories, he knew that Haranoino Masao could undoubtedly be deemed a paragon of kindness. After all, not everyone possesses the fortitude to adopt a wayward 17-year-old, especially when their own circumstances are not affluent. Moreover, Haranoino Masao's connection to Aoki Tsukasa is merely one of childhood friendship with Tsukasa's father. Given such a relationship, the decision to adopt is one Aoki Tsukasa deeply respects. Seeing Aoki Tsukasa respond with a smile, Haranoino Masao felt a wave of relief and quickly added, "Aoki-kun, lunch will be ready in about 10 minutes. Would you like to join me?" "Yes," Aoki Tsukasa replied, his demeanor gentle and respectful. Haruno Masao paused, slightly taken aback by his response, then let out an awkward laugh. Haha, then I shall head down first, wait. Aoki Tsukasa called out, stopping Haruno Masao in his tracks. In a formal bow, he expressed his gratitude. Thank you very much for your assistance, uncle. From today onward, I shall strive to be no burden to you. Haruno Masao appeared flustered, hastily helping Aoki Tsukasa upright. Oh, no need to be so formal. Seemingly at a loss for how to navigate the situation, Haruno Masao found an excuse and hurriedly closed the door behind him as he descended the stairs. Meanwhile, Aoki Tsukasa ran his fingers through his long hair, slightly distressed as he picked up his phone to inspect his reflection in selfie mode. Fortunately, his features had remained unchanged while not conventionally handsome. They were notably well-defined, exhibiting neither significant strengths nor glaring flaws. But there was a flaw, the unruly mass of yellow hair atop his head. Aoki Tsukasa gazed at his disheveled, medium-length yellow locks, his lips twitching slightly. Is it customary for delinquents in Neon Country to be identified by their hairstyles? TSK, I still remember back in school when I was summoned by the homeroom teacher for letting my bangs grow past my eyebrows. If I didn't cut my hair, I'd be at risk of being shorn bald. Sigh. Before school tomorrow, I should visit a barbershop. After deciding on his course of action, Aoki Tsukasa smiled at his reflection in the phone. A delinquent high schooler, this is entirely within my realm of control. A little tardiness, a bit of rebellion now and then, should suffice to fulfill my divine pact. The most formidable delinquent high school student system has successfully initiated. A mechanical, synthesized voice suddenly resonated in Aoki's ears. Who? Aoki Tsukasa felt an involuntary twitch in his right eyelid, recalling a nearly forgotten fact. Isn't the name of this system rather lengthy? Please be sure to read the user instructions. As the voice narrated, an AR projection materialized before Aoki, and he attempted to touch it, only to find his hand passing through effortlessly. As he did so, perhaps due to his contact with the text, the projection transformed. User, greetings. This system has been specially crafted and tailored by an unknown great being to assist you in becoming the most formidable delinquent high school student in history. Please diligently adhere to the system's requirements to evolve into a qualified delinquent. Otherwise, you shall lose your second chance at life. Supplementary note. If you successfully complete the fundamental tasks over the next 3 years, you will obtain dominion over this life. Please be aware that this world exists in a parallel dimension. Do not carry over previous life experiences or knowledge into this realm. Aoki Tsukasa, slightly pained, pressed his forehead. To be honest, aside from academics, I barely managed to compete in a 50-meter dash against girls. Although I am not well-versed in the vocation of a delinquent, I gather it involves considerable fighting skills. Does it not? If I were to be transmigrated into the body of some muscular brute, I might be willing to give it a try. But this body seems hardly different from my youthful self. Rest assured, this system possesses a unique task and reward mechanism. The accompanying skill and attribute growth systems will effectively aid you in your transformation. With earnest effort, you shall grow stronger. Well, it's certainly more benevolent than some Antarctic creature. At least I don't have to spend any money. Aoki muttered wearily as he reclined on his bed, his expression devoid of desire. But to be frank, I utterly detest trouble. Having been granted a second life, I sincerely wish for a carefree and joyful existence, entirely my own. Upon successfully navigating these 3 years with the system's assistance, an exceptionally bright future awaits you. Regardless of the profession you aspire to or the life you wish to lead, the system can provide support, provided you diligently complete the tasks during these 3 years. Actually, it's not entirely unacceptable. Aoki sat up, stroking his chin, deep in thought. Could you show me what you refer to as the fundamental tasks? Tasks will spontaneously emerge based on events in the real world. Aoki grimaced, realizing that idleness was no longer an option. Fortunately, he only had to serve this system for 3 years after graduating high school. He would be free to pursue his own path. Given the cost of a life, working for this so-called system for 3 years was not an insurmountable burden. In his previous life, due to his younger brother's poor health, the weight of parental expectations had nearly crushed him, compelling Aoki to study relentlessly until he fainted from low blood sugar in class. Upon entering society, in order to cover his younger brother's medical expenses and alleviate the burdens on their parents, he worked tirelessly. Over the course of 2 years, his six-pack abs transformed into a beer belly, and his once long hair was reduced to a buzz cut due to the relentless labor. He became bald, yet felt more exhausted than ever. Reflecting on his past, It seemed he had never truly lived a day for himself since he gained awareness. Until the moment he learned that his brother required a heart transplant and discovered that his own heart was a compatible match, he signed the donation agreement, perhaps simply too fatigued to continue. This time, he only needed to wait 3 more years to finally embrace a life that truly belonged to him. Having endured for 26 years in my last life, it makes no sense that I cannot get through these 3 years, said Aoki, stretching lazily. He set a modest goal of merely living on welfare, then jumped out of bed, feeling the solid muscles of his abdomen, relishing this long-lost youth and vitality. He then inquired, by the way, didn't you mention something about a skill system or a growth system? Host: Aoki, strength, 7 with 10 being the benchmark for adults, based on overall muscle strength. Agility, 8 with 10 being the benchmark for adults, based on overall coordination and muscle explosiveness. Stamina, 6 with 10 being the benchmark for adults, based on muscle endurance and overall stamina. Intellect, 13 with 10 being the benchmark for adults, based on memory, logic, learning capabilities, etc. This score does not equate to IQ or emotional intelligence. Charm, 11 calculated based on the average of normal Earth inhabitants at 10, incorporating appearance, physique, and overall charisma. Aoki let out an exclamation of surprise, instinctively stroking his chin only to feel the softness of stubble. What about skills? Do I need skills to enhance my attributes? Skill slots. Empty. Attribute enhancement can be achieved through skill bonuses and task rewards. Surprisingly, his physical attributes were commendable. After pondering, Aoki understood the reason. Most likely, the original Aoki had channeled his learning aptitude into physicality. So how do I acquire skills? As long as you desire, activities such as eating, using the restroom, running, walking, sleeping, or even opening and closing doors can become skills. However, please note that once a skill is added to the skill slots, it cannot be removed. Each skill will confer corresponding attribute bonuses and effects. Skills can be upgraded through practice and use. Expanding skill slots is only possible through more challenging tasks. Aoki chuckled awkwardly, abandoning the notion of exploring the peculiar effects of a skill to open a door. Is opening a door truly a skill? With a higher level, could one burst through doors like an unnamed soldier from some country, perhaps taking a few hostages along the way? Moreover, who would ever choose to learn the skill of using the restroom? Even if it were useful, upgrading such a skill would likely mean a lifetime of frequent visits to a proctology clinic. Suppressing his curiosity for the time being, Aoki Tsukasa decided to cherish this seemingly invaluable skill slot. Aoki-kun, dinner is ready, called Mrs. Haruhino from downstairs, prompting Aoki Tsukasa to momentarily pause his interaction with the system. After all, there would be ample opportunities to engage with it in the future. Given the system's impressive AI capabilities, he might even explore the possibility of teaching it to share jokes for casual conversation. How intriguing. The system employs ellipses on the screen to signify silence. It appears to possess considerable potential. Satisfied, Aoki Tsukasa exited his room and made his way downstairs. At the dining table, Aoki Tsukasa pondered a rather serious question while eating. Haruhino Masao was a middle-aged man of considerable responsibility and a genuinely good person. However, he was not particularly handsome. This assessment was rooted in Aoki's respect for him, and if one were to describe him objectively, his appearance could be characterized as unremarkable. Do not misinterpret this. His unremarkableness was fundamentally different from that of the actor Kwok Kwan-leung. His was the kind of plainness that could be found in any street, where one might encounter a dozen individuals similar to him, with a couple even more attractive. Moreover, he was rather impoverished. Although he owned a modest 2-story house, he was still burdened with a mortgage that would take approximately 36 more years to repay, much like Mr. Noera, the father of a 5-year-old kindergartner. He appeared to be in his 40s as well. In contrast, Mrs. Haruhinoya was astonishingly beautiful. Her long silver hair seemed naturally sleek rather than artificially dyed, and her skin was delicate and smooth, if not for the wrinkles at the corners of her eyes, which could not defy the laws of nature. One might easily believe she was merely 20 years old. Her facial features were exquisite, and even if she claimed to be a former actress or model, Aoki would find it hard to dispute. Perhaps, if it were not impolite to inquire, might the lady be under 30? Aoki gazed at the gentle, radiant woman before him, astonished as he voiced his thoughts. The couple, who had been unsure how to engage with Aoki at the table, paused their meal. Mrs. Haruhinoya, momentarily taken aback by his question, exchanged a knowing smile with her husband, then replied playfully, "Oh, Aoki-kun, you flatter me. I am 33 this year, and my daughter is already 16. It was remarkable to realize that she was indeed 33, a mother of a 16-year-old. This left Aoki bewildered as to how Haruhino Masao had managed to marry such a beauty. Wait, if she was 33 and had a child at 16. Aoki regarded Haruhino Masao with admiration. Masao, seemingly accustomed to such inquiries, did not blush. Instead, he chuckled heartily, expressing a sense of pride as he recounted, surprised, "Are you? Back then, I was merely 20, in the bloom of youth, when I met your aunt. Although I had little to offer, she did not reject me, defying others' opposition. We had a whirlwind marriage. Our actions caused quite a stir at the time. Wait, so you are around 36 now?" Aoki mused. Indeed, at 20. Masao had boldly declared his commitment to care for both her and their child, borrowing money to cover the down payment for their home. The Haruhinoya couple exchanged sweet smiles, clearly fond of one another. Ahem, Haruhinoya-san, do you have a daughter? Aoki suddenly felt a pang of envy at the couple's evident affection and swiftly changed the subject. Upon mentioning their daughter, however, the expressions of Haruhinoya Masao and grew somber. "Ah, Chion, our daughter has struggled with her health since childhood. Alas, it matters not. In a few days, she shall be discharged from the hospital. During that time, I hope Aoki-kun will take good care of her." Haruhino Masao sighed deeply. Aoki Tsukasa nodded and smiled, saying, "I am grateful for the care you and Annie have shown me. It is my duty to reciprocate." Having tended to his younger brother for over a decade, caring for a girl seemed a trifling matter in comparison. After finishing his last bite of food, Aoki Tsukasa placed his dishes on the sink and cheerfully announced, "Uncle and Auntie, I am off to get a haircut." Haruhino Masao naturally nodded in agreement. He had long felt a bit uneasy about Aoki Tsukasa's unruly blonde hair, but refrained from voicing it, not wishing to provoke this seemingly affable but rebellious youth. "Do you still have some money on you?" As Haruhino Masao reached for his wallet, he noticed Aoki Tsukasa rummaging through his sweatpants and producing a wallet. "I have quite a bit left," he replied. Haruhino Masao nodded but suddenly seemed pensive, scratching his head uneasily as he looked at Aoki Tsukasa. "Your father has already returned the rented house, and I used the old appliances and the return deposit to pay for your tuition at the new high school. Private school fees are not insignificant, and I suspect there may only be. Well, let your uncle manage that money. You will need my support moving forward, though it may only be a drop in the bucket." Upon saying this, Aoki Tsukasa felt a twinge of discomfort. He was no longer a carefree youth. He had come to realize the importance of money. It would be unreasonable to let his distant uncle, Haruhino Masao, bear all the burdens alone. Perhaps he should find a job to alleviate some of the financial strain, at least to cover his tuition. Haruhino Masao observed the young man before him, who seemed to have matured overnight, and smiled softly. "Very well, I shall keep it safe for you. Your allowance will come from there." Yet, he pondered how much would truly remain. Most of the expenses were still covered by Haruhino Masao's earnings. Aoki Tsukasa understood this reality but chose not to express it, instead beaming a radiant smile. "All right, I shall be on my way." As the door clicked shut, Haruhino Masao cast a peculiar glance at Haruhino Anzu. "My dear, have you noticed the considerable change in Aoki-kun?" Haruhino Anzu, while tidying up the dishes, replied nonchalantly, "Perhaps his near brush with death has awakened him to many truths." Haruhino Masao rubbed his chin, feeling the stubble, and sighed in melancholy as he scratched his head. "What a pitiful child. You're quite pitiful yourself." Haruhino Anzu shot back, her tone laced with concern. "Is it truly wise to have one more person in our current situation? What do you think, dear?" Fret not." Haruhino Masao flexed his arm, showcasing his soft muscles. "I am already a father of 2. Humph." In the gentle embrace of spring, Haruhino murmured noncommittally. Her tone cool as she declared, "From now on, there will only be 1 bottle of beer for dinner each week." "No way," Haruhino Masao lamented, burying his face in his hands and collapsing onto the table. Meanwhile, Aoki Tsukasa stood before a barber shop, pushing the door open to reveal a desolate interior, where the only sound was the laughter of comedians emanating from the television. "Barber, please remove this dreadful yellow hair. I simply cannot bear to look at it any longer." Aoki Tsukasa plopped down into an empty barber chair, gazing at his disheveled golden locks, shaking his head in dismay. "Oh, you've arrived." A burly man with a slicked-back black hairstyle and a scruffy beard emerged from the back room. Aoki Tsukasa glanced at him, thinking this man must have had a fair share of good looks in his youth. The barber, standing behind Aoki Tsukasa, scrutinized the unruly yellow hair in the mirror. "Welcome. What hairstyle do you desire?" "Ah, this yellow hair is just too unsightly. Please shorten it and make it look more presentable," Aoki Tsukasa replied languidly, reclining in the chair. If not for the high cost of dyeing, he would have loved to sport a slick-back style like the barber-ass. "Oh, do you wish to shed the persona of a delinquent and return to a more respectable path?" the barber inquired while preparing his tools. Aoki Tsukasa hesitated for a moment before responding with a tone of resignation. No, it's just that I'm starting at a new school tomorrow. And I want to make a good impression. The barber seemed to grasp the situation, noticing that Aoki Tsukasa did not deny his delinquent identity. As he donned the apron, he spoke in a mature tone. Regardless, you must not engage in fights with others, especially not to assert dominance like some delinquent king. Such behavior can cause trouble for many. The barber picked up the clippers. Aoki Tsukasa blinked in surprise. Delinquent king? How juvenile. In a swift moment, a startled scream escaped Aoki Tsukasa as the barber's sharp clippers ruthlessly sheared away his thick golden locks, leaving a stark bald patch at the center of his head. Staring at his reflection, Aoki Tsukasa exchanged glances with the barber, both astonished. 20 minutes later, Aoki Tsukasa exited the barber shop with a sullen expression, a stack of cash in hand. Under the sunlight, a bald head gleamed dazzlingly. Not far off, a black-haired youth, hesitating momentarily, caught sight of Aoki Tsukasa as he emerged from the barber shop. With a determined resolve, he strode into the shop. Barber, please dye my hair a beautiful shade of yellow and give me a lively perm. I am determined to embrace the life of a delinquent starting today. The raven-haired youth sat in the barber's chair, observing as the barber crouched in the corner, clutching his wallet with a pained expression, seemingly oblivious to his words. The barber's eyes were vacant, and he muttered incessantly, "Isn't the shortcut spoken of by delinquents merely a bald shave? Where did I go wrong?" Clearing his throat, he attempted to regain composure. "Everyone, please settle down." At Muyang Private High School, in Class 3 of the first year, a prematurely balding middle-aged teacher stood at the front of the classroom, addressing the students with a vibrant tone. "Today, we are welcoming a new transfer student. I hope you all treat him kindly." A chorus of enthusiastic "oh" echoed from the students, who were eager to show their support. "Let us welcome our new classmate with cheers and applause." The teacher adjusted his round spectacles and gestured dramatically toward the classroom door. As a pale, slender hand gradually pulled the door open, the lively chatter within the classroom abruptly ceased. A figure emerged, not a ray of sunshine, but rather a bald head, expressionless, making its way to the podium with an icy demeanor. This bald youth, despite having well-defined features, transformed completely in appearance due to his shaven head. His brows and eyes, which might have seemed merely lackluster with hair, now exuded an intimidating aura, akin to a beast in search of prey. This is our new transfer student. Would you be so kind as to introduce yourself?" The teacher, Matsunoshita Ikki, continued, momentarily forgetting to introduce himself. "I am your language teacher and homeroom instructor." As Matsunoshita spoke, the bald youth slightly turned his head, casting a sidelong glance at him, and a shiver ran down his spine. Have I somehow offended this individual? Will he assault me on the spot? Will he drag me behind the gym after school for a lesson? I have already shown enough hospitality. Aoki Tsukasa, oblivious to Matsunoshita's inner turmoil, was still disgruntled about the barber's drastic hairstyle alteration. He lamented that this bald look was far worse than his previous tousled locks. Who would have thought that a mere shave could render him as fearsome as a cinematic villain, despite his otherwise decent features? Taking a moment to clear his throat, Aoki surveyed the apprehensive expressions of his classmates and managed a slight grimace. "I am Aoki Tsukasa." He had intended to share more about himself, but the ghostly expressions surrounding him made him yearn for a secluded corner to hide away. Suddenly, Matsunoshita erupted into exaggerated laughter, drawing the attention of every pair of eyes in the room, including Aoki's. As soon as Aoki noticed him, beads of cold sweat began to cascade from his forehead. "What do I do? I merely aim to lighten the mood, but this fellow appears ready to strike." He thought frantically, "I must salvage the situation." The name Aoki Tsukasa is truly melodious. Furthermore, the roundness and beauty of Aoki's hairstyle are remarkable. An awkward silence enveloped the room. Matsushita, the teacher, was in dire straits. Almost all of the students present had noticed the prominent veins on Aoki Tsukasa's smooth forehead. Aoki slowly turned his head, inhaling deeply, and with an expression that remained icy, he addressed Matsushita. "Teacher, may I take my seat?" He was at a loss for how to express himself. His heart filled with despair. What could he do about his fierce appearance? He felt utterly despondent. With a bow nearly at a right angle, Matsushita executed an impeccably standard welcoming gesture, resembling a doorman at a grand hotel, indicating for Aoki Tsukasa to proceed. Aoki observed the middle-aged teacher, whose balding head was barely visible due to the bow, and recalled his own hair loss that began before he turned 30, feeling a pang of sympathy. He gently patted Matsushita's shoulder, saying, "There is no need for such formality, teacher. I am merely an ordinary student." "No, you are not." Almost everyone in the classroom thought in unison. Spotting an empty seat by the window in the last row, Aoki confidently made his way over, plopping down and unpacking his books. As he lowered his head to organize his textbooks, Matsushita awkwardly chuckled, "Ha, ha, ha," before adopting a serious demeanor and announcing, "Let us commence the lesson. Please turn to page 20 in your textbooks." The other students, while opening their books, covertly scrutinized Aoki Tsukasa. This fellow was indeed a delinquent, yes, sitting so adeptly in the last row. It was a given. Was that seat reserved for Maya Tora? Could he possibly take on Maya Tora? Shoo, keep your voice down. Don't let him hear you. This bald-headed individual must be formidable, based on my experiences from anime. Bald people tend to be quite strong. Is there something unusual about his gaze? Aoki, puzzled, lifted his head to witness a scene of harmonious concentration. Each student fixated on their own textbooks, silent. It seemed even Matsushita, their teacher, was part of this silence. Oh, could this be a unique custom of Muyang High School to engage in silent study before class begins? Aoki retrieved his textbook, nodding in satisfaction as he turned to page 20 and began reading, just like the others. Surely, he was contemplating how to subtly teach the teacher a lesson. Was his earlier pat on the teacher's shoulder a hint? Could it be reminiscent of the tales from the journey to the West, suggesting when the teacher should find him behind the school? Shoo, I told you to keep your voice down. Don't look at him. We almost got caught. Why has the teacher started the lesson yet? I can't even move. My arm is so sore. Does it seem like the teacher is crying? Amidst two whispering students, Matsushita was drenched in cold sweat, his expression contorted. Should I call the police? Should I go report this now? Hidden task. The appearance of the delinquent youth has been completed. Please check for your reward. Delinquent youth appearance. Make everyone in the class aware that you are a delinquent. Rewards will be granted based on completion level. Completion level. Perfect. Reward. Delinquent Youth Random Experience Card X1. Aoki Tsukasa stared wide-eyed at the suddenly completed task, bewilderment etched across his face as he exclaimed, "Huh? I didn't do anything at all. Is it really that simple to become a delinquent?" Noticing Aoki's astonished expression, Matsushita, a male teacher, hesitated mid-lecture, pausing to think for a few seconds before a brilliant idea struck him. Let us make today's Japanese class a self-study session. You may arrange your time freely. I have some matters to attend to in the teacher's office. Class Representative Terakawa, please take charge. With that, Matsushita swiftly closed his textbook and slipped out of the classroom. A beautiful girl with long blue hair and azure eyes, her angelic visage illuminated by a radiant smile, stood up. Well then, everyone, let us begin self-study. Aoki-kun, if you have any questions, feel free to ask me. I am the class representative, Terakawa Kokomi. A chorus of peculiar sounds erupted from the surrounding students, prompting Aoki to raise his head in confusion and glance at the strikingly beautiful girl before him. He nodded slowly, muttering, "Oh, how strange," he thought. Why is her hair blue? Doesn't the school regulate student hairstyles? He then lowered his gaze, seemingly engrossed in his book, his face betraying no emotion. Terakawa Kokomi's radiant smile faltered slightly, yet a tempest brewed within her. Didn't react at all? How is that possible? Did I miss it? Learning skill has been added to the skill bar. At that moment, Aoki Tsukasa was blissfully unaware of the unfolding drama, his attention fixated on his very first skill. Chapter 4, Have you grown tired of life, Baldy? Oh-ho is an onomatopoeic expression. When individuals encounter an extraordinary opposite sex that defies verbal description, they exclaim oh-ho. Akin to the astonished gasp of someone who has never tasted a beverage before savoring their first chilled cola on a sweltering summer day. It is an instinctive reaction, deeply rooted in the human psyche, akin to the immutable truth of existence. A person who is slain shall surely perish. Although this truth may be obscure to many, Akira Kokoro firmly believes that such wisdom is held by a select few, of whom she considers herself a goddess. Ever since she comprehended her own allure, not a single man has been able to gaze upon her without uttering an oh-ho. After all, she is a once-in-5,000 years perfect beauty from the neon realm. The bald man before her must be nearsighted, unable to discern her visage clearly. Resolutely, Akira Kokoro clung to this belief, her fingers fidgeting as she covertly observed Aoki Tsukasa, who was engrossed in his textbook, as if it contained some precious treasure. Suddenly, a spark of realization illuminated her mind. Could it be? Could it be that upon seeing me, he was so profoundly impacted that he could not utter a word? How could a delinquent youth be so earnestly absorbed in his studies? It must be so. Therefore, she resolved to wait until the self-study session concluded before approaching him, granting him an opportunity to exclaim oh-ho. With this thought, Akira Kokoro could not help but cast a confident smile towards Aoki Tsukasa, a nearby male classmate, who had been secretly observing her, could not resist letting out a soft oh-ho, startling himself into quickly covering his mouth. At that moment, Aoki Tsukasa remained oblivious to the intricate psychological journey of Akira Kokoro, He was lost in contemplation while gazing at his skill interface. Learning LV. 1. You have mastered the fundamental knowledge up to elementary school. Additional bonus, Intelligence 1, Experience, 62-100. From the 62 points of experience gained upon acquiring this skill, Aoki Tsukasa was certain that his prior knowledge played a significant role. However, what does it mean to possess only the knowledge up to elementary school? In my previous life, I was undeniably a top student. Aoki Tsukasa's indignation stirred within him, prompting a mental call to the system. May I inquire? Do you recall what you encountered in the mathematics section of the college entrance examination? Aoki Tsukasa's expression stiffened. After transitioning into the workforce post-graduation, he found that now, not only could he not recall mathematics, but even the subject in which he once excelled, language arts, eluded him in terms of 2 passages. Surely, it could not be that he was limited to elementary-level knowledge. As his grievances simmered, he decisively silenced his thoughts. Oh, silenced the voice within. 66x17y396725xy1200, solve for xy. This originates from a problem you encountered in junior high, stored in your deeper memory. How did I manage to graduate from junior high in my past life? Aoki Tsukasa spiraled into profound self-doubt. Meanwhile, as he aimlessly flipped through the pages of the language textbook before him, his learning experience began to steadily and gradually increase. A glimmer of hope ignited within him as he returned to the first page, earnestly engaging with the text before him. With the foundational memories nestled in his mind, Aoki Tsukasa found that the Japanese textbook before him was not entirely incomprehensible. Despite the challenge posed by its more profound meanings, he could still grasp the general ideas. 1 page, 2 pages, 3 pages. He nearly finished the textbook at a pace akin to reading a novel, and soon discovered that his experience points had surged by 20, reaching an impressive 82. However, when he attempted to reread, he noticed that the accumulation of experience points had slowed considerably. The ringing of the school bell shattered his concentration, and although he had read through most of the material, he had garnered only 4 experience points. What could be the reason for this? Upgrading learning skills necessitates engaging with professional literature that aligns with your comprehension level. In other words, the material must be understandable and appropriate to your expertise. The reading difficulty and specialization can yield experience points. Moreover, repeated readings will diminish the efficiency of experience acquisition. Aoki Tsukasa raised an eyebrow, contemplating the ease with which he could catch up to the academic level of a typical high school student in this world. Before he could eagerly retrieve other textbooks to further augment his experience, a gentle and pleasant fragrance wafted into his nostrils. Looking up, he beheld a beautiful girl, seemingly named Terahashi Kokomi, standing before him with a radiant smile. Is there something you need? Aoki Tsukasa inquired, puzzled, yet noted the slight dilation of her pupils. Despite her unchanging smile, she appeared momentarily startled. Do you need anything from me? Upon his second inquiry, the enchanting girl softly responded, since Aoki-san is new to the school, feel free to ask me if there's anything you don't understand. It's the responsibility of the class representative to assist fellow students. Aoki nodded, his expression composed yet slightly furrowed. And then, Terahashi Kokomi's eyelids fluttered slightly, her sweet smile revealing just a hint of her 8 pearly teeth. Tilting her head in the sunlight, she seemed like an angel gracing the earthly realm. It's nothing much. My name is Terahashi Kokomi. May we become friends? She extended her delicate, fair hand, almost glowing in the light. Ah, the youth of today. Aoki Tsukasa scoffed inwardly, recognizing that this girl bore an uncanny resemblance to a movie star, evident from the reactions of those around her that she was quite popular. Yet, her eagerness to befriend him seemed rather peculiar. After all, he was sporting a bald head, though undeniably handsome. Such unsolicited attentiveness could be seen as either harmless or sinister. While uncertain of her true intentions, whether she was merely a cheerful and genuine goddess or had ulterior motives, Aoki's instincts warned him to tread carefully. Attracting attention with a shaven head was sufficient. It would be prudent to avoid entanglements with someone of her allure. He merely wished to navigate the 3 years dictated by the system with a low profile, dreaming of soaring freely thereafter. In his previous professional life, Aoki had encountered his fair share of alluring vixens, each possessing a myriad of facades, truly a daunting experience. Besides, a person with blue hair and eyes was hardly typical. It was best not to provoke such an individual. In contrast, Kira Kokoro appeared outwardly charming and gentle, yet her mind was a whirlwind of thoughts. Could it be that his nearsightedness has reached such an extent? It must be so, without a doubt. His vision is severely impaired. At this distance, perhaps he perceives me as nothing more than a mosaic. Then I shall draw nearer. Suddenly, Kira leaned forward, taking the initiative to glance at Aoki's textbook. Are you studying? Aoki-kun? This action brought her face perilously close to his, startling Aoki quite a bit. Aoki, with remarkable finesse, set the textbook down with a thud, pushed his chair back, and discreetly created an additional meter of space between them. Rising to his feet, he smacked his forehead and exclaimed, "Oh dear, it seems I've forgotten to attend to something." Kira narrowed her eyes slightly, her inner self nearly howling. Is he disdainful of me? Is he truly repulsed by me? Not only did he refrain from expressing his feelings, but he actively avoided me. However, before Kira could fully comprehend the unfolding situation, a voice, sounding distinctly irascible, echoed from the back door of the classroom. "You over there, bald fellow, are you tired of living?" Chapter 5. The experience card of Takigawa Jinji Mayada Tora could never have anticipated that merely arriving late to class, as was his custom, would lead him to witness an astonishing and infuriating scene. A bald man, appearing far more menacing than himself, was being approached and flirted with by his goddess, Hinami-chan. To make matters worse, this intruder had audaciously taken his seat. Almost instinctively, he shouted, "Hey, bald guy, are you tired of living?" However, as soon as the words left his mouth, he abruptly regained his composure, for the bald man turned to face him. What kind of gaze was this? The intimidation he felt was far more profound than any he had experienced from the Yakuza during his sporadic visits to the arcade. This bald man merely twisting his head to glare at him had instilled a palpable sense of pressure. Mayada Tora's expression turned steely. This was no ordinary opponent. At that moment, Aoki Tsukasa, provoked by the term bald guy, felt his forehead pulse with indignation. He glanced over to see a robust young man, towering at over 6 feet, staring at him with an icy demeanor. The man's red, slick-back hair reeked of rebellion, clearly marking him as a genuine delinquent. "Who are you calling bald?" Aoki Tsukasa stood up, his height barely surpassing 5 feet 8 inches, making him appear dwarfed by the muscular youth. Yet, as soon as he spoke, he realized he might have acted impulsively, likely sealing his fate, just by assessing the situation. He sensed that this formidable figure could easily overpower him twofold. Nevertheless, he couldn't help but bristle with anger at being labeled bald. It's a shaved head, not bald. Mission triggered. The debut battle of delinquents. Debut battle of delinquents. Without a noteworthy record, how can one expect others to yield willingly? Conclude this trivial conflict with a flawless performance to earn random attribute rewards based on your display. Friendly reminder, you possess 1 random experience card for delinquents. Available for immediate use. It remains valid for up to 30 minutes. What are you waiting for? Huh, Baldy, are you tired of living? Mayada Tora turned to look back, and indeed, due to the class break, many of his friends were bustling in the corridor, chasing and frolicking, with several familiar faces among them. "Hey, Dabo, gather the guys." After calling out, Mayada Tora turned back to the bald man, revealing a menacing grin. "No matter how fierce you look, and however skilled you may be, you are still just one person." Meanwhile, Aoki Tsukasa was preoccupied with communicating with the system, entirely indifferent to Mayada Tora's menacing grin and his call for reinforcements. "Would you like to use this random card?" "Use it," Aoki Tsukasa thought. If he delayed, he would undoubtedly be reduced to a mere pancake by this muscular adversary. Recalling his past, aside from the disjointed memories of the previous Aoki Tsukasa, he realized he had only engaged in one fight throughout his life, during elementary school when he had a skirmish with a female classmate, which he had ultimately lost. "In your quest to mold me into a delinquent, you cannot allow me to burst onto the scene at my zenith, remaining forever suspended in this singular moment." Aoki Tsukasa placed his hopes upon the system. The Delinquent Youth Experience card has been successfully utilized. Target individual, Takigawa Jinji, experience duration, half an hour. In an instant, Aoki Tsukasa felt as though he had transformed into an entirely different person. No, indeed, he had become someone else. Countless memories of fierce battles flashed through his mind like a fast-forwarded film. The scene of brawling with an astonishingly strong short individual in the ring. A lone figure charging into a crowd, dispatching foes with a single punch each. An innumerable throng of underlings rallying behind him as he led the charge against overwhelming adversaries. These vivid scenes flickered rapidly in his mind, and when the dust finally settled, his consciousness returned, as though he had lived through these experiences himself. The memories fresh and vivid. When he opened his eyes once more, he had become a man named Takigawa Jinji, a figure whose exterior was cold, yet whose heart blazed with an inner fire. "Hey, redhead." Aoki Tsukasa lifted his gaze, the chill in his eyes causing all who met his gaze to shudder. "Do you not think your arrival is rather tardy?" Mayada Tora felt a jolt of apprehension. This individual before him seemed increasingly terrifying. Yet, unwilling to concede defeat, he maintained a facade of arrogance, retorting, If it weren't for the negative impact of fighting in class, do you think you could still stand here?" The boy then challenged, "Do you have the guts to join me on the rooftop?" Aoki Tsukasa tilted his head slightly. instinctively reaching for the top of his head only to find it bare, a wave of irritation washing over him. His voice, cool and gravelly yet magnetic, resonated. "I'll give you 5 minutes. Do not keep me waiting." With that, Aoki Tsukasa strode directly toward Mayada Tora, who instinctively clenched his fists. However, the bald figure merely regarded him with a look of contemptuous indifference before brushing past him and exiting through the back door. As he departed, Mayada Tora observed the bald man seize a passerby by the collar to inquire about the rooftop's location, striding away with his hands in his pockets, entirely dismissive of him. Infuriating, Mayada Tora's clenched fists creaked with tension, his expression growing increasingly ferocious. He turned to a classmate beside him, grabbing the boy's collar and compelling him to meet his gaze. "Who is he?" Startled and trembling, classmate A stammered, "Yes, the transfer student. Aoki Tsukasa." "Excellent." Mayada Tora pivoted, spotting his ally, Dabu, approaching with 8 or 9 youths who exuded an unmistakably unruly air. With a sweeping gesture, he gritted his teeth and declared, "Follow me to the rooftop." How infuriating. When he brushed past me, I didn't even have the courage to retaliate. No. I, Mayada Tora, a man resolved to become the strongest high school student, cannot succumb here. No matter your strength, I shall defeat you. Baldy. Mayada Tora vanished down the corridor, while Terakawa Kokomi narrowed her eyes. Surrounding her were classmates chattering incessantly. "What should we do, Kokomi-chan? That bald guy is going to get beaten up by Mayada Tora." Instinctively, Terakawa Kokomi displayed a worried expression and exclaimed, "Yes. We can't just stand by and watch Mayada Tora bully the new student. I will go find a teacher." "Ah. When you are left lying on the ground after being beaten, I shall arrive like a savior, bringing the teacher to your side." Such a flawless entrance. Akin to those heroines in anime. A girl as perfect as I am, rescuing you from peril in such a situation. How could you not feel a stir of affection? Terakawa Kokomi clenched her fists. "Aoki Tsukasa, I shall make you cry out for me. Kokomi-chan, it's too dangerous. Don't go." The cries of her classmates behind her had no effect on Terakawa Kokomi's determined steps. Her classmates gazed at her retreating figure with admiration, murmuring, "What must I do to become as perfect as Kokomi-chan? She is not only gentle and kind, but also incredibly courageous." Indeed. If Aoki Tsukasa were present, he would surely exclaim with genuine astonishment, "Ugh, how terrifying." Chapter 6, Excuse Me. On a chilly rooftop, Aoki stood at the edge. One foot perched on the railing as he gazed down upon the bustling campus below. His demeanor was icy, exuding the essence of a solitary wolf, while his movements bore a languid grace reminiscent of a tiger selecting its prey. "Aoki!" A shout from behind broke his reverie, prompting him to turn his head just so. His body angled slightly, eyes filled with disdain and contempt as they met the newcomer. Tora Mayada emerged from the rooftop entrance, flanked by his entourage. Aside from Tora's distinctive red hair, the group sported a variety of hairstyles, from pompadours to mohawks, and hues ranging from yellow to green to vibrant rainbow shades. In Aoki's discerning eyes, their presence was so incongruous that it was as if they were preparing to dance on a cement slab at the village square. Tora, facing the seemingly smaller and more frail adversary, was taken aback by the immense pressure emanating from Aoki's contemptuous gaze, an intensity that only grew. "If you are willing to apologize and join my crew, I might overlook your mistakes," Tora said, feigning a menacing grin. Behind him, the delinquent youths began to laugh and light cigarettes. One particularly flamboyant youth sidling up to Tora, cigarette in mouth, scoffing, "Boss, why waste breath on him? Let's settle this with a fight." Yet, when that youth truly scrutinized Aoki for the first time, his expression shifted. There was something distinctly formidable about him. With his hands tucked into his pockets, Aoki gradually approached Tora, stating, "I wholeheartedly agree. It is indeed simpler to resolve matters through action." His eyes narrowed slightly, and in an instant, he surged forward, leaping to deliver a powerful kick to Tora's chest. So swift, Tora barely registered the acceleration before Aoki's leg collided with his torso, the sheer force propelling him backward. Had it not been for his companions acting as a human cushion, he would have surely been sent sprawling. Even so, he and 2 of his associates tumbled to the ground. "Kill him." The remaining delinquents, caught off guard, instinctively charged at Aoki. Too slow. Too weak. Aoki's mind reflexively critiqued their approach. The seemingly fierce assaults from the youths resembled a child's play fight in his eyes. He effortlessly sidestepped the flying kick from the mohawked youth, delivering a swift punch to the airborne face, sending him crashing to the ground. 2 delinquent youths launched their attacks from either side. Yet Aoki Tsukasa merely took a small step back, allowing their brute force to strike nothing but air. In an instant, he retaliated with a swift kick, his body moving like an arrow released from its bow, and struck out with both fists. The 2 delinquents collapsed to the ground, devoid of any fighting spirit. How feeble you are indeed. In a mere 7 seconds, The recently felled Maeda Tora had just managed to rise, only to find his 4 underlings sprawled on the ground, groaning in pain, unable to lift their bodies. Maeda Tora and the remaining lackeys found themselves momentarily paralyzed with fear, unable to make a move. Hey, hey. Aoki Tsukasa tilted his head. Are you truly delinquents? Curse you. Maeda Tora bellowed in furious rage, charging at Aoki Tsukasa. Bang, bang, bang. The rooftop resonated with dull thuds. Maeda Tora's minions stood frozen at a distance, stripped of the courage to join the fray. The disparity in strength was insurmountable. Maeda Tora seemed but a toy in Aoki Tsukasa's hand, unable to land even a single hit. To throw a punch? He would be met with a more powerful counter. To kick? Aoki Tsukasa would simply seize his leg and hurl him away. Maeda Tora's cries were filled with a mix of fear and fury. Yet Aoki Tsukasa remained unfazed, delivering blow after blow, kick after kick. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches. Once, twice, thrice. As Maeda Tora struggled to rise from the ground for the 4th time, bloodied and emitting a muffled roar of anger, Aoki Tsukasa leaned down, seized his collar, and spoke in a tone that was not entirely cold. Let this be the end. Take 2 more punches, and you'll find yourself in the hospital. Struggling against Aoki Tsukasa's grip, Maeda Tora realized with despair that Aoki's strength far exceeded his own. Through his blood-muddied vision, Aoki Tsukasa's bald head loomed like a demon from hell issuing a final decree. I concede. Maeda Tora surrendered, his hands falling limply to the ground. Aoki Tsukasa released his grip, observing him lying there, then turned to scornfully regard the surrounding lackeys, who cowered in fear. Oh, do you count yourselves as delinquents? Your companion has been beaten, and yet you lack the courage to strike back? His words hung in the air, met with silence. Aoki Tsukasa narrowed his eyes. You truly are a disgrace. As the delinquents stood shocked and flustered, Aoki Tsukasa charged at them. Hey, I haven't even attacked. Damn it, let's all go at once. We can't win. The cries of despair fell on deaf ears. Aoki Tsukasa pressed on relentlessly, delivering punch after punch until none remained standing. Grasping the last one by the collar, he hoisted him from the ground, forcing him to sit up. And with a frigid gaze declared, if your fists can only strike the weak, do not blame my fists for doing the same. Bang. With a single punch. The delinquent who couldn't even utter a word had his teeth sent flying. Aoki sure wiped his blood-stained hands on the fallen youth's clothes before releasing his grip. Aoki-kun. I came to help. You. Terahashi Kokomi pushed open the rooftop door with 3 or 4 burly teachers in tow, only to freeze mid-sentence at the sight before her. Aoki sure was calmly wiping his knuckles on the shirt of a bloodied figure sprawled on the ground. Her prepared lines died in her throat as her gaze swept across the rooftop, strewn with groaning, pitiful figures, none left standing except Aoki himself. Among them was Maeda Tora. No way. Terahashi's mind reeled in disbelief as she took in Aoki's face, speckled with someone else's blood. Meanwhile, Matsushita Kazuo, who had been cowering behind her, reacted with inhuman speed the moment Aoki's eyes flicked toward him. Sorry for the interruption, he blurted out, his voice cracking with panic. Chapter 7. The allure of the pot due to being the provoked party. Aoki Tsukasa, who was merely defending himself, faced no significant repercussions. He was only given a verbal reprimand before returning to the classroom. As for Maeda Tora and his unfortunate companions, despite being the instigators, they were so thoroughly beaten that the teacher found it impossible to punish them. Instead, they were hastily sent to the infirmary to tend to their injuries. Aoki Tsukasa, however, remained unconcerned. During the earlier experience card session, he had been confident in the intensity of his strikes. The group merely appeared battered. And even if they didn't visit the hospital, they would recover in a few days, though the pain would linger for at least a week. Upon his return to the classroom, he noticed that his classmates were too intimidated to even glance in his direction, filling him with a sense of despair. Now, truly, no one regarded him as a good person. Yet, there was a silver lining. He was not troubled by anyone, even the teacher, who was conducting class at the moment, feigned ignorance, allowing him to rest his head on the desk. Sitting in the last row, Aoki Tsukasa gingerly touched his swollen knuckles, wincing in pain and silently lamenting to the system. During the previous experience card session, I felt as if I were not myself. It was a most dreadful sensation. The purpose of the experience card is to immerse you in the true essence of a delinquent. Did you not find the feeling of wielding power intoxicating? Aoki Tsukasa's expression grew cold at the remark, and he retorted internally, no, not at all. I believe violence should serve as a means of self-defense, rather than a tool for oppression. Your perspective is rather unexpected. However, the character of Takigawa Genji in the experience card is not a villain. Indeed, that sensation was undeniably exhilarating. Aoki Tsukasa lay his head down on the desk with a bitter smile, gazing at his scraped knuckles and reflecting, I have never experienced such a sense of power. However, throughout the experience card session, I only felt tedium. Turning his head, he observed students outside engaging in sports, and he responded to the system. Although I do not know who Takegawa Genji is, I could sense that he swung his fists not for himself. Perhaps this notion is somewhat metaphysical, yet it is genuinely how I felt. When he was throwing punches, he did not appear to be joyful. Never mind, I shall not dwell on this further. I would never instigate trouble or bully others. As long as I am not wronged, I typically remain calm. Aoki Tsukasa could not fully comprehend the nature of his thoughts and decided to cease this line of inquiry. Redirecting to another perplexing question, why is everyone so afraid of me? Or rather, why have I become so fearsome? Even when I glance in the mirror, I perceive myself as quite menacing. Surely, it cannot solely be attributed to my bald head. This is related to your charisma attribute. Aoki Tsukasa felt as if his head would explode with questions. Isn't charisma meant to make people like me? If everyone appears to disdain me, shouldn't my charm be negative? Never mind, let me open my attribute panel and take a look. Host, Aoki Tsukasa, Strength, 8. The maximum for adults is 10. Rated on overall muscular strength. Agility, 9. The maximum for adults is 10. Evaluated on overall coordination and muscular explosive power. Intellect, 14. The maximum for adults is 10. Assessed based on memory, logical reasoning, learning capacity, and other cognitive abilities. Note that this score does not equate to IQ or EQ. Charm, 15. This attribute is calculated based on an average of 10 for normal humans on Earth, encompassing appearance, physique, and overall charisma. What? How has my attribute increased so much? Aoki Tsukasa gazed in astonishment at the attribute panel. Task: the debut battle of delinquents has been completed. Reward: 1 strength, 1 agility, 1 charm. Skill learning has provided an additional 1 to intellect. Becoming bald has granted an additional 3 to charm. Wait. Why does being bald add 3 points to my charm? Aoki Tsukasa's eyes widened, suddenly struck by a strong premonition. This damn charm attribute could be a significant trap. As this system specializes in the cultivation of delinquents, the enhancement of the charm attribute primarily focuses on intimidation and imposing presence. Moreover, the manifestation of charm is closely related to the individual. In other words, if you wear a girl's wig, your charm points will make you appear even more beautiful than a girl. Furthermore, even if bald, if you maintain a cheerful demeanor, you will not exude such overwhelming intimidation. Naturally, the additional charm from being bald mainly reflects intimidation. Aoki Tsukasa's expression darkened. So, if I keep this bald look, even if my charm reaches 30 points, as long as I maintain a stern face, I will terrify them to death? I would like to be amiable. But given the current situation, if I smile at anyone, they will likely have nightmares tonight. The charm attribute itself reflects one's personal charisma, much like actors in films. Perhaps they merely change their hairstyle or alter their personality, resulting in a dramatically different sensory experience. Additionally, without altering one's appearance, the charm attribute will only amplify your strengths. Aoki Tsukasa looked up at the sky, despair etched on his face. It must take at least half a year for my hair to grow back. And in your eyes, my redeeming quality is being fierce? The fiercer a delinquent looks, the better their delinquent aura. Isn't that the correct mindset? Aoki Tsukasa suddenly felt that his promising high school life seemed to have ended before it even began. Gazing out the window at the boys and girls frolicking during physical education class, then turning to see his classmates trembling under his gaze. What a ridiculous charm attribute. Chapter 8. Seiko Poison Island. When discussing high schools in Neon, one cannot escape a singular topic: clubs. Whether in anime or reality, the diverse array of clubs is an indispensable aspect of a typical high school student's life. From basketball and baseball to swimming and music, one can find a plethora of clubs within the school. Aoki Tsukasa was no exception. Originally, he had yearned to join a club such as the Homecoming Club, which, as the name suggests, is simply about returning home after school. However, now, faced with an overwhelming charm level of 15, Aoki Tsukasa began to entertain other thoughts. If he continued to be a slacker, the troubles brought on by his cursed allure might lead to dire consequences. For an ordinary person, having a fierce appearance might instill fear. Yet, for certain overly exuberant delinquents, Aoki Tsukasa's visage seemed to carry an inherent mockery. It was akin to encountering a wild, mysterious boss in a game. While most players would refrain from engaging recklessly, there would always be a fool willing to take a shot. Recently, with the assistance of a card from Takegawa Genji that allowed him to exhibit great prowess, Aoki Tsukasa had experienced a taste of being like IP Man. However, should a similar situation arise again, he would likely have to crawl home. Moreover, the incessantly restless system in his mind left Aoki Tsukasa feeling uneasy. Who knows when this system might unexpectedly issue a task, compelling him to confront others. If he were unskilled at that moment, well, the imagery was too vivid. He decided it was best not to dwell on it. Thus, Aoki Tsukasa resolved to acquire a skill that could bolster his strength. Eventually, after receiving a trembling response from a fellow student, he found himself standing at the entrance of the dojo, reputed to be the strongest kendo club in the school. Upon entering, he was greeted by the sight of numerous males equipped with protective gear, fervently wielding wooden swords and drenched in sweat. High on the nearby wall, numerous certificates of achievement were prominently displayed. At the center of the dojo, two individuals were engaged in practice. One of them was a tall, muscular figure, while the other, slender and delicate, revealed purple hair cascading from beneath their headgear, astonishingly identifying them as a girl. To Aoki Tsukasa's amazement, the girl with purple hair wielded her wooden sword with ferocity akin to lightning, leaving the burly youth before her with only the ability to defend. After a series of sharp, resonant clashes of wooden swords, the girl halted her weapon before the young man's face. With the referee's command, both retreated, bowing in respect. Instinctively, Aoki Tsukasa began to applaud. As the sound of clapping resonated, the remaining individuals could not help but cast their gazes toward him. Yet, upon that fleeting glance, they all felt a wave of apprehension. Could it be that this individual was here to challenge them? It was hardly surprising, for at that moment, Aoki Tsukasa appeared intensely focused, his expression serious, and his rhythmic applause complemented by his damned charm, creating the perfect scene for a villain-esque grand entrance. As Chingmu-si felt the piercing gazes directed at him, he began to comprehend the essence of the situation unfolding around him, though his heart was heavy with concern. He maintained an outward calmness and lowered his hands. Not far away, a girl with violet hair removed her headgear, revealing a cascade of flowing, silky purple locks. Her clear, calm eyes, framed by elegantly arched brows, were accompanied by a firm nose and delicate lips, rendering her a breathtaking beauty. Even Chingmu-si found himself momentarily entranced. Unlike the class representative, Akahashi Kinmei, the allure of the violet-haired girl exuded a strange and enchanting charm, akin to a blooming mandala flower, both awe-inspiring and somewhat intimidating, evoking a sense of reverence that rendered one hesitant to approach. "May I inquire if you require assistance?" the violet-haired girl asked as she gracefully navigated through the crowd towards Chingmu-si. It was then he noticed her impressive stature, standing nearly 175 meters tall, with her loose kendo uniform failing to conceal her alluring curves. Chingmu-si glanced at the wary expressions surrounding him before meeting the girl's emotionless yet clear gaze. After gathering his thoughts, he spoke, "I wish to join the kendo club." The girl's serene expression faltered for a brief moment, before a subtle smile graced her lips. "Ah, I see. It is uncommon for individuals to join the club in the latter half of the academic year. Have you had any prior training?" "I just transferred to this school today," Chingmu-si responded, noting the mixed expressions of caution and fear from those around him, and for the first time that day, a smile broke through. "As for kendo, this is my first encounter with it. May I join?" "Of course," she replied with a gentle smile, which, despite its beauty, inexplicably conveyed a sense of distance. "I am Seiko Tokita, the second-year head of the kendo club. I look forward to working with you." "I am Chingmu-si, a first-year student. I look forward to your guidance," he replied, raising an eyebrow in surprise. "You became the head of the club as a second year? That is quite impressive." "It is the affection of my classmates," Seiko Tokita responded with polite humility. However, the robust young man who had just practiced with her interjected with a somewhat unfriendly tone. "Seiko was the captain who won first place in the selection tournament earlier this year, so it is only natural for her to assume the role of head. But you, since you lack a kendo foundation, what inspired you to join the club?" The young man stepped forward, removing his headgear to reveal long black hair tied back in a braid, his expression unfriendly. Chingmu-si instinctively sensed that this individual was likely a troublemaker. "Am I inherently cursed with attracting hostility?" Chingmu-si felt a wave of frustration wash over him, yet he managed to suppress the smile he had shown to Seiko Tokita. Responding coldly, "I am studying kendo to strengthen my body." "Huh?" The young man narrowed his eyes, seemingly about to retort. However, Seiko Tokita interjected. "Let us leave it at that for now, Kiyoshi-kun. Please escort Chingmu-si to change his protective gear and find a wooden sword. Teach him the basic movements. I will arrange for someone to deliver his application to join the club shortly." Not far away, a young man, glancing at Aoki with a hint of trepidation, stood up straight and exclaimed, "Yes, Minister." At that moment, classmate Kaneshi felt beads of sweat accumulating on his nose, causing his glasses to fog slightly. Subsequently, Seiko Tokita smiled gently, saying, "I shall take my leave for the time being. Aoki, you may begin practicing the fundamental movements. Should you have any questions, feel free to approach me." Aoki nodded in acknowledgement, while the timid classmate Kaneshi hesitantly approached him, saying, "Hey Aoki, please follow me." "Oh," Aoki replied, observing the retreating figure of Seiko Tokita and the imposing man's lingering gaze, which bore a warning. He felt a sense of helplessness wash over him. Have I inadvertently provoked yet another situation? Chapter 9, Part-time with a wooden sword in hand. Aoki Tsukasa mechanically repeated the basic chopping motions in midair. His focus entirely absorbed in the skill interface. Swordsmanship LV1, a non-initiatory level of swordsmanship. As present, you only know how to grip the wooden sword. Additional bonuses, Strength 1. Agility 1, Charisma 1. Experience 11,100. Gazing at his alarming charisma score of 16, Aoki Tsukasa felt a wave of despair wash over him. This was already half again what a normal adult would possess, if this charisma were to be utilized to its fullest potential. He fancied that he could debut as an idol. However, in reality, this 16 points of charisma served little purpose apart from causing his classmate Keiki to tremble in fear. Aoki-san, you seem to grasp it quite rapidly. I spent a whole week mastering the most fundamental sword-swinging technique. Keiki, with trembling fingers, adjusted his glasses. Aoki turned his head to glance at him, noticing that this seemingly frail glasses-wearing classmate had stiffened like a wooden puppet at his gaze. Reluctantly, Keiki turned his head back to the wooden sword, swinging it while inquiring, "May I take this wooden sword home to practice?" Keiki's cold sweat flowed freely, and he found himself unable to utter a negative response. Is that permissible? Aoki Tsukasa believed his tone was relatively gentle, but to Keiki's ears, it bore an entirely different connotation. Keiki stood straight as if he were a soldier at attention, responding without hesitation, "Yes." Casting a glance at him, and noting that Keiki appeared on the verge of fainting from merely conversing, Aoki Tsukasa sighed, halting the swings of his wooden sword. After all, for him, having mastered the skill, simply repeating the chopping motions would earn him experience points. With newfound basic swordsmanship knowledge in his mind, he planned to practice at home and make fewer appearances in the swordsmanship club. After stretching his sore shoulders from practice, Aoki Tsukasa patted Keiki on the shoulder and, in as gentle a tone as he could muster, said, "I'll be heading home now. If taking the wooden sword back is not allowed, or if it requires payment, please come find me in class 3 of the first year. Oh, regarding the club application form that Senpai Tokita mentioned earlier. I understand. I'll help you write it. You're Aoki Tsukasa from class 3 of the first year, right? Feel free to take the wooden sword home. I'll communicate with the club president. If it doesn't get returned, I'll manage that too." Keiki stood stiffly in place, his body rigid from the pat. And in a mere tenth of a second, he blurted out this entire string of words. "No, that is not what I meant." Aoki Tsukasa was left dumbfounded by Keiki's remarkable capacity for misinterpretation, ultimately withdrawing his hand awkwardly and deciding that it would be best to speak less in the future. "Well then, thank you for your hard work." What more could Aoki Tsukasa say? Observing his amiable classmate Keiki, he sighed, contemplating whether he should purchase a mask to obscure his face, as he removed his protective gear and wobbled out of the dojo, wooden sword in hand. Not far away, Siko T, wielding a wooden sword, observed the scene before her with a sense of amusement. She let out a barely perceptible chuckle, yet refrained from saying much. Merely watching her classmate, Keiki, who appeared to have narrowly escaped a dire fate as he sat on the ground, gasping for breath. In her heart, she silently offered an apology. Little did she expect that there existed individuals as intriguing as Aoki. With a contemplative air, Siko waved her wooden sword a few times, pondering the remarkable learning capacity displayed by Keiki. Before he had taught her, she had not even known how to hold a blade properly. Yet, after just a couple of strikes, she had solidified her movements. Although her techniques still lacked lethality and were merely a standard framework, it was nonetheless a commendable ability to learn. "Siko, shall we have another round?" A robust young man approached with a cheerful grin. Siko's expression flickered with a hint of impatience, but she remained silent, raising her sword and replying flatly, "All right." Meanwhile, Aoki Tsukasa, with the enthusiasm of a child who had just acquired a new toy, swung his wooden sword, creating a resounding whoosh as he walked home with a shoulder bag slung across him. However, as he made his way back, a pressing thought suddenly struck him. "I seem to need to find a part-time job." Aoki paused his swordplay, sinking into a state of troubled contemplation. If he merely sought work in a convenience store or distributing flyers, he doubted he would save much money over the semester. The private Mai high school he attended was evidently not a cheap institution, as evidenced by the dojo of the kendo club he had just seen. Relying on such simple jobs to alleviate the burden on Uncle Haruhiko seemed rather daunting. Moreover, Aoki yearned to purchase a computer. The technological advancements in this world were nearly on par with those of his previous life, existing almost within the same timeline of 2016. However, nearly all notable figures had changed, and history had also diverged significantly from his past experiences. This implied that many anime, films, and games had emerged, each distinctly different from what he had known. In his previous life, Aoki had scarcely engaged with these, and now he wished to rectify those past regrets. In his former employment, he had acquired a wealth of professional knowledge, yet upon entering the workforce, he found that most of it revolved around social interactions and networking. Reflecting on his intimidating visage, Aoki exhaled in frustration. If only this charm could be wielded to my advantage, I would have far more opportunities. After pondering for quite some time, he could not arrive at a feasible solution. Task triggered. Extraordinary part-time job. Aoki's expression stiffened, a foreboding sensation creeping into his mind. Extraordinary part-time job. As a man destined to become the strongest delinquent, your part-time work must be equally exceptional. If you choose to engage in part-time work, the hourly wage must be no less than 5,000 yuan to demonstrate your uniqueness. Otherwise, all part-time activities are prohibited. Task reward. Random attribute enhancement. Based on completion. Additional item rewards may be granted. 5,000 yuan per hour? Aoki swiftly calculated in his mind, arriving at a figure that filled him with despair. 300 yuan an hour? I have never encountered such efficiency, even when selling blood. Where in all of Japan can one find such exceptional part-time work? According to the memories within the host's mind, the Japanese host clubs. Enough. Aoki Tsukasa nearly shouted in frustration. Even if I wished to become a host, this damned charm value would never permit it, would it? No. Even if I were to starve and leap from here, obliterated by your wretched system for failing the task, I would never resort to becoming a host. Truly absurd. Silence. Aoki Tsukasa indignantly interrupted the dog system, his wooden sword trembling in exasperation. Chapter 10. Destiny, I have returned. Pushing open the door, Aoki Tsukasa wearily placed his shoes aside and made his way to the living room on the first floor. Haruhino Masao was seated at the dining table, engrossed in the television, while a steaming array of untouched dishes lay before him. Oh, Aoki-kun, you're back, Haruhino Masao remarked with a smile, setting down his teacup. Deprived of his daily bottle of beer, he was left with nothing but the remnants of tea from earlier. Aoki Tsukasa rubbed his face, attempting to soften his expression at the entrance before stepping into the room with a smile. As anticipated, even with this effort, Haruhino Masao was still taken aback by his striking appearance, awkwardly lifting his teacup to conceal his expression before urging, quickly, put down your backpack, wash your hands, and join us for dinner. Understood. Aoki Tsukasa replied, ascending to the second floor to return to his room. Suddenly, he noticed some commotion emanating from the room opposite his own, which originally belonged to Haruhino Masao's daughter. Upon listening closely, he discerned the unmistakable sounds of monsters from a video game. Could it be that Haruhino Sora has returned? Aoki tilted his head, recalling that Haruhino Masao had mentioned just yesterday that she would likely remain hospitalized for another 2 or 3 days. After setting down his backpack and washing his hands, he approached the dining table, perplexed, and inquired, may I ask if Sora has come back? Oh, you saw her? Haruhino Masao's eyes widened in surprise. You didn't frighten her, did you? Oh, please refrain from speaking your honest thoughts so casually. Aoki Tsukasa twitched the corner of his mouth and calmly replied, no. I merely heard some noise from the room. Haruhino Masao awkwardly scratched his head. Fortunately, after more than a day of interaction, he had come to realize that the youth before him merely had an intimidating appearance, while his temperament was surprisingly pleasant. After a couple of awkward chuckles, he continued, yes. Sara expressed her unwillingness to stay in the hospital any longer, so I brought her home. If it's not too much trouble? May I inquire about the nature of Sora's health issues? Aoki lifted the cup in front of him and sipped the warm water. Haruhino Enzu, having removed her apron, brought the last bowl of miso soup to the table and, with a hint of melancholy, began, Sara, she has never been in robust health since childhood. She suffers from congenital heart disease. Moreover, she has inherited my hair color. At this, Haruhino Enzu touched her own silver locks, sighing, Sora, with her silver hair since childhood, has often been the target of bullying by inconsiderate children, which has led to her developing social anxiety. Over time, her solitude has resulted in a rather severe case of depression. Alas, she can only remain at home now, unable to partake in normal social activities. What about school? Aoki's expression grew serious. In his past life, his brother had faced similar challenges, and he understood deeply the hardships such individuals endure, feeling a twinge of compassion within. Fortunately, Sara is exceptionally intelligent. She has managed to achieve excellent results through self-study at home. After communicating with the school, it was agreed that she only needs to attend for important exams each year. In a strict sense, she can still be considered your classmate, though she is a year younger than you. Haruhino Masao smiled gently, his eyes narrowing with warmth. Has she skipped a grade? Aoki Tsukasa, observing Haruhino Masao's proud expression, couldn't help but chuckle empathetically. She must be a remarkably strong child. Indeed. Haruhino picked up her chopsticks. Let us begin our meal. Sara had already eaten. Initially, She had hoped for a meeting between you two, but that child was adamant about not wanting to. That's quite all right. Aoki Tsukasa gently shook his head. For a child like her to accept my presence in her uncle and aunt's home is already a considerable feat. He recalled his younger brother, who had been sensitive and fragile, often succumbing to emotional breakdowns, refusing to meet even his elder brother with whom he had grown up. Aoki Tsukasa deeply understood Haruhino Sora's sentiments. Haruhino and her husband exchanged surprised glances at Aoki Tsukasa's thoughts and nodded with smiles. We appreciate your understanding, Aoki-kun. There's still plenty of time ahead. Sora is a good child, and she will certainly come to accept you. We hope you can regard her as your own sister. Haruhino Masao said, his eyes filled with hope. They earnestly wished for Aoki Tsukasa to treat Haruhino Sora kindly if he could alleviate her psychological struggles. It would be even better. Yes. Aoki Tsukasa observed the forced smiles on their faces, feeling a pang of discomfort in his heart. In his previous life, he had donated his heart for his brother. In this life, he found himself with an identical sister. Aoki Tsukasa sighed, for the first time contemplating the notion that perhaps fate truly exists. System, if I pursue the skill of medicine, is there a possibility of curing congenital heart disease? Suddenly, a light flickered in Aoki Tsukasa's mind. There's no ultimate limit to any skill. It can be said that the realm of medicine is also boundless in theory. As long as the level is sufficiently high, there is ample possibility for healing. Aoki Tsukasa beamed with a heartfelt smile. Is that so? Without the Haruhino couple, perhaps I would be utterly alone, unable to afford even a meal. If possible. He wished to see if he could rescue Haruhino Sora from the abyss of despair, where her life could abruptly end at any moment. Recalling his brother's once desolate and helpless expression, Aoki Tsukasa instinctively felt an additional layer of weighty responsibility settle upon his shoulders. Then I shall find a way to study medicine. What he could not achieve in his previous life, he now had the ability to attempt. Aoki Tsukasa set a modest goal for himself. However, his expression soon fell, and he weakly turned to Haruhino Masao, Uncle Masao. May I inquire if there are any part-time jobs available with an hourly wage exceeding 5,000? Huh. Haruhino Masao coughed twice and widened his eyes in surprise. Do you realize I can only earn 400,000 a month? I am a section chief. After all, I work at least 10 hours a day. Aoki Tsukasa wore a profoundly melancholic expression. Oh, by the way, does your company have any part-time positions available, perhaps for a manager or president? He inquired. Huh? Replied the Haruhino couple in unison. Ha, ha. I was merely jesting. Ha, ha. Aoki Tsukasa, resembling a soulless being, set down his utensils. I am full. Damn system, come out here. Thus, if one were to spend a night at a host club selling drinks, it wouldn't be difficult to earn hundreds of thousands, or even millions, provided one's skills were sufficient. Silence. Silence. Chapter 11. Meeting my conditions early the next morning, Aoki Tsukasa stretched his somewhat sore shoulders while yawning and walked along the path to school. Last night, he had diligently upgraded his study and swordsmanship skills to level 2. Swordsmanship LV2. At this stage, you have become quite adept at mastering basic movements. But that is the extent of it. Please refrain from recklessly challenging others. Additional bonuses: Strength 1, Agility 1, Charisma 1. Experience 0-200. From the initial days when mere 10 strikes could yield a slight increase in experience, he now found that he needed to go through an entire series of blocking and striking motions to gain even a modicum of experience. Aoki estimated that it would take him another 2 or 3 days to elevate his swordsmanship to level 2, assuming he practiced until his arms ached every day. At 17, he already possessed the physical fitness typical of a healthy adult male, which was considerably higher than that of his peers, who generally had a lower daily activity standard. The so-called adult standard refers to the average physical condition of a healthy adult male at the peak of his physical age. For instance, many individuals peak in muscular strength around the age of 25, thus that age serves as a reference point, represented as a score of 10 in the system. Similarly, if one's mental agility peaks around 17 or 18, that value is taken as the standard. Moreover, acquiring knowledge through studying proved to be quite vexing. Learning LV2, you have a preliminary grasp of the fundamental knowledge up to junior high school, limited to the scope of normal junior high courses. Additional bonus, Intelligence 1. Experience 3,200. The days when flipping through high school textbooks could yield substantial experience were long gone. Now, Aoki found that to gain experience, he needed to engage with the knowledge contained within the books, which meant that it was not much different from actual studying. A cursory glance through a book provided scant experience. Only through diligent study could one accrue significant experience points. Furthermore, if he encountered texts he could not comprehend, he would gain no experience whatsoever. As for comic books, they were utterly futile in this regard. Sigh, the road ahead is long and arduous. Excuse me, could you spare a bit of food? The sudden voice interrupted Aoki's thoughts, prompting him to halt and turn around. An elderly man, with graying hair and tattered clothing, leaned against the wall. In the dimly lit alley, a recently overturned garbage bin lay nearby. Noticing the man's emaciated frame and ragged attire, Aoki sighed, rummaged through his wallet, and pulled out the only 1,000 yen bill he had. He handed it to the old man. Here, go buy some rice balls to eat. There's a 24-hour supermarket down my way selling them at a discount for 250 yen each. Thank you, thank you. The old man's trembling hand reached out to accept the bill. I truly appreciate your kindness, sir. Aoki waved his hand dismissively and smiled. It's nothing. I don't have much money left either. This autumn is quite cold. It must be tough for you. It's all right. Cough, cough. The old man managed only a couple of sentences before he succumbed to a fit of coughing. Chingmusi gazed upon the aged countenance of the old man, shaking his head and choosing not to utter another word. He simply opened his backpack, retrieving a still-warm can of coffee, which he extended towards the elderly gentleman. Here, take this. I must be on my way. Thank you, sir. You truly are a kind soul, the old man replied, his voice quivering with emotion, nearly shedding tears. He did not dare lift his gaze to meet Chingmusi's eyes, instead bowing his head and repeatedly murmuring his gratitude. Indeed, Chingmusi turned away, hands tucked into his pockets, exuding an air of nonchalance, despite the fact that the money and coffee represented his entire fortune. Had it not been for that unscrupulous barber who had overcharged him for a mere haircut, Chingmusi would likely have found himself completely destitute at this moment. Yet, he felt no regret, despite his fearsome appearance, which made even the most timid cower. The homeless man still sought his assistance, indicating that he had reached a point of utter despair. In such circumstances, Chingmusi felt no qualms about lending a helping hand. What shall I do for lunch? Pondering his predicament, Chingmusi staggered toward the school, oblivious to the sobs of the old man behind him, who had succumbed to silent tears. Who knows how many times this elder had faced rejection? In the increasingly chilly autumn air, how much longer could this tattered soul endure? Chingmusi halted, turning back to glance, only to catch sight of the old man's hunched figure slowly making its way to the convenience store. He sighed softly. Yet his thoughts returned to his part-time job woes. Where could he possibly find a side gig that paid 5,000 an hour? Truly, it was exasperating. Hey, big brother. A sudden, loud voice from behind startled Chingmusi, causing him to leap back in surprise. He turned to find a hat-wearing individual, resembling a pig, bowing deeply in respect. Who are you? Chingmusi's eyes widened as the figure straightened up, removing his hat to reveal a disheveled mop of red hair. It's me, Maeda Tora. From the still swollen, bruised visage, Chingmusi recognized Maeda Tora, the very person he had thoroughly bested the previous day. Is there something you need? Chingmusi scratched his cheek awkwardly, feeling a twinge of anxiety about whether this person might suddenly retaliate. While his physical condition had improved, his fighting skills remained rudimentary. He had become quite proficient in swordsmanship, mastering various slashing techniques, but even the skill descriptions cautioned him against recklessness, advising him to maintain a low profile until he had developed further. Maeda Tora's expression was one of fervent excitement. After being schooled by you yesterday, I seriously contemplated how I could improve. Chingmusi's cautious demeanor seemed to signal disdain to Maeda Tora, who quickly bowed again, speaking earnestly and loudly. I aspire to become a formidable man like you, big brother. Please accept me as your disciple. Chingmusi scratched his cheek once more, about to decline, when suddenly the system notification appeared. Task activated. Partner. As a strong individual, one must possess a broad heart. Former adversaries need not remain foes. They may yet become allies. Taking this man under your wing marks the dawn of a new chapter in your delinquent career. Naturally, you may subject him to reasonable trials. For those who fail to meet your standards are unworthy of becoming your comrade. Mission reward, skill slot 1. Should he voluntarily withdraw, the mission will reset for the next trigger. Friendly reminder. Imposing impossibly harsh conditions as an indirect refusal will be deemed mission failure. Additional rewards will be granted based on completion rate. Aoki sure fell silent for a long moment. The vaguely threatening tone of the final statement left a bitter taste in his mouth. Yet these were the terms he had accepted in exchange for his new lease on life. With no one to blame, he finally raised his head decisively. If you wish to become my subordinate, it's not entirely out of the question. Maeda Tora lifted his head, his face radiant with joy. Really, boss? However, Aoki sure tilted his head slightly, his lips curling into an unfriendly smile. You'll have to fulfill a few conditions for me. Maeda Tora instinctively covered his backside. Chapter 12. This is what a troubled youth looks like. Stand straight. Aoki Tsukasa's lips twitched as he commanded the towering figure before him to withdraw his hand. With a sigh of dissatisfaction, he earnestly proclaimed, If you wish to be my subordinate, it is not impossible. However, listen attentively. Aoki's remarkable intellect whirred into action. Mitsuda Tora gazed at Aoki with fervent excitement, utterly serious. First and foremost, no bullying the weak. If one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. Upon hearing this, Tora's eyes sparkled as he murmured. If one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. How profound, how profound. These 8 words encapsulate it beautifully. His somewhat deranged demeanor suggested he regarded these words as a sacred mantra. Was it possible that such a phrase had never existed in this world? The second point, dye that red hair back. A delinquent with rainbow-colored locks is clearly not a legitimate thug. Aoki, observing Tora's vibrant red mane, revealed a mischievous grin. There is a saying, I may have gone bald, but I have grown stronger. I wonder if you can comprehend the true essence of this statement. Tora's expression flickered with resistance, yet he soon steeled himself. If this is the cost of becoming stronger, then it is not unacceptable. Perhaps Aoki's strength stems from his baldness? With this thought, Tora resolutely nodded. Ah, what a steadfast will. Originally intending to dissuade him, Aoki now took a more serious tone, clearing his throat. Thirdly, tardiness and early departures are unacceptable, and one must not perform poorly in exams. For each semester's final examination, a minimum score at the class's median level is mandatory. This point posed a challenge. Tora's expression wavered as he hesitantly confessed, Boss, I genuinely want to achieve good grades, but it is truly difficult. Aoki pondered for a moment. This group lacked his extraordinary advantages, and for those who had been struggling since childhood, catching up on their studies was no simple task. Nevertheless, Aoki did not wish for these impassioned youths, once they pledged allegiance to him, to be consumed solely by fervor and hormones. Ultimately finishing high school, without the means to attend university, destined to a life of menial labor. If Aoki were to accept underlings, he desired that these young souls would find a promising path. In any case, one may falter in grades, but one must not falter in effort. If one cannot achieve this, then perhaps it is best to relinquish the endeavor. Aoki made it clear that there would be no room for negotiation. At this moment, Tora's breathing grew noticeably labored, revealing the turmoil within. Yet ultimately, he gritted his teeth and nodded. All right. Although I may be dim-witted and uncertain of my ability to learn, I will strive to do my best. Aoki then smiled with satisfaction. Excellent. Let me outline the remaining points in one go. If you witness injustice, draw your sword to assist. If you see someone bullying the weak, lend a hand. If you cannot fight back, at least call the authorities. Surely, that is not too difficult? Observing Mayeda Tora nodding, Aoki Tsukasa continued. To be a compassionate individual, one must lend a hand to an elderly lady crossing the street. And when witnessing a homeless person suffering from hunger, offer assistance within one's means. Is that achievable? Mayeda Tora's expression grew peculiar as he opened his mouth, questioning hesitantly, but if that is the case, can we still be considered delinquents? An excellent inquiry, Aoki Tsukasa replied earnestly, his bald head gleaming in the sunlight. What constitutes a delinquent? Many perceive delinquency as engaging in illegal or immoral acts, deriving a sense of accomplishment from preying upon the weak and instilling fear in others. However, in my view, these individuals are merely failures masquerading under the guise of delinquency, labeling their failures as freedom, as losers. The true delinquent is one who rebels with conviction. A person of thought who does not conform to the status quo but instead pursues actions that may be misunderstood yet are fundamentally right. While others may deem us delinquents for defying their worldview, I believe our actions embody righteousness and justice. Their perception of our delinquency stems solely from our willingness to take steps they fear to take and to do what they dare not do. Everyone feels indignation towards injustice. Yet how many are willing to take action and offer help? Aoki Tsukasa, at that moment, resembled a charismatic religious leader, his words flowing eloquently. His magnetic presence evoked comparisons to Jack Ma on a podium. Everyone knew his claims of disinterest and wealth were mere rhetoric, yet they found themselves pondering their veracity, questioning whether their own understanding was inadequate. Though not fully in agreement with his views, they hesitated to voice opposition, secretly admiring his audacity. Mayeda Tora felt similarly. The words of Aoki Tsukasa shattered his prior definition of delinquency, only to give rise to a shimmering new archetype of a delinquent, one that mirrored the bald man before him. I ask you, what am I in the eyes of others? Aoki Tsukasa posed a compelling question, his gaze enticing as he casually placed a hand on Mayeda Tora's shoulder. Bewildered, Mayeda Tora murmured as if entranced, a delinquent. Even I, when I see you, can only perceive the image of a delinquent. Indeed, but what about my true self? Aoki Tsukasa raised his head, exuding determination reminiscent of a youth pledging allegiance while adorned with a red scarf. Even yesterday, when we clashed, it was only because you sought to bully me that I retaliated. But beyond that, Aoki Tsukasa declared with righteous fervor, what else have I done? No, I did not arrive late to class like you, nor did I doze off during lessons. Rather, I diligently studied and paid attention. Yet, despite this, I remain perceived as a delinquent. Why is that? It is solely because I am a truly free individual that I remain indifferent to their judgment. Aoki Tsukasa gritted his teeth. Having escalated the situation to this extent, retreat was no longer an option. With an expression of fearless sacrifice, he proclaimed, in their eyes, "My bald head symbolizes delinquency. Yet, in my perspective, it represents a defiance of societal norms, a rebuttal to conventional perceptions. Indeed, I am a wayward youth. For I am unlike them. I have undertaken actions distinct from theirs. I possess an appearance that diverges from theirs. Nonetheless, I am unapologetically myself. A firework of a different hue." Upon uttering these words, he suppressed a wave of nausea and patted Mayeda Tora on the shoulder. Observing Tora's bewildered yet profoundly admiring gaze, he calmly inquired, "Do you comprehend now? This is the essence of my strength and rationale. To toil in darkness while serving the light, this is the true embodiment of a wayward youth. And when your high school journey culminates, as your identity as a delinquent fades, you will emerge as a man in the truest sense." Aoki Tsukasa patted Mayeda Tora's shoulder once more, turning away with an air of inscrutable profundity, though he was barely able to stifle his laughter. In Tora's eyes, Aoki's silhouette was as majestic as a mountain and as vast as the sea, reminiscent of the broad back of his father from his childhood. I understand, Tora exclaimed, collapsing weakly to the ground. Gazing at Aoki Tsukas's leisurely retreat with immense reverence, his voice tinged with emotion. "So this is what it means to be a true delinquent. This is the mark of a genuinely powerful man. Father, no boss. I get it now. You understand nothing." Aoki Tsukasa covered his mouth and quickened his pace. He could no longer contain himself. If he didn't find a place to laugh soon, he would surely burst. High charm points, indeed delightful. Task, partner has completed. Completion, perfect. Reward, 1 charm point. 1 skill slot. Chapter 13. Learning brings me joy in the classroom. Aoki Tsukasa attentively absorbed every word spoken by the teacher, his earnest demeanor reflecting a profound engagement with the subject matter. As the knowledge imparted by the instructor resonated in his ears, his learning experience gradually flourished, despite the teacher's nervous tremors, which caused chalk to slip from his grasp and nearly resulted in a stumble from the podium. Aoki's fervent thirst for knowledge remained unshaken. One might wonder why Aoki, typically so languid, suddenly exhibited such seriousness. The answer lies in the imminent mock examination, a mere fortnight away. The prestigious Mai High School, renowned for its exceptional resources in both the arts and athletics, boasts an impressive faculty for music and dance students alike, alongside a robust scholarship system for academic achievers. Each semester, the top 10 students are granted full tuition waivers, while those in the top 3 receive substantial scholarships. Even the school-wide mock examinations are accompanied by a scholarship scheme allocated by class performance. Thus, should Aoki secure the first position in his class during the forthcoming examination, he would be rewarded with a scholarship of 10,000 yen. This sum, equivalent to nearly 600 renminbi, represents a significant incentive. Such a financial boon would not only alleviate his current plight of insufficient funds for meals but could also enable him to connect his phone to the internet, allowing him to embrace a life of unparalleled happiness. Aoki had begun to grasp the complexities of this world, discerning that it was not merely a parallel existence to his previous life, but one where history had undergone numerous transformations. Renowned anime, films, and novels had all evolved in this new reality. In essence, a plethora of captivating films, anime, novels, and games awaited him in his former life. While others debated the merits of League of Legends versus Dota, Aoki had convinced himself that studying was the most enjoyable endeavor, while others reveled in gaming. He had worked part-time in the school cafeteria, selling chicken legs, in a world where his peers indulged in various gaming consoles and immersed themselves in movies and anime. Aoki found himself accompanying his superiors for drinks, with the majority of his earnings funneled towards his brother's medical expenses. However, in this life, Aoki was resolute in reclaiming the joys he had previously missed. Yet, this ambition required financial means. With less than 100 yen to his name, affording mobile data seemed a distant dream, and he doubted he could even manage next month's phone bill. Although Aoki longed to use the family Wi-Fi, he faced the awkward truth that his sister, Haruhino Sora, held dominion over its access, and he had yet to even meet her. Thus, securing the top spot in his class was imperative. Aoki's insatiable desire for knowledge only intensified, while his classmate, Mayeda Tora, became increasingly convinced by Aoki's dedication. If even Aoki, the esteemed figure, was so diligently focused on the lesson, how could he, Mayeda, afford to slack off? Consequently, Mayeda, too, fixed his gaze upon the teacher with unwavering eagerness. At last, as the 13th piece of chalk fell from the teacher's grasp and shattered upon the floor, the school bell rang in a timely manner. The bespectacled Refined English teacher finally found relief. He left the classroom with a swift farewell, having assigned no homework. Aoki Tsukasa sighed, lingering over the pages of his English book for a few extra moments before beginning to pack his bag. Aoki-kun? A familiar feminine voice reached his ears. He looked up to find Takurai Kokomi gazing at him with an excessively sweet smile. Are you heading straight home after school, Aoki-kun? Would you like to walk back together? Walk back together? Kokomi silently fumed. Why, oh why, has this guy not acknowledged me even once in the past 2 days? Today. She had intentionally asked her family not to pick her up, hoping to create an opportunity for him to notice her. He cannot escape me, Aoki Tsukasa. Aoki scratched his head and pointed to the wooden sword standing by his desk. Sorry, I have practice with the Kendo Club. The Kendo Club? Kokomi's smile faltered slightly. Darn it, how did he get into the Kendo Club so quickly? He just transferred yesterday. However, quickly regaining her composure, Kokomi beamed. Kendo, huh. Aoki-kun must look incredibly cool wielding that wooden sword. But she feigned a delicate demeanor, lowering her gaze to her toes. Today, my family isn't picking me up. If I walk home alone, what if there are bad people around? I heard there are many delinquents near that high school. Aoki-kun, could you please escort me home? Aki glanced at her seemingly vulnerable expression. Although he was uncertain about her intentions, he did not harbor any delusions that she was genuinely interested in him. Adhering to his principle of deflecting trouble, he waved his hand dismissively. Maeda Tora. Hey, Maeda Tora, his face still bruised, stood at attention, looking as serious as a soldier awaiting orders. It might be a bit dangerous for Takurai-san to walk home alone. I have something to attend to. Could you see her home? Aoki Tsukasa gathered his belongings, slinging his bag over his shoulder, and grasped his wooden sword, twisting his neck. At that moment, Maeda Tora looked at Kokomi's feigned fragility and perceived the unease reflected in her large, watery eyes. He thumped his chest confidently. No problem. Leave it to me. Unless I'm dead, no one will harm Takurai-san. Eh? Kokomi stared in bewilderment at the scene spiraling out of her control. Turning her head, she saw the bruised Maeda Tora flashing her a grin that, in her perception, was quite terrifying. Kokomi fumbled for words. Then, I'll leave it to you, Maeda Tora. Aoki Tsukasa stood up, patting Maeda Tora's robust chest, and turned to Kokomi with a grin. Don't worry. Maeda Tora is very strong. If there is danger, Maeda Tora had previously asked for my phone number, and I would assist you in contacting the authorities. How strong could he possibly be? The bruises on his face have yet to fade. Moreover, his request for your number was not made for the purpose of seeking your help in alerting the police. At this moment, Terakawa Kokomi's heart surged with tumultuous emotions, and her typically flawless smile began to falter, leaving her to nod numbly. Well then, Aoki-kun, do your best in the Kendo Club. Maeda Tora-kun, I entrust this to you. Terakawa Kokomi glanced at Maeda Tora, her once self-assured smile now unable to fully manifest. However, Maeda Tora turned to her with a grin, effortlessly expressing his sincerity as if it were a natural reflex. Oh ho. No problem. Leave it to me. Observing this scene, Terakawa Kokomi felt a slight sense of comfort. It seemed that it wasn't he the world that was amiss. Normal individuals still responded to her with a cheerful exclamation. How infuriating. Aoki Tsukasa. Terakawa Kokomi bit her lip and squinted her eyes. Could it be that he has found a woman he adores? Huh. Are you speaking to me? Maeda Tora snapped out of his daze, grinning foolishly at the goddess before him. No, then I'll leave it to you, Maeda Tora-kun. Terakawa Kokomi tilted her head, her smile radiant. Unable to contain himself, Maeda Tora let out another enthusiastic oh-ho. At the same time, his admiration for Aoki Tsukasa grew. Even in the presence of such beauty, he was able to remain focused on his own plans, entrusting this splendid opportunity to me. Could it be that he knows of my feelings for Kokomi-chan? Indeed, this is what it means to be a leader. Chapter 14. A return to hatred. Upon entering the swordsmanship department, Aoki glanced over and immediately spotted the bespectacled Kiki diligently practicing in the corner. Meanwhile, the formidable Tokita and the robust youth continued to dominate the center of the dojo, though today they were not sparring. Instead, they were instructing the other members in their practice. Upon noticing Aoki's arrival, Kiki instinctively stiffened, his previously fluid movements transforming into a series of hesitant gestures. It was not only him. Many of the practicing members, upon catching a glimpse of Aoki, began to exhibit signs of trepidation. Aoki understood this was a testament to his growing charisma, a fact that he found somewhat exasperating. Nevertheless, he maintained a facade of normalcy and waved to Kiki. Kiki promptly halted his actions and approached Aoki, inquiring, Aoki-san, may I ask what you need? I have already submitted my application to the captain. And regarding the wooden sword, I was hoping you could spar with me. Aoki replied with a smile that softened his otherwise intimidating visage. However, First impressions are indeed crucial, especially given the rumors circulating around the school following his rooftop confrontation with Mayadatora, which painted him as a fearsome delinquent with a shaved head. "Did I do something wrong?" Kiki exclaimed, his eyes widening as his trembling frame caused his glasses to slide down his nose. Aoki sighed. "I have no intention of using this practice to punish you. I merely thought that sparring with someone might enhance my skills. If you're unwilling, then it's perfectly fine. And no, that's not it." Kiki forced a smile that was more pitiable than sorrowful. "Let us go put on our protective gear then." "All right," Aoki agreed, merely wishing to ascertain whether sparring would yield greater experience. Noting Kiki's reluctance, he opted not to elaborate further, reasoning that a few exchanges would ease Kiki's apprehensions. The two made their way to the gear storage, donning their protective equipment. Kiki adeptly suited up, while Aoki fumbled for a considerable duration before managing to secure his chest protector and helmet, with Kiki assisting him in fastening the headband and mask. Peering through the mask, Aoki found his vision somewhat restricted, yet it fostered a heightened sense of focus. They positioned themselves in a less frequented area of the dojo, where Aoki's attention was solely on Kiki. He excitedly swung his bamboo sword, feeling a marked difference compared to the wooden sword used in practice. The bamboo sword, resembling an unopened umbrella, felt more akin to a true sword, its weight lending a sense of gravitas to each motion. "Let us begin," Aoki declared, observing Kiki's hesitant demeanor. With a surge of enthusiasm, he brought their swords together with a clash, then shouted, delivering a powerful downward strike that offered Kiki scarcely a moment to react, halting just before making contact with his helmet. "Ha!" The resounding exclamation drew the attention of those nearby, who turned their gazes towards the unfolding scene. In the realm of kendo competitions, the vocalization accompanying each attack holds paramount significance. Only with a resounding shout and fierce movement can one secure valid points. This wisdom is imparted by Aoki Tsukasa's adeptness in kendo. Fortunately, Aoki Tsukasa tempered his strength. Otherwise, the dazed demeanor of Keiki would have surely succumbed to a decisive blow. "Keiki-kun, focus." Aoki Tsukasa's tone was gentle, yet that very strike rekindled Keiki's spirit. He responded with a muffled acknowledgement beneath his mask and distanced himself, marking the commencement of their duel. "How infuriating. Since you wish to compete with me, I shall not hold back." Keiki's expression, concealed beneath his mask, bore hints of annoyance. He believed he had shown sufficient restraint, yet this bald opponent persisted, prompting him to unleash his full potential to demonstrate that brute strength does not equate to mastery of kendo. However, much to Keiki's astonishment, despite his earnest efforts, he found himself unable to prevail. At that moment, Aoki Tsukasa's countenance behind his mask radiated with brightness. Although his kendo skills were merely at level 2, they hardly diminished his remarkable physical prowess, which granted him a distinct advantage. Whether initiating an attack or executing a defensive counter, he consistently outmaneuvered Keiki, achieving results before Keiki could respond. If one were to assess the scoring system of kendo competitions in his mind, Aoki Tsukasa would likely have secured a victory long ago. Seiko Todoroki, drawn by the fervent energy emanating from Aoki Tsukasa, scrutinized the scene and identified one of the combatants as her own team member, Keiki. To her astonishment, although Keiki's movements were precise and his defensive actions well-structured, his opponent exhibited even greater ferocity. Despite some rigidity in his execution, Aoki's strikes were powerful and swift, consistently preempting Keiki's attacks. Whenever Keiki sought to strike, Aoki was always a step ahead, whether launching an offensive or retreating for defense. Conversely, during Keiki's defensive maneuvers, he frequently found his guard shattered by Aoki's overwhelming force, either arriving too late or having his guard cleave through entirely, leading to consecutive points scored against him. At that juncture, Keiki perceived an encroaching darkness. No matter how he endeavored to evade, Aoki Tsukasa's strikes relentlessly found their mark. As the match progressed, he discovered himself shrinking back, reduced to a mere evasive figure within the confines of the arena, devoid of the strength to effectively wield his bamboo sword. Aoki Tsukasa, recognizing that Keiki had succumbed to confusion under the relentless onslaught, momentarily ceased his assault, gesturing with his wooden sword to signify the end of their engagement. Upon removing his mask, Aoki Tsukasa's breathing was only slightly hurried, while Keiki was drenched in perspiration. "Aoki-san, have you truly never practiced kendo before?" Keiki gasped for breath, collapsing onto the ground. He resolved never to engage in practice with this formidable adversary again. Rubbing his handguard, he felt a dull ache in the webbing of his grip. Lowering his head with a bitter expression and conceding, "You have won." Aoki Tsukasa's breath had steadied, and with a light chuckle, he extended his hand. "Keiki-kun, your swordsmanship is not lacking. It is merely that my strength is greater. Rise and stretch a bit before you rest." To Chimu's surprise, He grasped the outstretched hand of Aoki Tsukasa and stood up. Gazing at the imposing figure before him, he found that his fear had significantly diminished. For the first time, he sincerely praised, the way of the sword is indeed a sport, and possessing physical prowess is a form of strength in itself. Just yesterday, Aoki-san was still mastering the most fundamental movements, yet today he has already begun to execute them with proficiency. Although his movements remain somewhat rigid, it is truly commendable. Indeed. A voice suddenly interjected from behind Chimu. He quickly turned about to the speaker, Minister Dokita. Dokita Siko waved her hand with a smile, signaling him to rise. Her expression one of astonished admiration as she observed Aoki Tsukasa. The speed of your progress, Aoki-san, is nothing short of astonishing. You're too kind. Aoki Tsukasa replied with a modest smile, preparing to remove his protective gear. Wait to take off your armor, a contemptuous male voice called out from a distance. The burly man who had practiced with Dokita Siko the previous day approached, his expression one of mockery directed at Aoki Tsukasa. Since Chimu-san lacks sufficient strength, allow me to spar with you. Chapter 15. I neglected to introduce myself. I am Kitai Ishihara, a second-year student. Without the slightest hesitation, Ishihara seized the bamboo sword from Kusuke's hands, pushed him aside, and stood before Aoki Tsukasa. Even Siko Dano has praised your talent. Surely you possess the courage to spar with me, he declared boldly. Aoki Tsukasa cast a discontented glance at Ishihara, but before he could voice his thoughts, he noticed Siko Dojima's slight frown as she directed a frosty gaze at Ishihara. Ishihara-kun, Aoki-kun is merely a novice in kendo. While you are already an elite member of the kendo club, this engagement is hardly equitable. Ishihara lifted his chin, regarding Aoki with an air of condescension. Of course, I shall be lenient with you, Aoki-kun. Let us proceed this way. I shall forego my protective gear, and should you manage to score even a single point against me, I shall concede defeat. Ishihara-kun. Siko Dojima narrowed her eyes, her tone laced with disapproval. She understood the motivations behind Ishihara's actions, which fueled her disdain. It was not a matter of favoritism towards Aoki, but rather a profound irritation at Ishihara's propensity to bully the weaker. Aoki, however, maintained a stoic expression as he replied. Very well. Huh. Fool, without protective gear, I could easily fracture your ribs, Aoki thought, aware that there remained a considerable gap in kendo prowess between himself and Ishihara. Yet, he possessed unwavering confidence in his physical capabilities. His attributes far surpassed those of his peers and even rivaled those of many adult men, though lacking in technical finesse. Subduing this brash individual before him, who was merely slightly stronger than his contemporaries, posed no significant challenge. The skills of kendo ultimately pertained to the art itself rather than Aoki's actual combat prowess, particularly when faced with someone so audacious as to forego protection. Are you certain? Aoki-kun? Siko initially intended to dissuade him, but upon witnessing his affirmation, she turned to him with a calm gaze. Ishihara-kun's kendo skills rank among the top in the club. And you have only just joined 2 days ago. Ha ha ha. Since you've agreed, let us dispense with the pleasantries, Ishihara exclaimed, eager to prevent Aoki from reconsidering. He immediately assumed the initial stance for kendo. Please don your protective gear, Ishihara-kun, Siko stated decisively, observing the lack of restraint from both parties. Ishihara, initially inclined to refuse, caught sight of Siko's icy stare and, with a dismissive pout, sheathed his sword to don his armor. Yet, in his arrogance, he opted to wear only the do, neglecting to put on a mask. You needn't worry, Dojima-san. It will take Aoki-kun another year or 2 to land a hit on me, Ishihara remarked. Though he had not witnessed Aoki's recent actions, he had observed him intently the previous day. He was acutely aware that Aoki Tsu had only just begun his foray into kendo the previous day, which naturally instilled in him a sense of fearless confidence. Siko Tokushima, initially acting out of goodwill to prevent Ishihara Kaida from sustaining grievous injuries, had advised him to don protective gear. However, upon witnessing his continued arrogance, her inclination to offer further counsel dissipated. She simply stated with an indifferent tone, let's keep it to the point. I shall serve as the referee. Aoki-san, please put on your men. Aoki Tsu complied without hesitation, for he was not so inflated with confidence as to believe he could easily overpower the individual before him, who had evidently trained in kendo for many years. The absence of protective gear could lead to unfortunate consequences should he be struck on the face or neck. Siko Tokushima sighed, casting a look of exasperation at Ishihara Kaida, before retrieving the red and white flags used by referees, calmly announcing, Aoki-san, you are in the white corner. Ishihara-san, you are in the red corner. Please bow to each other. Both Aoki Tsu and Ishihara Kaida bowed in accordance with the competition rules and assumed their stances. 3, 2, 1, begin. As soon as Seiko Tokishima's words echoed in the air, Ishihara Kaida swung his bamboo sword with force, shouting, "Men!" The powerful downward strike came crashing down. Although Aoki Tsu's prowess in kendo was modest, his exceptional intellect granted him a remarkably swift reaction time. The moment Ishihara Kaida initiated his attack, Aoki Tsu discerned his intent and stepped back, allowing Ishihara Kaida's sword to slice through empty air. Subsequently, Aoki Tsu executed a horizontal slash with his wooden sword, exclaiming, "Strike!" The bamboo sword landed squarely against Ishihara Kaida's torso protector. Ishihara Kaida, instantly incensed, raised his sword once more to retaliate, but Aoki Tsu deftly retreated 2 steps. Finding safety, Ishihara Kaida sought to pursue, only to see Seiko Tokishima swiftly raise the white flag, declaring, "White corner, torso, valid point. Return to your original positions." Seiko Tokishima instructed, signaling for the two to resume the bout. Ishihara Kaida glared furiously, his expression twisted in rage. "Without the protection of a min, not bad. Your speed surprised me, but kendo is not merely a game of physical prowess. This point will be your last. 3, 2, 1, begin." Seiko Tokishima, disinterested in offering him a warning, continued the match, her disappointment growing. This time, Aoki Tsu initiated the attack with a powerful strike aimed at the men. Ishihara Kaida, seasoned in experience, discerned Aoki Tsu's intent from his somewhat stiff but competent movements. A smirk of derision graced his lips as he raised his bamboo sword, calculating, "Next. If I can block, I shall convert the block into a cut. When he lowers his sword to recover, I will strike at his wrist. And when he can no longer grip his sword, I will aim for the men. You are still quite inexperienced in kendo, boy." However, at the moment their wooden swords clashed, Ishihara Kaida was taken aback, realizing that his raised bamboo sword had been knocked askew, failing to adequately intercept Aoki Tsu's strike. The force of Aoki Tsu's blow was diminished only slightly, yet it remained inexorable. Oh no. The thought barely formed in Ishihara Kaida's mind before the bamboo sword connected sharply with his unprotected face. Crack. A clear and resounding voice echoed throughout the entire kendo club. Chapter 16, Shall we meet Chion? As the ambulance arrived with its blaring sirens, hurriedly departing thereafter. Aoki Tsukasa squatted at the entrance of the kendo department with a sullen expression. He turned to the serene Seiko Tokita, his tone laden with frustration. "Senpai Tokita, I will repay you for the ambulance expenses as soon as possible." "No need," Seiko replied softly, a gentle smile gracing her lips, her violet hair shimmering in the sunlight. Disregarding the rules of kendo was a lesson in arrogance for him. He shall bear this cost himself, so do not worry. Furthermore, as the head of the kendo club and the referee, I must admit that allowing him to compete without protective gear was also a lapse on my part. "Oh," Aoki replied, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. He was not particularly afraid of Ishihara Katai seeking revenge. Rather, he dreaded the prospect of being asked for money. Had it not been for Haruhino and providing lunch today, he would have gone hungry, as he had not a single yen to his name and was unwilling to ask for money from Haruhino Masayo. Noticing Aoki rising with the intention to leave, Seiko suddenly called out to him, "Aoki-kun, is this your second day of kendo practice?" "Ah, yes," Aoki nodded, suddenly recalling something. He waved the wooden sword in his hand and said, "I would like to practice at home. May I take the wooden sword back with me? I didn't inform you yesterday when I took it." This was also the reason Aoki brought the wooden sword back to school today. He sought formal consent. "It's no trouble, just a wooden sword," Seiko replied, her arms crossed over her chest, her uniform accentuating her figure as she leaned slightly, observing Aoki with keen interest. "Your progress in kendo is remarkably swift. With such talent, I believe you will be ready to participate in various tournaments by the time you reach your second year of high school. Perhaps you will be the second student after me to serve as captain in your second year. If you are interested in kendo, you are welcome to come to the kendo club for practice every day after school. I would be glad to guide you seriously. Ah, if nothing particularly special comes up, I should be able to make it." Aoki scratched his head, his bald forehead eliciting a mix of annoyance and contemplation. He suddenly inquired, "Senpai, do you know of any high-paying part-time jobs?" Seiko paused, slightly taken aback, perhaps surprised that this delinquent youth harbored intentions of seeking part-time work. After a moment of contemplation, she replied earnestly, "I'm sorry, I'm not very knowledgeable about that. If you need a part-time job, I can ask around among my classmates." "Ah, no need. I'll find one myself." Aoki waved his hand dismissively, smiling. "I won't trouble you, senpai." "Well then, I suppose that's it for today. You should head home early as well. It's getting dark soon, and it can be quite dangerous for a girl to go home alone." Seiko chuckled lightly at his concern. "Don't worry, I always carry my wooden sword with me. I won't be in any danger. This fellow is rather amusing. It has been ages since anyone has concerned themselves with matters such as mine." Tokita Seiko gazed at the intriguing individual before her, who appeared to possess more depth than initially perceived, a smirk gracing her lips. Nevertheless, I appreciate your concern, Aoki-kun. Well, farewell. Aoki Tsukasa whimsically slung his shoulder bag over his shoulder, waving goodbye to Tokita Siko as he prepared to depart. Thank you, Aoki-kun. Suddenly, a voice from behind caused him to pause. Turning around, he was met with Keidu, who bowed deeply in gratitude. Thank you. With that, Keita hurried away without a backward glance, reminiscent of a girl who had just delivered a love letter. Aoki Tsukasa's lips curled into a smile. Understanding that Keidu's gratitude stemmed from the fact that he had avenged him by giving Ishihara a good beating, he did not dwell on it further, instead pondering where to seek part-time employment as he aimlessly wandered the vicinity between school and home. He felt akin to a blind cat searching for a dead mouse, doing his utmost while leaving the rest to fate. However, given his typically gloomy disposition, when night fell, he returned home without having found the elusive 5,000 yen per hour job. Instead, he encountered several poorly paid positions, such as those offering 3,000 yen a day, but these were all skill-based. Aoki Tsukasa was indeed willing to grit his teeth and invest a skill point in learning bartending or cooking to earn some money. Yet upon seeing his appearance and realizing he was merely a high school student, employers were dismissive, merely telling him to await further news. Sigh. What on earth does this system intend to achieve? Aoki Tsukasa felt he had been sighing more frequently than in his previous life, burdened with worries. Upon arriving home, the Haruhiyas had already prepared dinner, inquiring why he had returned so late. Aoki Tsukasa explained that he had been practicing in the Kendo club before joining them for dinner. Haruhiya Masao suddenly spoke up, his expression somewhat awkward as he looked at Aoki Tsukasa. Aoki-kun. Aoki Tsukasa raised his head. Having been thoroughly engrossed in his meal, noticing the Haruhiyas exchanging glances filled with concern. Is there something troubling you, uncle and aunt? Yes, the Haruhiyas nodded. With Haruhiya Masao sighing, my father has been recuperating back home, but recent news from there has not been encouraging. It seems he may not last much longer. I need to send your Aunt Akane back to take care of him, and I have an urgent business trip to attend. Thus, for at least the next week, we will both be away. Haruhiya Masao took a sip of tea, his face clouded with worry. Kuu's health has not been well, after inquiring about her wishes. Your aunt learned that she is reluctant to return to the countryside. Would you be able to look after Kuu for us? I'll be back within a week at the earliest. Just for a week, if you could prepare meals for her. Haruhiya Masao appeared quite embarrassed. If Aoki Tsukasa had not demonstrated commendable behavior in recent days, he would not have been resolute in asking him to care for Kuu. Yet, a sense of unease lingered in his heart, for he had heard of Aoki Tsukasa's past misdeeds. Could a delinquent truly provide proper care for Kuu? As Harakino put down her chopsticks, she remarked, if you are unable to cook, my dear, we can leave some money for you. It would be beneficial if you could purchase food for Chion daily. Beyond that, there is really nothing concerning about her. Aoki Tsukasa, upon hearing this, nodded in understanding. Although he appeared somewhat troubled. The meals for the morning and afternoon are manageable, but during lunchtime, I am typically at school. And I worry about not having enough time for the round trip. That's not a problem, the Harakino couple replied, visibly relieved by Aoki Tsukasa's agreement. Their tone lightening considerably. She can order takeout for lunch herself. We simply wish to avoid her relying entirely on takeout for all her meals. After all, food safety is indeed a concern, and the quality of delivery personnel can vary greatly. Of course, that poses no issue, Aoki Tsukasa said with a gentle smile. I can cook, so if you could leave some money for groceries, I will manage the rest. Thank you, Aoki-kun, said Harakino Masayoshi, though still somewhat apprehensive. Nevertheless, they would be living together for nearly 3 years, and despite their reservations, they felt compelled to trust this seemingly more mature young man. Should it turn out that Aoki Tsukasa is unable to adequately care for Chion, they could always call to check in and seek assistance from acquaintances. Shall we arrange for Chion to meet Aoki-kun first? Harakino proposed, a suggestion that piqued Aoki Tsukasa's interest. Chapter 17. Haruhino Sara in a dimly lit room. One's gaze is met with a chaotic array of snack bags strewn about, discarded clothing, and a computer radiating an eerie glow. The thick curtains drawn tightly allow only the faint light from the screen to illuminate the space. Before the computer sits a frail young girl. Her long, creamy silver hair is tied into 2 playful pigtails, and her large eyes, paired with a delicate nose and softly tinted lips, create an ethereal visage. Adorned in a comfortable white dress, her fair skin appears almost translucent under the kaleidoscopic light emitted from the computer, revealing the fragile veins beneath. Presenting a beauty that seems almost otherworldly. At this moment, she leans against a gigantic teddy bear, enveloped in its embrace, resembling a diminutive and enchanting sprite. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking at the door interrupts the girl's intense focus on the screen. She impatiently removes her headphones but refrains from speaking. Sora, Aoki-kun has been here for 2 days. Can you come out to meet him? It is her mother's voice. Haruhino Sora bites her lip slightly, furrowing her brow, yet remains silent. Is it that outsider whom Dad said looks fierce, but is actually quite amiable? How vexing, why must we allow strangers to reside in our home? Sora finds herself hesitating. Although the outside falls momentarily silent, she knows her mother awaits her response. Perhaps a rejection would be best. Those boys are rather bothersome. Sora parts her lips, her voice soft yet tinged with discontent. Am I allowed to refuse? Outside, the Haruhino couple exchanges glances with Aoki Tsukasa, who appears somewhat perplexed. After a moment of hesitation, Haruhino Masayoshi gestures for them to wait and knocks gently on the door before entering. The two outside stand awkwardly, while muffled voices of conversation drift through the door. After a brief discussion, Haruhino Masayoshi emerges with a wry smile. Sora has agreed, without needing him to say it. Aoki Tsukasa catches sight of the slender figure behind Masayoshi. At this moment, Sora stands slightly behind her father, only her head peeking out, revealing her frosty, unwelcoming gaze. Hello. I am Haruhino Sora. Aoki Tsukasa blinks in surprise, then responds with a radiant smile. Hello, Sora. I am Aoki Tsukasa. I look forward to your guidance in the future. Perhaps it is the reflection of his younger brother in her icy demeanor that softens Aoki Tsukasa's smile, making it particularly warm. Even his typically fierce countenance appears sunny in this moment. Perhaps the system's observations hold some truth when Aoki Tsukasa genuinely conveys his feelings. The allure of his charm seems to manifest differently. At least in Sora's eyes, this bald man, upon smiling, appears rather pleasant. Not nearly as intimidating as her initial impression upon their first encounter. And then there was silence once more. Sora fell back into her quietude, hiding behind Haruhino Masayoshi like a timid rabbit peeking from behind a tree, ready to retreat to her burrow at the slightest hint of discomfort. Starting tomorrow, I shall temporarily take over the care of you in place of your uncle and aunt for a while. Should you have any desires or wishes, do not hesitate to convey them to me. I shall assist you. I will look after you as an elder brother would. And you may regard me as your own sibling. Aoki Tsukasa bent down voluntarily, aligning his gaze with hers. Although Aoki Tsukasa felt as though he was undergoing another phase of growth, his height was still approximately 1.76 meters, while Sora stood at around 1.5 meters, resembling a girl still in junior high. If she had not skipped a grade, she indeed would still be in her 3rd year of junior high. Sora observed Haruhino Enzu's somewhat embarrassed demeanor and reluctantly responded, I understand. After speaking, she retreated behind Haruhino Masao, silently pushing him, signaling the conclusion of their conversation. Haruhino Masao sighed, displaying a look of helplessness, and voluntarily exited Sora's room, bidding her good night as he closed the door. My sincerest apologies, Aoki-kun. She did not mean it that way. Haruhino Masao defended her, but Aoki Tsukasa merely smiled gently, nodding, and said in a tone infused with an inexplicable nostalgia, It's perfectly fine. My time spent with Sora has been brief, yet I believe she truly desires more friends. Haha, splendid. As her brother, do take good care of Sora. Tomorrow morning, my wife and I shall embark on a journey back to our hometown, so I entrust breakfast to you. If you find it too burdensome to prepare breakfast, there are toast and milk in the refrigerator. Haruhino Masao cheerfully patted Aoki Tsukasa on the shoulder, to which Aoki Tsukasa nodded confidently. Having spent years nurturing his younger brother in his previous life, he was not overly skilled, but he was certainly capable of engaging in normal conversation with such individuals. Of course, he hoped his less-than-ideal charm would not disrupt matters. As for cooking, it posed no significant challenge, although he was not adept at Japanese cuisine. Aoki Tsukasa had lived independently for many years and could manage a breakfast of acceptable quality. At that moment, Sora sat back down in front of her computer, staring at the paused anime on the screen for a while without moving. After some time, she lazily reclined back, resting on her large teddy bear, lost in thought. Eventually, she uttered, Brother? It did not seem to be a mere fabrication. Gazing at the ceiling, she clutched the teddy bear tightly in the dimly lit room, murmuring indistinctly, But I should be like them too, right? Before long, she would depart. In the shadowy room, her eyes devoid of light, she nestled against the plush bear, her frail form curling up, her expression laden with melancholy. Chapter 18. The Bald Boss? A series of knocks echoed from the door. Cheong, groggy, opened her eyes and reached for her phone, noting it was still early, just 7 o'clock. With a sigh of annoyance, she set the device aside and pulled the blanket over her head, hoping to muffle the persistent knocking. Cheong, I've prepared breakfast for you and placed it on the dining table downstairs. Once you wake up, wash your face and go eat. I have to head to school. Oh, I made egg soup. I left it in the pot to keep warm. If it gets cold, just reheat it. The fried eggs might not be as appetizing cold. But I noticed some instant ham in the kitchen. You can microwave it for about 2.5 minutes. The unfamiliar voice outside roused Cheong from her cocoon. With her large eyes half open, she stared at the ceiling, her mind sluggishly processing the moment. It took her a while to remember that her parents had departed by car at 5 this morning. Who could be at the door? Oh, it's that Aoki Tsukasa. She pulled the blanket up further, concealing her face. Yet, inexplicably, despite having slept for less than 5 hours, Cheong found herself unable to drift back to sleep. The sound of the front door opening and closing brought a hush back to her room. After a moment of irritation, she tossed the blanket aside with a frustrated huff. Forcing herself to sit up, her silver hair was a tangled mess, and with bare feet, she pushed open the door and made her way downstairs, stifling a yawn. At the dining table, golden brown toast and steaming fried eggs awaited her, alongside an unopened package of instant ham. Cheong stared at the meal for a moment, surprised by the stark contrast to the dismal scene she had anticipated. The boy, who bore the appearance of a delinquent, surprisingly seemed to possess culinary skills. Pulling out a chair, Cheong's petite frame struggled slightly as she settled into her seat and took a bite of the toast. The flavor was quite pleasant. Setting down the bread, she picked up an empty bowl and walked to the kitchen, lifting the pot lid to reveal the egg soup, which released a delicate, inviting aroma. Egg soup? It actually smelled rather delightful. After tasting it, her expression remained impassive, but she nodded in approval. It seemed she wouldn't have to rely on snacks to fill her stomach for the next few days. She had completely forgotten Aoki Tsukasa's advice to wash her hands before eating, and now she sat alone at the empty table with her soup. I shall begin, she said softly, clasping her hands together and bowing her head towards the vacant table before starting her meal. Meanwhile, Aoki Tsukasa was unaware that his breakfast had received a favorable review from his sister, whom he had only met once. At that moment, he was grappling with a difficult decision. Before him, a yellow-haired youth crouched menacingly behind a trash bin, while across the street, a group of unruly delinquents shouted in search for something. Hey, you bald guy. It seemed the ruffians on the road had exchanged words. And one notably taller figure boldly approached Aoki Tsukasa. Aoki Tsukasa cast a glance at the yellow-haired youth beside him, who was gasping for breath behind a trash bin. His face flushed with exertion. With a slight twitch of his lips, he murmured, Hey, is your vitality so exuberant that you feel the need to brawl before 8 in the morning? The yellow-haired boy hastily lowered his voice, pleading, Hey, bro. Please don't expose me. Aoki Tsukasa shot him a sidelong glance, offering no reply, but instead took a couple of steps forward. By doing so, when the group of delinquents approached, the yellow-haired boy was concealed from view in the corner of the trash bin. Hey, Baldy. Did you see a yellow-haired kid pass by here? The tall youth leading the group, who sported a relatively understated hairstyle, slightly long with an ear stud, asked. He certainly had a rather generic appearance. Aoki Tsukasa regarded him with an icy stare, responding in a calm tone, I am not bald. The leader narrowed his eyes, about to erupt in anger, when one of his companions suddenly seemed to recall something, urgently tugging at his sleeve and whispering a few words in his ear. Humph. Let's go? After hearing his companion, the leader's expression shifted several times before he abruptly ceased his aggression, turning on his heel and departing in silence. Aoki Tsukasa, puzzled, watched as he retreated into the distance, disappearing around a nearby corner, before he kicked the side of the trash bin. Hey, come out. The yellow-haired boy awkwardly emerged from behind the bin, sniffing his own odor and exclaiming in frustration, Damn it, damn it. These bastards forced me to hide in a place like this. I swear I will smash their heads. Aoki Tsukasa felt a twinge of regret for having intervened. But now that the situation had unfolded, he chose not to comment further, simply turning his gaze away from the yellow-haired boy and heading towards the school. Wait. The yellow-haired boy rushed in front of Aoki Tsukasa, his exaggerated gestures reminiscent of a Charlie Chaplin silent film, even mimicking a sudden stop. I am the boss of Shirai Soft Leaf High, the strongest man in the world, Takashi Mitsuhashi. I will remember this incident, and should you ever require assistance, do not hesitate to seek me out. Aoki Tsukasa raised an eyebrow, his expression plainly revealing his skepticism. Oh, you think I don't notice that those thugs wear the same uniform as you? The school S-boss being chased by his peers into a trash bin. Do you expect me to believe that? Takashi Mitsuhashi, noticing Aoki's indifferent demeanor, gritted his teeth and exclaimed. Hey, don't underestimate me, Mitsuhashi. I simply skipped breakfast this morning and didn't wish to engage in a fight. He scoffed. Just wait for the rumors about me to echo throughout Yakushita City. Oh. Aoki Tsukasa nodded, appearing fatigued as he fished his phone from his pocket, glancing at the time. I'm going to be late. Can you step aside? Takashi stared at him in disbelief. You, as a delinquent, actually arrive at school on time every day? Aoki Tsukasa, uninterested in engaging with his incredulity, simply replied, "Learning brings me joy." Mitsuhashi stared at him as if he had seen a ghost, unable to utter a word for quite some time. Finally, with a sudden flourish, he extended a thumb upward, exclaiming, "Truly deserving of the title. The Bald Overlord of Weiyang High School. I shall take my leave now. I promise to repay this kindness in due time. Farewell, Bald Overlord." The veins on Aoki's forehead throbbed visibly, yet Mitsuhashi had already vanished in a flash. He took a deep breath, his expression falling into a pensive state. It seemed that there was something unknown gradually brewing beneath the surface. Chapter 19. The Joy and Sorrow of Matsushita as Aoki Tsukasa entered the classroom. Maeda Tora hurriedly approached him, bowing respectfully as he exclaimed, "Big brother. Did you get a haircut?" Aoki Tsukasa was taken aback by Maeda Tora's current hairstyle. His once flamboyant red hair had become a thing of the past. Now, he sported a bald head identical to Aoki Tsukasa's. While Aoki Tsukasa's shaved head had given him an intimidating appearance, Maeda Tora, now devoid of his striking red mane, appeared surprisingly more amiable, akin to a monk. Scratching his head, Aoki Tsukasa set his backpack aside and took his seat, resting his chin on one hand as he curiously inquired, "Why did you also shave your head?" "Well, didn't you say I should get rid of my red hair?" Maeda Tora replied, astonishment washing over him as he touched his bald head, a look of admiration spreading across his face. "I've pondered over your words for quite some time, and I increasingly believe they hold profound truth. To follow in your footsteps, I must hold myself to your standards and truly become a delinquent." Aoki Tsukasa chuckled awkwardly, realizing he had merely suggested Maeda Tora dye his hair back. However, he sensed that revealing the truth now would lead to complications, so he feigned satisfaction and nodded. "Indeed, how do you feel about your baldness now?" With a contented expression, Maeda Tora rubbed his head, saying, "I feel unencumbered by hair, as if my entire physique has become more agile. I truly believe I have grown stronger." "Precisely." Aoki Tsukasa stifled a laugh and redirected the conversation. "Have there been any rumors about me circulating lately? I encountered a group of people today who seemed to turn away upon seeing me." After a moment's contemplation, Maeda Tora replied, "Well, it might be due to your impressive feat of taking on 10 opponents a few days ago. It's no wonder a man as formidable as you, with such a commanding presence, is bound to attract attention." As he spoke, excitement bubbled within him. "By the way, my friends who used to hang around with me now wish to follow you. Would you be willing to take them under your wing?" Aoki Tsukasa pondered for a moment before nodding. "If they can agree to the conditions I set for you, it's quite all right. However, you must also keep a close eye on them. If they use my name to bully others or extort money, ensure they receive a stern warning from me, and they should no longer associate with me." "Understood, big brother." Maeda Tora's expression grew slightly troubled. Aoki Tsukasa's conditions were rather stringent for individuals like them, and he couldn't guarantee that his friends would accept them. Nevertheless, he recognized that Aoki Tsukasa's rules must possess a deeper meaning, and he was reluctant to alter them. Nodding in agreement, he returned to his seat. Aoki Tsukasa bit his finger as he connected his phone to the internet. The Haranoyas had generously provided him with a considerable sum of money before their departure, ostensibly to cover the couple's living expenses for the week. However, the amount far exceeded what would be deemed reasonable for mere sustenance, suggesting their intent for him to purchase things he cherished. Reluctantly, despite his continuous refusals, Aoki Tsukasa accepted the funds, recognizing his current state of destitution and the uncertain prospects of part-time employment. He intended to repay them once he secured the elusive high-paying job rumored to offer 5,000 yen per hour. He had not forgotten the kindness and support extended to him by the Haranoyas, a couple to whom he bore no familial ties. Now, with this newfound money, he could finally access data on his phone. His fingers danced across the screen as he intently browsed various part-time job listings. Positions at a fried chicken restaurant offered a mere 1,300 yen, waitstaff positions, even less at 1,100 yen, dishwashing roles. The more he scrolled, the more his head throbbed. Only highly skilled positions, like that of a bartender, commanded salaries around 3,000 yen. Still a far cry from the 5,000 he sought. The sole listing that boasted an hourly wage exceeding 5,000 yen was at a film production company, requiring a young high school girl. One could easily deduce the nature of such a role. How frustrating. As he meticulously perused the part-time job postings, Aoki Tsukasa bit his lower lip, furrowing his brow in concentration. The more he read, the angrier he became, until, in exasperation, he snapped his phone shut and tossed it into the desk drawer. He picked up the textbook on the table and began to read intently, his furrowed brow gradually easing. Indeed, studying brought him joy. Watching his experience points incrementally rise, a smile spread across Aoki Tsukasa's face. Meanwhile, on the podium, Matsushita, the instructor, observed Aoki Tsukasa's focused engagement with his textbook and felt a surge of immense pride. Who could dare question my teaching prowess? Even a student like Aoki Tsukasa is engrossed in his studies. I truly am a paragon of the teaching profession. When I return to the office, I shall make those previously mocking colleagues take notice. Recalling the last encounter when he could barely muster a breath in front of Aoki Tsukasa, only to be ridiculed by fellow teachers upon returning to the office, Matsushita felt a wave of emotion nearly bring him to tears. Filled with renewed vigor, he raised his voice and read the text with fervor, startling the students still attending the lecture. However, before Matsushita could bask in his triumph for long, he noticed Aoki Tsukasa let out a sigh, flattening his book, and retrieving his phone once more. Matsushita, the teacher, momentarily faltered in his lecture, turning his head away. His heart heavy with despair. Perhaps it is best to abandon this endeavor. Indeed, I am not suited to be an educator. A student like Aoki Tsukasa is beyond my capabilities. It is time to give up, to relinquish hope. Consequently, the students, who had been astonished by Matsushita's fervent reading of the text, were once again taken aback as his voice began to diminish in volume. Ultimately, Matsushita slammed the textbook shut, turning his back to the class, his tone laced with a hint of sobbing as he declared, for today's language lesson, you may as well engage in self-study. Kanami, I leave it to you. With that, he carefully shielded his tear-streaked face and hurried out of the classroom, shedding tears in a moment of vulnerability as he crossed the threshold. His heart was tormented, and he found himself once more regretting his career choice. Aoki Tsukasa, only now realizing, lifted his head in surprise. Why are we self-studying again? I was hoping to attend the lecture. Honestly, had I known, I would have waited to search for a part-time job later. Perhaps I could have gained some valuable experience by listening to the rest of this text. Chapter 20. Another self-study session and part-time job. The Songs on Combat Club is seeking to hire a sparring partner. The hourly wage for a junior sparring partner is 3,500 yuan. For a mid-level partner, it is 5,000 yuan, and for a senior partner, it is 10,000 yuan. Junior partners are required to be physically robust, possess a calm demeanor, and preference will be given to those with some foundational fighting skills and experience. Mid-level partners must have over a year of combat training experience, be physically strong, maintain a composed attitude, and follow instructions. Senior partners should have at least 3 years of fighting experience and be proficient in at least one of the following disciplines: Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, kickboxing, grappling, or mixed martial arts. They may be offered additional compensation based on their expertise. For more details, please contact us at XXXXX or visit the Songs on Combat Club. The club's address is XXXX omitted. Qingmu Si's eyes widened in astonishment. He suddenly perceived a glimmer of hope before him. Ignoring the fact that it was class time, he promptly raised his hand. The English teacher, a frail middle-aged man with glasses, hesitated momentarily upon noticing Qingmu Si's gesture and cautiously inquired, "Qingmu, is there something you need?" "I need to use the restroom," Qingmu Si replied, slipping his phone into his pocket with a serene expression. The English teacher almost immediately nodded in agreement. "Very well. You may go. You needn't return." He recalled his journey to class, during which he had seen Matsushita, a boy, seemingly sobbing at his desk, and felt a surge of pressure. He wondered if Qingmu Si had possibly confronted Matsushita, oblivious to how his reputation was deteriorating in the eyes of the teacher due to Matsushita's distress. Qingmu Si received permission and swiftly exited the classroom. He turned into a restroom stall and dialed the number. "Hello, Songs on Combat Club," a gentle voice greeted him on the other end of the line. "Is the position for a sparring partner still available, as I saw online?" Qingmu Si asked, his excitement causing his leg to tremble. "Yes, our club has recently been established, and we have vacancies for fitness coaches, combat trainers, and sparring partners. If you're interested, you may come to our facility for an interview." Qingmu Si's lips curled into a smile. "Can I come at any time? Our facility operates from 7 in the morning until 11 at night. You are welcome to come during those hours for an inquiry or interview. Our address is XXXX. Is there anything else you would like to ask?" "Nothing at all," Qingmu Si exclaimed, thrilled as he hung up the phone and pumped his fist in excitement within the restroom. While he lacked confidence in many areas, he felt assured about the sparring partner position. With his physical prowess, it was a piece of cake. Not to mention, he had 2 skill slots available. 5,000 yuan. Imagining himself soon achieving financial success, he envisioned purchasing a computer for his room, a mobile phone with unlimited data monthly, and indulging in the signature dishes of various eateries. As for the requirement of having a year of fighting experience, Qingmu Si resolved that he would simply claim he had it. With his fierce appearance, who would dare question his fighting abilities? Aoki sure had finally discovered the proper use of his intimidating visage. With a self-satisfied grin, he slipped his phone into his pocket and returned to the classroom. Seated at his desk, he cradled his English textbook, listening attentively to the teacher's lecture. Ah, even the English book seemed more fascinating now. Maeda Tora, observing Aoki's focused demeanor, clenched his fists and glared at the incomprehensible English text before him, muttering through gritted teeth, "The boss is truly the boss. I must study harder. I can't give up like this." Both Aoki and Maeda fixed their eager, knowledge-hungry gazes upon the teacher, unwilling to miss a single word. The English instructor, pinned under their fervent stares, trembled uncontrollably. "This is it. I'm done for. Am I going to end up like a Chino-sensei? This English class will be self-study." The teacher abruptly snapped his textbook shut and, without further explanation, fled the classroom in a cold sweat. Aoki and Maeda widened their eyes in unison. As rumors spread like wildfire, time flew by swiftly. When school ended, Aoki skipped his usual kendo club practice and dashed out the gates. Guided by his phone's navigation, he arrived in half an hour at the entrance of Matsuyama Fighting Club. The sight of the massive, three-story combat gym left Aoki inwardly awed. Pushing open the door, he was greeted by two strikingly beautiful receptionists who bowed politely. "Welcome to Matsuyama Fighting Club. We offer professional combat training, specialized courses, gym sessions, and swimming lessons. Please proceed inside." Their enthusiasm was unwavering, their smiles unshaken by his intimidating aura. Aoki could practically smell the capitalist extravagance. Just how much money does it take to cultivate such impeccable professionalism? After a brief hesitation, Aoki spoke up. "I'm here to apply as a sparring partner." The receptionist blinked in surprise, clearly not expecting this lean, bald youth to be an applicant. But they quickly recovered. "Please take the elevator on your left to the 3rd floor. That's our combat training area. The coaches there will assist you." "Right, thanks." Nodding, Aoki stepped into the elevator. When the doors opened, he was met with a scene of intense training. The spacious facility housed 2 full-sized octagonal cages and 2 boxing rings, along with an array of training equipment. Some fighters skipped ropes with dazzling flair, others brawled fiercely in the cages, while punches thudded heavily in the rings. Though not exactly crowded, the place was far from empty, hardly the atmosphere of a newly opened gym. "Young man, over here." A deep voice caught Aoki's attention. Turning, he saw a burly, tattooed bald man waving at him with a smile. The imposing figure before me, a bald man adorned with tattoos, stood at least 6 feet 3 inches tall. His arms were thicker than the thighs of an average person, embellished with a vibrant array of designs that accentuated his formidable musculature. Clad in a tight black outfit that accentuated his exaggerated physique, he instilled a sense of trepidation in all who beheld him. Am I truly stepping into the training grounds of some nefarious organization? A wave of anxiety washed over Chingmu-si, yet he maintained a facade of calm as he approached. "Good day. I am here to apply for the position of sparring partner," he announced. The muscular man raised an eyebrow in surprise, scrutinizing Chingmu-si's comparatively slender frame and his still-worn school uniform. A grin broke across his face. "Young lad, being a sparring partner is no easy feat. Do not let the allure of high wages deceive you into recklessly applying. Our junior and intermediate sparring partners lack insurance. With your build, a single bout could leave you facing medical expenses that would consume half your earnings." Chingmu-si nodded, his expression composed. "Indeed, I am aware. I am here to apply for the position of intermediate sparring partner." The robust man regarded Chingmu-si with newfound respect, sensing that this bald youth possessed a certain mettle. Unlike a mere hot-headed beginner, after a moment's contemplation, he offered him an opportunity to prove himself. "As for the intermediate sparring partner role, do you wish to train in the realm of mixed martial arts or on the boxing ring? We also recruit sparring partners for unrestricted combat, akin to what you would find in an octagonal cage, which offers slightly higher compensation." Unrestricted combat, then. Chingmu-si pondered for a moment before solidifying his decision. Chapter 21. Give it a try. He was not oblivious to the fact that, given his current skill level, attempting to engage in unrestricted fighting was akin to an old man hanging himself, clearly courting disaster. However, the issue lay in the limited skill set available to him. Whether it be boxing or mixed martial arts, most techniques were designed for one-on-one confrontations in the ring, primarily focusing on striking. In contrast, unrestricted fighting encompassed a broader spectrum, including Brazilian jiu-jitsu, joint locks, grappling, and kickboxing, reflecting a more holistic approach to combat. In his previous life, Aoki had observed numerous MMA matches and possessed a certain level of understanding about it. He believed that if he were to utilize his finite skill slots to acquire new techniques, each one must be honed to perfection. If he were to learn unarmed combat skills, he ought to master the most versatile form. This conclusion had crystallized after studying Kendo, although achieving a high level in Kendo might enable one to slice through opponents like the legendary swordsmen of old. In modern society, who would casually resort to such tactics? In the heat of an actual brawl, would one truly pause to say, "Hold on, let me fetch my wooden sword"? Thus, the skill set of unrestricted fighting appeared far more advantageous. When he wished to avoid inflicting harm, he could utilize the grappling techniques to subdue an opponent with a few well-placed throws. Should he encounter a towering, muscular adversary, joint locks and similar techniques could prove invaluable. Are you certain? The bald behemoth furrowed his brow. While he may not have known much about this fellow bald youth, he presumed that individuals like him were seldom well-versed in mixed martial arts. Could it be that he had chosen this path merely because he had heard that mixed martial arts offered lucrative rewards? The muscular man hesitated momentarily before kindly advising. You might not be aware, so I'll preemptively inform you. Mixed martial arts is extremely challenging and intricate. If you lack training, the gap in skill is genuinely significant. It's not on the same level as your usual street fights. Are you truly certain? While I cannot claim to rival the professionals, I believe I could at least contend with an intermediate sparring partner, Aoki replied with a grin. His gaze fixed on the octagonal cage where two men grappled on the ground, twisting and turning in an attempt to lock each other's necks. With firm resolve, he nodded affirmatively. Skill available for learning. Mixed martial arts. Learning. At the instant the system prompted him, Aoki consented. An influx of foundational knowledge regarding mixed martial arts flooded his mind, encompassing stances, basic punching techniques, ground maneuvers, and explanations of associated rules. After a brief pause, Aoki examined his skill panel. Skill, Mixed Martial Arts LV1. You have acquired the essential knowledge required for mixed martial arts, yet you remain far from mastery and practical application. Strength, 1. Agility, 1. Stamina, 1. Experience, 0-100. System, show me my attribute panel. Host, Aoki, Strength, 10. Adults are scored at 10. Based on overall muscle strength. Agility, 11. Adults are scored at 10, based on overall coordination and muscle explosiveness. Cognitive ability, 14. For adults, the standard is 10, based on a comprehensive evaluation of memory, logical reasoning, learning capacity, and other cerebral faculties. This score should not be equated with IQ or emotional intelligence. Physical strength, 7. For adults, the standard is 10, evaluated on muscle endurance and overall physical capability. Charisma, 17. This attribute is calculated with the average level of a normal Earth inhabitant as 10, encompassing aspects such as appearance, physique, and overall charm. The insufferable charm. The bald muscular man observed Aoki's silent demeanor and shook his head in resignation, contemplating imparting a lesson to this young man to deter him. Along, he called out. A young man sporting stylish dreadlocks paused his workout with dumbbells, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead as he approached. Brother Yin, what is the matter? Songshan, Yin gestured towards Aoki. Take him to put on the protective gear. You two will step into the octagonal cage for a minute. He wishes to apply for the position of intermediate sparring partner. Along was momentarily taken aback. Casting a scrutinizing glance at Aoki, he sensed an extraordinary aura about him, though he appeared less robust than one might expect. Hesitantly, he nodded and murmured. Are we really going to hit him? Just make him realize the difficulty of it. No need to hold back, but don't go too hard. Songshan Yin replied calmly. He then addressed Aoki. He is a fighter from our gym, preparing for the Japanese Youth Combat League. You don't need to perform exceptionally. Merely enduring for a minute will suffice to qualify as an intermediate sparring partner. Along gave Aoki a menacing grin. Don't worry. I want to go easy on you. Aoki, maintaining a stoic expression, nodded without further comment. Along shrugged at Songshan Yin, raising an eyebrow as if to indicate that he had failed to intimidate Aoki. Songshan Yin simply instructed him to take Aoki to change. Aoki did not harbor inflated confidence that he could easily defeat someone on the cusp of professionalism. In truth, he felt a twinge of anxiety, questioning whether his confidence was perhaps unwarranted. However, having acquired the necessary skills, he refused to back down, silently steeling himself and following along. Along led Aoki to the protective gear area, casually tossing him a pair of shorts and a key marked with a number. He pointed towards a nearby changing room. These shorts are mine, just borrowing them for a moment. I'll teach you how to put on the protective gear once you're done. Aoki accepted the shorts without complaint and entered the changing room, unlocking a locker with the key. Removing his shirt, he gazed at his firm 8-pack abs and his sturdy, albeit not overly muscular, chest, letting out a deep sigh. Yet, the thought of securing a job with an hourly wage of 5,000 kept him motivated. He slapped his face to regain focus and diligently donned the shorts. After placing his original clothes and shoes into the locker, he began to warm up as he exited the changing room. Along, who was stretching outside, couldn't he help but whistle as Aoki emerged. Brother, didn't he expect your physique to be quite impressive? Aoki's build had been somewhat obscured by his clothing, appearing somewhat less robust prior to this moment. At this moment, with his clothes removed, his perfectly streamlined muscles exuded a primal beauty. Though not as exaggerated as that of a bodybuilder, his physique appeared remarkably solid, seemingly devoid of any trace of fat. Particularly around the 8-pack abs, the defined oblique muscles resembled those of a shark, and had he been slightly bulkier, he would have resembled a veritable muscle-bound demon. Aoki Tsukasa managed a faint smile, yet he was intensely anxious. His exceptional intellect was striving to assimilate knowledge about mixed martial arts, including fleeting memories from his prior experience with the Takigawa Genji card. He merely hoped to endure a bit longer in the impending encounter. Aaron produced bandages and instructed Aoki Tsukasa on how to wrap his fists, donning the gloves and helmet. Once he was properly attired, Aaron led him into an octagonal cage that had just been vacated. "Hey kid, perk up," Aaron remarked with intrigue, flexing his fists while his gaze resembled that of a venomous serpent fixated on its prey. "After all, you took 5 minutes to change. When the real fight begins, don't falter after just a minute." Chapter 22. The distressed Aaron with his jaw clenched tightly, Aoki Tsukasa fixed his gaze intently on the relaxed figure of Aaron, who was nimbly bobbing back and forth in the octagonal cage while flexing his fists. "Prepare." Matsuyama IWA, acting as the referee, signaled for both competitors to touch fists in a show of respect before stepping aside. Aoki Tsukasa moved his body rigidly, ensuring he faced Aaron at all times, striving to present no openings. "Begin." What Aoki perceived as vulnerabilities were, in fact, glaring weaknesses in the eyes of Aaron. The lack of movement revealed Aoki's center of gravity, exposing him entirely. His hands raised high, chin tucked, and torso bent, it was evident he was bracing for impact. Faced with such an opponent, Aaron felt no need to prepare for a defensive posture. With a sinister grin, Aaron wasted no time on idle chatter, executing a few nimble hops that subtly lowered Aoki's center of gravity. Suddenly, he unleashed a high kick that soared like a meteor toward Aoki's head. It was astoundingly swift. Aoki fought against the instinct to close his eyes, straining to track the trajectory of the kick. Unfortunately, lacking the knowledge to gauge the opponent's force and target through positions of the knees and waist, Aoki found himself unable to retreat in time and had no choice but to absorb the blow. Fortunately, his extensive knowledge of free fighting provided him with the insight on how to mitigate the impact. He raised his left hand defensively while simultaneously shifting his body to the right in an attempt to lessen the damage of the high kick. The sound was astonishing. It was hard to believe that a high kick could produce such a resounding crack. Almost instantaneously upon impact, Aoki felt a piercing pain shoot through his left forearm. But his quick intellect afforded him sufficient reaction time, sparing his head from significant injury. The force was slightly mitigated by his movement, allowing him to absorb much of the aggression. However, this was merely the first strike from Aaron. Seeing the high kick fail to connect, Aaron swiftly adjusted his stance and delivered a fierce front kick with a powerful rotational motion. Aoki had no choice but to halt his retreating steps and stack his hands in front of him, bracing himself for the impending blow. The thud was a chilling sound that sent shivers down one's spine. Aoki gritted his teeth against the pain as he staggered back 2 steps, leveraging the force of the impact to create a bit of distance. Aaron, somewhat surprised, glanced at Aoki, recognizing the resilience of his opponent's physique. Nevertheless, he advanced without mercy, launching a barrage of attacks, a left jab, a straight punch, a right hook, an uppercut, followed by low kicks from both legs, unleashing a relentless storm of strikes upon Aoki. Though Aoki's reaction speed was far superior to that of an average person and his dynamic vision was astonishing, the flurry of attacks proved overwhelming. A peculiar punch shattered Aoki's already faltering defenses, striking him forcefully on the chin. Despite Aoki's robust physique, his lack of combat training rendered him dazed, plunging him into a haze of darkness. Observing Aoki's unsteady retreat, nearly collapsing if not for the octagonal cage behind him, Aelong felt a fleeting pang of compassion, quickly replaced by calm resolve. All that remained was to seize Aoki's head for a tiny strike, followed by a decisive punch to secure the knockout. Aelong's extensive experience allowed him to accurately assess Aoki's condition. He advanced decisively, gripping the back of Aoki's head. Suddenly, a primal roar erupted from Aoki's throat, a sound long suppressed, prompting Aelong to instinctively sense an impending shift. To his astonishment, the once wavering Aoki had latched onto Aelong's shoulders, one leg wedged behind Aelong's supporting leg. Aelong felt an overwhelming force propelling him backward, combined with Aoki's leg entanglement. He lost his balance and fell to the ground. Aoki swiftly mounted Aelong's abdomen, his arms tightly encircling Aelong's neck, rendering him akin to an octopus enveloping its prey. The impact of the fall momentarily clouded Aelong's mind, yet years of experience prompted him to instinctively struggle for freedom. To his dismay, he discovered that his opponent possessed an astonishing strength as he endeavored to push Aoki away with his arms. He realized there was not even a sliver of space to maneuver. Aelong began to thrash wildly, attempting to shift his weight and escape the frontal pressure. But Aoki's body maintained an astonishingly stable center of gravity. No matter which direction Along exerted himself, Aoki adeptly responded, reasserting his dominance. Both men gasped for breath, grappling on the ground, when Matsuyama's previously indifferent gaze suddenly ignited with intrigue. He stepped closer, crouching low to observe the entangled struggle, keenly discerning the reason behind Aoki's ability to subdue Along. This was pure instinct in combat. It was not merely a matter of technique or brute force. Matsuyama perceived Aoki as a hidden gem buried beneath the sands, excitement radiating from him as he watched Aoki, bloodied yet resolute, fiercely locking Along in place. If only this young man possessed a bit more technique, employing maneuvers such as the Hell's Gate or a reversal into a crosslock, he would undoubtedly secure a technical knockout against Along. The more Matsuyama observed, the more Aoki resembled a treasure. Not only was he physically robust, but his athleticism suggested remarkable reflexes and dynamic vision, evident in his earlier kicking and punching. Coupled with his innate combat instinct, it was clear this young man was a prodigy. He was a born fighter. Matsuyama glanced at the stopwatch in his hand. Only 10 seconds remained until the minute was up. At that moment, Along was oblivious to Matsuyama's thoughts, feeling as though he were being crushed beneath a colossal mountain, unable to find even the slightest reprieve despite his desperate struggles. After considerable effort, Along managed to push Aoki slightly away, but the infuriating bald man immediately bore down on him again. Restricted by his position, Along could only strike Aoki with limited force, feeling as if this bald brute were a rogue, clinging on relentlessly. Even if he were to employ a ground technique to TKO him now, it would suffice. The frustration was unbearable. Along felt as though he might crush his mouthguard in anger. Aoki gasped for breath, pouring every ounce of his strength into the hold. What had once been mere physical exertion transformed into an overwhelming force of restraint, his chaotic mind fixated solely on one thought: to secure him. Once time was up, victory would be his. 3, 2, 1. Matsuyama hung the stopwatch back around his neck, patted Aoki on the back, and declared loudly, "The minute is up. Release him." Dazed, Aoki heard Matsuyama's voice and relaxed his grip, collapsing onto the floor in a feeble state. His face felt sticky as Aoki reached up to touch it. A crimson haze enveloped his vision. Still in a state of confusion, a large hand suddenly lifted him from the ground. Aoki widened his eyes, recognizing it was the muscular Matsuyama, and with considerable effort, he allowed himself to be helped to sit against the octagonal cage. Shortly after, Matsuyama returned with a damp towel and water, wiping Aoki's face. The icy water revitalized Aoki, clearing his senses considerably. Did I pass? Am I now an intermediate sparring partner? Aoki attempted to smile, only to realize his swollen and painful mouth made it impossible. His face, resembling that of a bruised pig, was quite displeasing, and he gingerly touched the swollen area, wincing at the pain. Matsuyama's lips curled into a satisfied smile, his fierce demeanor softening. Not bad, kid. Quite impressive. Along. Watching the two bald men in a rather affectionate display, felt an overwhelming frustration at being rendered immobile by a novice. In a fit of anger, he slammed his fist onto the floor. Damn it. Chapter 23. The Torment of Happiness. Eren and Matsuyama Yen, though initially appearing fearsome and intimidating, surprisingly possessed commendable character. Matsuyama Yen not only tended to Aoki's wounds, applying ointment and affixing a bandage to the small cuts, but also generously bestowed upon him 10,000 yen, declaring it as today's wages, with the surplus serving as compensation for his injuries. Despite his frustration, Eren expressed that the shorts and the bandages wrapped around Aoki's fists, along with the gloves, were brand new and unused items he had on hand, which he also gifted to Aoki. Aoki, observing Eren's ostentatious dreadlocks, found him increasingly agreeable. And although he bore the marks of a brutal beating, his anger was tempered by a resolve to eventually retaliate. He made a promise to Matsuyama Yen to return to the club the following day, and as he walked home, his battered face swayed with each step, accompanied by the warmth of the 10,000 yen nestled in his pocket. Oh, his grandmother's legs. The pain was utterly excruciating. Aoki mused to himself, reflecting on the absurdity of his situation. Who, without any fighting experience, would dare to step into the octagon for a minute? Though he had fortuitously passed the test, Aoki realized that if he did not improve, each subsequent visit would likely result in an even more brutal beating. Curse be this damn system. Aoki instinctively shouted in his mind. System, come forth and take a beating. Quest, extraordinary part-time job completed. Quest rewards, agility 1, stamina 1, charm 1. Quest completion, perfect. Additional reward item, Weeble Wobble sticker. Weeble Wobble sticker. At first glance, this sticker appears to be no different from the ones little girls affix to their pencil cases. Yet when placed upon oneself, it grants the indomitable resilience of a Weeble Wobble. Effect, upon use, impact resistance triples, and one cannot be knocked down. Any injuries sustained will heal within 12 hours after the effect wears off. Caution: if killed, one will die. You understand this principle, do you not? Duration: 3 minutes. Gazing at the nearly half-full gauge of his mixed martial arts experience, Aoki sighed. Mastering skills is imperative. And he must also refine his swordsmanship skills to ensure they hold some value. If he neglects mixed martial arts, earning a living will be futile. And he must find a way to acquire medical skills to tend to Sara's ailments. Once merely aspiring to be a slacker, how had his life become even more arduous than before? Aoki, realizing the increasing number of responsibilities before him, felt the carefree high school years he had envisioned slipping further away, leaving him in a state of worry. Fortunately, Japanese high schools commence classes at 8 in the morning and conclude by 3:40 in the afternoon. Despite returning home after a bout at the fighting club, it was only 6 o'clock, comparable to his usual sword practice time, thus not interfering with his preparations for dinner for Sora. But he still needed to buy groceries. Aoki Tsukasa smacked his forehead, wincing at the pain that nearly made him leap. With a deep sigh, he entered a supermarket, pondering for a long while before finally retrieving his phone to dial the contact labeled Cheongmei. After what felt like an eternity, the call was finally connected. However, the only sounds emanating from the other end were indistinct noises reminiscent of a computer. Aoki paused for a moment before stating, "It's me, Aoki Tsukasa." The line remained silent, neither hanging up nor responding. "Can Cheong handle spicy food? I could prepare authentic Sichuan-style mapo tofu for you at home. If not, I can always whip up something else. Anything." A chillingly clear response echoed through the phone before it was abruptly terminated, leaving only the monotonous beeping of a disconnected line. Aoki pursed his lips, choosing not to dwell on it. In his eyes, Cheong was merely a pitiable child suffering from severe mental afflictions. Reflecting on it, he recalled his younger brother from his past life, who often mirrored this behavior. When in good spirits, he would engage in conversation, yet during darker moments, he would remain utterly silent, becoming irritable at the slightest provocation. Could it be that Cheong, too, shared a similar fate of bipolar disorder? The aunt had insisted that it was merely panic disorder and depression. Aoki felt his already aching head throb even more. Upon returning home, laden with bags, he called out into the empty house, "I'm back," but was met with silence. He removed his shoes at the entrance, neatly placing the groceries in the refrigerator, and noticed the remnants of breakfast. Only Cheong's portion had been consumed, the rest untouched. With a sigh, he began tidying up. After washing the dishes and reheating the egg soup while steaming rice, Aoki rolled up his sleeves and rallied himself, proclaiming, to win over a withdrawn child, one must start with her stomach. In his previous life, Aoki had been quite the foodie, and constrained by financial pressures, he had honed his culinary skills. Although limited to Chinese cuisine, he could confidently assert that he was merely lacking a robust stove compared to the chefs in restaurants. After painstakingly gathering various Chinese seasonings, Aoki awkwardly wielded a Western-style knife to chop the ingredients, as his home lacked a traditional Chinese cleaver. After an arduous hour, he finally completed the dishes, and it was already past 7. Gazing at the vibrant, spicy mapo tofu and the sweet, fragrant fish-flavored shredded pork on the table, Aoki felt his mouth water. If it weren't for considering Cheong's palate, he would have preferred to indulge in dishes like twice-cooked pork or stir-fried beef, relishing in the joy of meat. Having been subjected to the home-cooked meals prepared by Haruno, he found the flavors rather lackluster after repeated exposure. The initial novelty had worn off, and he now felt somewhat overwhelmed. "Cheong." Aoki ascended to the second floor and knocked on the door. As expected, there was no reply. Only the sounds of animated characters laughing from the computer inside. He knocked again. "Cheong, dinner is ready. Will you come down to eat?" No. The sound inside was not loud, yet sufficient for Aomushi to hear. Taking a deep breath, he massaged his temples before descending the stairs. Retrieving a fresh plate, he divided the prepared dishes in half, then located what appeared to be a tray specifically designated for Sora. After arranging the rice and egg drop soup with chopsticks, he carried the tray to her doorway. "I've placed the meal outside your room. Would you bring it inside to eat?" Silence lingered from within, though Aomushi knew she had heard. Shaking his head without further comment, he returned downstairs to the vacant dining table. Unlocking his phone, he impulsively purchased an unlimited monthly data package, pricey, yet within his means. The earnings from enduring beatings were meant to indulge in life's pleasures. After all, having lived frugally through most of his previous existence, he now relished the thrill of unrestrained spending. Casually opening a video platform, he cheerfully selected a highly recommended film review program. Between bites, he immersed himself in delight. So many remarkable films, how long would it take to watch them all? Lost in this blissful dilemma, even the lingering ache on his face faded from awareness. Chapter 24. Regret in the dimly lit room. Cheong turned off the sound of the anime, playing on her computer. She listened intently to the noises outside, discerning that only faint sounds of television could be heard from downstairs. Cautiously, she opened the door, and on the floor lay an assortment of intriguing dishes. Mapo tofu. Cheong gazed at one vividly red piece of tofu, instinctively salivating as she swallowed hard. Like a thief in the night. She peered outside to ensure no one was watching before swiftly pulling the tray back into her room and closing the door once more. This is mapo tofu. And what about this? She examined another dish, equally adorned in red, yet the aroma that wafted to her nose was sweet and tangy. Stir-fried shredded pork, perhaps? After pondering for quite some time, she was unable to recall its name. With a pair of chopsticks in hand, she hesitated before lifting a strand of the meat. Cheong pressed her thin lips together and opened her mouth. Delicious. The sweet and sour flavor that burst in her mouth took her by surprise, her large eyes widening in astonishment, while her delicate hands trembled from the novel sensation. She gathered her silvery hair behind her head and took another bite of the mapo tofu. The fiery, spicy sensation almost made her emit a whimper. Her fair legs pressed together, entwining like two white serpents. Although it was indeed spicy, Cheong subdued the heat with rice, only to find herself irresistibly drawn to the addictive flavor. Rarely did she indulge in such culinary delights with such fervor. When she finally came to her senses, she was astounded to discover that she had devoured nearly double her usual portion, leaving even the egg soup completely empty. Burp, instinctively covering her mouth. Cheong's cheeks flushed a rosy hue as she lay back in the embrace of the large bear, glancing at her disheveled bedroom and gently biting her lower lip. I feel so full. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks echoed from outside the door. Cheong instinctively closed her mouth, retreating further into the bear's embrace. Cheong, once you finish eating, please tidy up the bowls and chopsticks. I need to wash them, came a voice from outside. As Cheong contemplated how to respond, several seconds passed without a clear thought forming in her mind. Hearing footsteps descending the stairs, she closed her mouth again, suppressing her thoughts. How difficult. She lowered her head, fixating on her delicate feet, pressing her instep gently. If I ignore him, will he still prepare delicious meals for me? For some inexplicable reason. That thought crossed her mind. Perhaps not. Those from before were the same. They treated her well at first, only to drift away soon after. With a sense of despondency, she let her silver hair fall beside her face, sighing softly. Aoki Tsukasa. Downstairs. Aoki Tsukasa waited for 10 minutes before deciding to check upstairs. The sight of the empty bowls and plates, thoroughly cleaned, brought a smile to his face. Contentedly humming to himself, he took the dishes downstairs to wash them, only then recalling that it was customary in Japan to take a bath daily. He had never been accustomed to sharing a bathtub with others. Whenever Haruno Masao invited him for a bath, he would merely rinse himself under the shower, never soaking in the tub. But today, perhaps it was acceptable, since it was just him and Sara. With this thought, Aoki sure went to the bathroom to fill the tub with hot water. After a moment's hesitation, he knocked on Sora's door. Sora, I've prepared the bath. Would you like to use it? Silence lingered behind the door. Aoki raised an eyebrow and knocked again. I can wait in my room. Just call me when you're done. No need. The voice from inside was muffled. Aoki frowned slightly. Huh, I'll go in a bit. Sora added after a pause. Aoki pondered for a moment before his expression softened into a smile. Ah, all right. Oh, by the way, I bought snacks and drinks. They're in the fridge. Oh. Sora's muted reply reached his ears. Yes. Aoki clenched his fist in excitement. That no need from Sora. Did it mean he didn't have to avoid her? Was she finally willing to see him? Of course. Even Sora couldn't resist the power of good food. As long as she was willing to meet him, he could gradually win her over with sincerity. Wait. Aoki, who had been contemplating how to appear more approachable, suddenly realized his current appearance was far from friendly. He quickly checked himself in his phone's camera, only to see a bruised, swollen, and menacing bald head staring back, with injuries distorting his lips and brows. Even attempting a kind smile made him look like a snarling brute, perhaps due to his cursed charm stat increasing again. He felt he could easily land an Oscar for Best Supporting Actor as a deranged killer or a mafia boss, just by standing still with a grim expression. A leading role? Forget it. This face was destined for villains. If even he found himself terrifying, how much more so for Sora? Maybe. I should stay out of sight. I'll head back to my room, then. Aoki covered his face in despair. Silence from behind the door. Soon. The sound of light footsteps emerged from Sora's room, descending the stairs toward the bathroom. Inside his room, Aoki slumped in dejection. Meanwhile, Sora stepped into the bathroom. Gazing at her reflection, her freshly tied twin tails, the neatly worn white dress, the delicate girl in the mirror furrowed her brows slightly, her expression tinged with disappointment. She sighed faintly. Idiot. It was unclear whether she was referring to herself or Aoki. Slipping out of her dress, she revealed her flawless, porcelain-like skin. After a quick rinse under the shower, she carefully lowered herself into the steaming bath, submerging her mouth and nose beneath the water's surface. Chiong gently exhaled a series of bubbles. In her half-closed eyes, there lay a complex tapestry of emotions, calmness interwoven with a hint of sorrow. She yearned for someone to care for her, yet fear of loss held her back, preventing her from drawing near, from investing her feelings, and even from harboring hope. Encased in a thick, frigid exterior, upon delving deeper, one would find merely a pitiful creature, trembling in its own icy embrace. Chiong herself was unaware of the extent to which she longed for a warm embrace within her heart. Beneath the layers of protective shells, the myriad emotions she stifled and suppressed burned like a fierce flame, continuously compressed and sealed within that cold exterior. Who can fathom how fervently and wildly that flame would soar when the icy barrier is finally melted away? Chapter 25. Worry upon returning to his room. Aoki did not indulge in watching various movies or anime on his phone. Instead, he furrowed his brow in deep concentration, researching an array of information regarding heart diseases online. After a considerable duration, he sighed and addressed the system. What level of medical skill is required to cure congenital heart disease, like that of Chiong? The minimum is level 7, with the maximum being level 10. The requirements may fluctuate based on the severity of the condition. Additionally, it varies depending on whether the host primarily practices traditional Chinese medicine or Western medicine. Aoki's brow tightened further as he anxiously tapped his fingers on the table. My level 2 skill requires 200 experience points. What about level 3? 300 points. And level 4? 600 points. Could you please provide me with a complete list? Aoki rubbed his temples, his face etched with worry. Level 5, 1,200 experience points. Level 6, 2,400 experience points. Level 7, 5,000 experience points. Level 8, 10,000 experience points. Level 9, 15,000 experience points. Level 10, 50,000 experience points. Level 11, 100,000 experience points. Aoki gasped in disbelief. To elevate his skills to level 10, starting from level 1, he would require a staggering total of 84,800 experience points. He understood that with each level attained, acquiring experience would become significantly more arduous. Based on his estimations, upon reaching level 3, it would take nearly 10 days to half a month of daily practice to upgrade a skill. Beyond that, it could extend to a month or even half a year for a single upgrade. By the time he reached level 7 or 8, he surmised that, without pursuing a professional path, it could take him several years to advance by just one level. How am I to upgrade these skills in the later stages? Aoki lamented, cradling his head in despair. Host, please do not worry. The upgrading of skills is not limited to the avenues you currently comprehend. As your level increases, you will discover other methods to enhance your skills. Furthermore, curing heart disease does not necessarily require exceptionally high medical proficiency. The system's inventory includes various items such as healing cards, curing dolls, one-time surgical cards, and voodoo dolls for pain transfer. However, these items typically necessitate a considerable level of task difficulty and completion to be acquired. Upon hearing this, Aoki's anxious heart eased slightly, and he forced a wry smile. I see that other systems have a marketplace. It would be splendid if you could provide me with one as well. I could simply purchase an item to heal Chiong. To be honest, the days of worrying about my brother and my past life were quite distressing, and I truly wish not to relive such a life. Although my bond with Chiong is not yet profoundly deep, I cannot shake the feeling of responsibility for her suffering due to her heart condition. It weighs heavily on me. Perhaps it is an emotional transference, for reasons unknown. My feelings toward the Harahiyas are limited to gratitude and respect, yet my sentiments for Chiong inexplicably run deeper. Aoki Tsukasa has been in this world for nearly a week. Although he believes he has performed admirably in another realm and fulfilled all his responsibilities, the absence of regret does not erase the pangs of longing and concern that are difficult to relinquish. Has his younger brother's surgery been successful? Is his post-operative recovery progressing well? Despite the successful compatibility, with the doctors asserting that such a matching heart is exceedingly rare, can the outcome of the surgery truly be deemed satisfactory? Their parents are advancing in age, and his brother, having just undergone surgery, will require an extended period of recuperation. Once he regains his health, will he be able to return to his studies, and later, in his professional life, provide the same diligent care for their parents as Aoki Tsukasa does? These recurrent thoughts often render it challenging for Aoki Tsukasa to completely sever ties with the past. The emotions that find no proper outlet, upon arriving in this unfamiliar world, instinctively transfer to Chiong, who shares a similar plight as his brother. Aoki Tsukasa genuinely desires to aid Chiong in her recovery, even if he himself cannot fully comprehend the source of these feelings and thoughts. Nonetheless, he does not resist them. He does not wish to witness that enchanting girl, akin to a sprite, forever frozen in this fleeting, flower-like age. In truth, the host need not worry excessively. Most congenital heart diseases do not manifest easily, and even if they do, timely intervention minimizes danger. There is even a possibility of complete recovery, so there is no need for overwhelming pressure. The system's rare words of reassurance prompted Aoki Tsukasa to nod silently. His understanding of this ailment is profound, and he naturally grasps these principles, yet his past experiences compel him to anticipate the worst. As he pondered, he realized that after reaching level 4, the experience points had suddenly doubled. Achieving level 4 should bring about a qualitative transformation or unlock new functionalities regarding the system. Aoki Tsukasa narrowed his eyes slightly. The system had just provided him with a hint, and he felt the answer was likely near. Glancing at his skill panel, he noted that his swordsmanship had significantly improved due to 2 practical experiences, with only a small distance remaining until the next upgrade. Meanwhile, his learning skills steadily rose as he attended classes at school, likely to reach an upgrade within a day or 2. Therefore, he resolved to prioritize enhancing his swordsmanship proficiency to level 4. To advance his learning skills, he would need to read extensively related to his courses. But such books are not easily found, and even if he managed to locate them, he lacked the funds to purchase them. He planned to refine his mixed martial arts skills during his evening job. Once he reached level 4, he would assess how the skills upgraded and then promptly shift his focus from swordsmanship to medicine. Given the randomness of item rewards and his historically poor luck, he decided to rely on hard work instead. With his modest goals set, Aoki Tsukasa picked up a wooden sword, took a deep breath, and commenced his earnest practice. Chapter 26. A Brewing Storm. Brother Maeda, you have gone too far. The concealed area behind the school gymnasium had always been a favored haunt for wayward youths. At this moment, Maeda Tora squatted on the ground, a cigarette dangling from his lips, casting a menacing glare at the boy with a pompadour who had uttered those words. The pompadour boy's remarks seemed to resonate with the surrounding delinquents, as a dozen unruly youths began to murmur among themselves. We can tolerate hairstyle regulations, but now we must study? If we could manage that, we wouldn't be delinquents. He furiously discarded the cigarette, but onto the ground. Suddenly, Maeda Tora sprang to his feet, seizing the pompadour boy by the collar and exclaiming, "Yes, you may choose not to study, but what then? Look at your cowardly faces. Last time, how many of us were there, and we couldn't even take on one of the older brothers?" His expression darkened. "With your demeanor, how dare you even call yourselves delinquents? What are you capable of achieving?" The crowd fell silent, their gazes averted, heads bowed in a mixture of shame and defiance. Yet, the pompadour boy scoffed dismissively. So what? The Mitsuhashi brothers from the neighboring school can take on 10 by themselves. Not to mention, there are countless ruthless individuals at Suzerain Academy. He continued. Even the senior Ishihara doesn't impose such harsh conditions. Who does Aoki think he is? With a forceful shove, he pushed Maeda Tora's hand away, locking eyes with him defiantly. Maeda Tora remained silent for a moment, then calmly replied, "If you wish to continue associating with me, you must accept these conditions. I have already aligned myself with Brother Aoki. You are free to join me or not. However, should you ever oppose Brother Aoki, do not expect mercy from me." Can he even meet those conditions himself? Aoki is nothing but a bald fool. The pompadour boy disdainfully spat on the ground. Upon hearing the word bald, Maeda Tora's fury ignited, and he delivered a swift punch to the pompadour boy's face. The boy was caught off guard, letting out a muffled groan before collapsing to the ground. "Yasuda, if you have a problem, say it to me, but keep Aoki out of it." Maeda Tora's eyes glinted with a ferocity that could consume. "What do you know about Brother Aoki? He and I are in the same class. Do you think I am unaware of the terms he set for me? Brother Aoki speaks the truth. Individuals like you are merely failures masquerading as delinquents. If you cannot even meet these minimal requirements, you are unworthy of the title of man, let alone of following Brother Aoki." Maeda Tora glared at the pompadour boy, who lay on the ground covering his face in silence, his disappointment palpable. He shook his head in frustration, let out a cold huff, and turned to leave. "If you wish to continue following me and Brother Aoki, then adhere to my conditions. If you can comply, wait for me at the classroom entrance after school, and I will introduce you to the brother. If not, then go and associate with whomever you please." After Maeda Tora finished speaking, he left the spot with his hands in his pockets, not even glancing back, leaving behind a group of delinquent youths exchanging perplexed and complex expressions. "What should we do?" one of the boys asked, his voice tinged with confusion. Ugh, the boy named Yasuda, sporting a pompadour hairstyle, struggled to rise. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, his face contorted with resentment. Damn that Maeda Tora and that bald Aoki. Noticing the others remained silent, seemingly contemplating Maeda Tora's words with serious consideration, Yasuda sneered, "Just wait and see how long that bald Aoki can remain arrogant." A few days ago, he knocked out senior Ishihara Kaida from the second year in the Kendo Club, leaving him hospitalized. Do you think Senior Ishihara from the third year will let him off? They are brothers, you know? Brothers. Yasuda grinned malevolently. I initially wanted to warn Maeda Tora to be cautious, but now it seems he is courting disaster with Aoki. Huh. You all know how many people the Ishihara brothers have sent to the hospital, right? I advise you to keep your distance from that bald guy. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless. You want to hang out with Senior Ishihara? One of the delinquent boys exclaimed in disbelief. Yasuda's eyes gleamed with disdain. If Maeda Tora is willing to be Aoki's lapdog, why can't I be Senior Ishihara's? At least my master is stronger than his. Seemingly frustrated by his own words, Yasuda slammed his fist against the wall of the gymnasium, cursing, damn it. He then stormed off in anger. The remaining delinquents exchanged glances, each unsure of what to say. After a moment of silence, a rather ordinary-looking, short boy with a mohawk softly suggested, let us leave it at that for today. Everyone should go home and think it over. The delinquent youths departed with perplexed expressions, while the mohawk boy squinted slightly, his fingers fidgeting as he hesitated for a long time before finally deciding, I need to give Tora a heads up. At that moment, Aoki was languidly sitting at the edge of the playground, gazing at his classmates playing dodgeball, his chin resting on his hand as he daydreamed. He wished for a more engaging physical education class, but during the dodgeball game, no one dared to throw the ball in his direction. It was utterly pointless. Recalling how expressionless he stood on the court while his classmates cautiously played the game as if it were a game of hot potato, Aoki couldn't help but sigh deeply, covering his face with his hands. It would be better to study. With that thought, Aoki pulled out his phone and began searching for various study materials out of sheer boredom. Although the experience points from these materials were minimal, they were still preferable to doing nothing. Just returning from behind the gym, Maeda Tora discreetly observed Aoki Tsukasa, who was intently focused on his phone screen filled with intricate mathematical formulas and analyses. Tora couldn't help but gasp in astonishment, quietly clenched his fists, and mused to himself, it is only such a diligent and self-disciplined man that I, Maeda Tora, aspire to follow. I must not fall behind. I must strive to escape the last place in the upcoming mock exam. With determination, Tora retrieved his own phone and began to diligently study the mathematics material for first-year middle school. Alas, his mathematical abilities had stagnated at the level of a primary school graduate. Meanwhile, although the gym teacher was tall and imposing, he found himself at a loss for words to admonish Aoki Tsukasa, who bore the remnants of bruises on his face, his expression fierce and intimidating. The teacher merely turned his head away, pretending not to notice. In the office, a male teacher remarked on the notorious new transfer student, the bald-headed troublemaker, who was indeed not to be trifled with. The gym teacher stroked his chin, gazing at the clouds in the sky, recalling the fearful and complaining demeanor of Matsushita, Aoki's homeroom teacher. He couldn't help but shake his head lightly. I once mocked Matsushita for his timidity. It seems I was mistaken. With this thought in mind, he furtively glanced back at Aoki Tsukasa, who was now frowning in concentration over the complex mathematical equations on his phone, his expression growing even more formidable. The gym teacher quickly turned his head back, suppressing his quickened heartbeat, startled by the intensity. Indeed, I was wrong. This boy must come from a family of formidable yakuza. It must be so. Otherwise, how could someone so young exude such an intimidating presence? After class, he resolved to share his analysis with the other teachers. Otherwise, if they unwittingly provoked this bald-headed youth, it could end in disaster. Unbeknownst to Aoki Tsukasa, who was blissfully unaware of the intricate yakuza background the gym teacher had concocted for him, his frown began to ease as he grasped the significance of the mathematical formulas on his screen. With a contented smile, he noted the 5-point increase in his experience points. Chapter 27. Rapid progress in swordsmanship with Tokido after what felt like an eternity of classes. Aoki Tsukasa found himself bemused by the apparent distance that each teacher seemed to maintain from him. As he languidly made his way toward the kendo dojo, he contemplated his recent arrangements. Having spoken with the combat club, he had settled on a work schedule from 7 to 10 in the evening. Thus, he planned to practice swordsmanship every day from 3:40 until 5, return home to prepare dinner for Sora, and then head off to his job. Upon returning home, he intended to squeeze in another practice session before retiring for the night. Reflecting on this routine, he realized it meant waking before 7 each morning and not sleeping until midnight. Aoki sighed, feeling increasingly distant from the leisurely high school life he had once envisioned. Upon entering the dojo, Aoki keenly sensed a shift in the gazes directed at him. Beyond the usual trepidation, there appeared to be an element of schadenfreude among some of his peers. Aoki-kun, Keiki greeted warmly, waving his hand in a friendly manner. Aoki retrieved a bamboo sword from the designated area, nodding back with a smile. Come on, let us practice again. Without a second thought, Keiki nodded in agreement and softly inquired, why didn't you come to the kendo club yesterday, Aoki-kun? Shrugging while donning his protective gear, Aoki replied, "I was busy with my part-time job." Taken aback by this unexpected response, Keiki hesitated, glancing at the scars on Aoki's face before cautiously asking, then, "What about the injuries on your face?" "Oh, I was sparring at the combat gym," Aoki explained, grimacing slightly as the mask pressed against his wounds. Keiki seemed to exhale in relief, pondering for a moment before leaning closer to Aoki and whispering, "You should be careful. Owen Ishihara-kun might seek revenge." His older brother, Ryota Ishihara, is a formidable presence in the school. Aoki merely smirked, furrowing his brow slightly, but not allowing the matter to weigh heavily on his mind. In his view, Ishihara Kaida was a proud and vain individual. Should he be defeated in a direct kendo match, it was highly likely he would retaliate in kind. However, if Kaida resorted to bringing his brother into the fray, how could he ever hold his head high in front of Tokido Siko? It was evident to Aoki that Tokido was an independent, strong-willed young woman who would never be attracted to someone who relied on their parents to resolve conflicts. Aoki could easily discern that Ishihara Kaida harbored feelings for Tokido Siko, and with this thought in mind, he felt little concern. To Aoki, being a second-year high school student no longer meant being a mere child. He possessed enough sense to navigate these situations. The two quickly donned their protective gear and began sparring in a corner of the dojo. Although Aoki had yet to reach the third level in kendo, he felt a significant improvement in his skills, becoming increasingly adept. Coupled with the enhancements gained from studying mixed martial arts, Keiki remained on the defensive, unable to mount a counterattack. This time, Aoki Tsukasa deliberately slowed down the pace of his assault, taking the initiative to control the rhythm of the battle. Engaging in a back-and-forth exchange of advantages with Keiki. After 3 minutes, panting heavily, Keiki sat down on the ground, offering a wry smile as he looked at Aoki Tsukasa and remarked, "Fighting with you feels truly different. Kendo is inherently a sport where victory or defeat is determined in an instant, yet with you, it seems that one must constantly engage in both offense and defense, with the tempo never allowing for a slowdown." Beneath his mask, Aoki Tsukasa smiled lightly and replied, "Perhaps I have participated in too few matches to understand the concept of rhythm. I only know to attack relentlessly." He candidly admitted, "To be honest, sometimes I am unclear whether I have scored points or lost them." Gazing at the nearly full experience points, Aoki Tsukasa eagerly suggested, "Let us practice for another 3 minutes. Allow me to spar with you." The voice of Siko Tokita drifted from behind, prompting Aoki Tsukasa to turn and observe her. At that moment, aside from her mask, Siko had donned her protective gear, and beads of sweat adorned her flawless visage, indicating that she had just concluded a match. After a moment of contemplation, Aoki Tsukasa nodded affirmatively. "Then I shall rely on your guidance, senpai. There is no need for a referee in this bout, is there?" Siko Tokita responded with a gentle smile, brushing aside her damp purple hair that clung to her cheek. Aoki Tsukasa found himself momentarily entranced. The sunlight cascading down illuminated Siko's nearly perfect face, rendering her almost luminescent in beauty. In that fleeting instant, Aoki Tsukasa felt a stir of emotion within him. Shaking his head to dispel the fleeting illusion, he recognized it as merely a momentary awe. With a smile, he nodded. "Very well, I shall heed your words." Siko Tokita, lips pressed together in a smile, lightly donned her helmet and faced Aoki Tsukasa, raising her bamboo sword. "Let Aoki-san take the initiative in this exchange. There is no need to adhere strictly to the rules and techniques of kendo. Treat me as a true adversary and wield your sword as if it were a real weapon." Upon hearing this, Aoki Tsukasa paused momentarily, then responded earnestly, "Then please be careful, senpai." With that, he executed a swift thrust with his bamboo sword. In a kendo match, such a strike would typically be regarded as an easy point to score against, yet Aoki Tsukasa's strength and explosiveness breathed new life into this thrust. In a real combat scenario, this move would pose considerable danger. A flicker of interest flashed in Siko Tokita's previously serene eyes as she evaded the thrust with a graceful, leaf-like motion, her bamboo sword poised at Aoki Tsukasa's throat before he could react to her change in stance. How fast? Aoki Tsukasa's eyes widened in astonishment. Siko's speed seemed to surpass the full force of his thrust. Once more, came Siko Tokita's cool voice, prompting Aoki Tsukasa to grit his teeth and swing his bamboo sword in a fierce horizontal slash. Siko seemed to possess an uncanny foresight. Retreating slightly as Aoki Tsukasa unleashed his strike, in that very moment, her bamboo sword transformed into a crescent moon, crashing down towards Aoki's mask. Aoki, with his extraordinary dynamic vision, discerned the trajectory of what would be an unavoidable blow from most. He executed a somewhat awkward sidestep, angling his body away just in time, as the blade grazed his mask and descended closely along his form. This evasion was nothing short of perilous. A mere fraction of a second slower would have assuredly led to his defeat. Huh. Aoki shouted, his wooden sword slicing upward at an angle. Siko-in could not help but smile, yet there was no hint of panic in her demeanor. With the grace of a leisurely stroll, she deftly slid her bamboo sword downward. Aoki felt as though his weapon was deflected upon contact with hers, the resistance surprisingly minimal. Yet his strike veered far from its intended mark. Subsequently, Siko effortlessly pressed her sword against Aoki's heart. Aoki, with a wry smile, shook his head and remarked, "Siko-senpai is indeed formidable. Kenjutsu LV3, your mastery of the sword has entered its initial stages, transcending mere competition to a level capable of contending with opponents in genuine swordsmanship. Strength 1, Agility 1, Charisma 1, Experience 13,300. Astonished by the sudden surge in his experience points post-upgrade, Aoki felt a wealth of knowledge regarding swordsmanship flood his mind. No, it was not merely knowledge. He sensed a newfound familiarity with his bamboo sword, an inexplicable sense of proficiency that compelled him to grip the weapon tighter. Was this experience? Previously, Aoki had relied solely on his reflexes during their matches, but now, wielding the sword felt as though he had acquired a wealth of combat experience. Shall we continue? Siko-in retracted her wooden sword, tilting her head slightly at the suddenly dazed Aoki, her expression behind the mask tinged with curiosity. It seems this fellow has undergone a notable transformation in his grip. Once more, fueled not only by his recent upgrade in swordsmanship but also by the abundant experience gained from dueling Siko, Aoki raised his wooden sword with renewed vigor. Chapter 28. Refusal. Although Aoki's swordsmanship skills have indeed improved significantly, it was regrettable that during his match with Siko Tokiwa, he was thoroughly overwhelmed and suffered a severe beating. Aoki endured the pain for 3 minutes, ultimately succumbing to a powerful strike from Tokiwa, which shattered his mask and concluded the one-sided battle. With a sigh, Aoki managed a wry smile, remarking, "Senpai is truly remarkable. I thought that even if I couldn't win, we might exchange blows, but instead, I was completely dominated and failed to land a single hit." Tokiwa removed her mask, tossing her long purple hair and fixing her deep gaze upon Aoki. Remaining silent for a moment, Aoki, feeling a bit puzzled, touched his face, finding only the lingering pain from his injuries. He raised an eyebrow in confusion and asked, "Senpai, is there something unusual about me?" Only then did Tokiwa reveal a faint smile, softly responding, "No, I am merely a bit surprised." Aoki scratched his head, recognizing that she had grasped the change in his strength brought about by his skill upgrade. Not wishing to dwell on it too much, he feigned ignorance and chuckled. "Senpai's strength is indeed formidable. Just from this brief encounter, I can sense a significant improvement in my swordsmanship." "Ah, Aoki-kun, do not be overly modest," Tokiwa replied, taking a breath to steady herself. Her gaze filled with admiration as she appraised Aoki. She continued, "My father often told me that while my talent is considerable, there remains a certain distance from true genius. I never quite believed this until I met Aoki-kun. Suddenly, I comprehend the essence of those words." Her address shifted from Aoki-kun to Aoki-kun, indicating a newfound respect. Aoki could sense that this stunning woman regarded him differently. Yet for reasons unknown, perhaps due to his long-standing single status, he instinctively maintained a distance from such exceptional individuals. He merely waved his hand politely and said, "If you continue to flatter me like this, I truly might become arrogant." Tokiwa merely smiled, though internally she felt a thrill. For her, challenges had become scarce at this school. Even during national-level swordsmanship competitions, she encountered no contenders who truly excited her. Yet, Aoki inspired a radically different notion, perhaps, who, given a bit more time, 1 year, or even just half a year, this prodigy could evolve into someone of her caliber. Reflecting on their previous match, Tokiwa mused, "I recall that reaching Aoki-kun's level occurred 6 months into my own training. Yet, Aoki has only been at it for 3 or 4 days. Moreover, compared to Aoki, she had superior conditions and time to delve into swordsmanship. To be fair, Aoki's proficiency was already sufficient to compete in Japan's high school tournaments and potentially achieve commendable results." Siko Tokido found herself experiencing a tumultuous blend of emotions. On one hand, she felt an inexplicable thrill at the realization that such a formidable entity had grown beneath her very eyes. On the other hand, an unprecedented sense of crisis and a faint twinge of jealousy enveloped her. She was acutely aware that Aoki Tsukasa's prowess in the art of swordsmanship was not as formidable as he claimed, yet his physical attributes were exceptionally superior. His keen eyesight, reflexes, strength, agility, and stamina eclipsed those of his peers significantly. Considering Aoki's current age, the prospect of what he might achieve in his prime was undeniably daunting. Ultimately, swordsmanship is a martial art that hinges on the physical, making bodily prowess of paramount importance. As a woman, Siko acknowledged a tinge of envy towards Aoki's natural gifts. If she possessed such a robust physique, she believed she could become a renowned swordswoman throughout Japan before reaching the age of 20. Seiko's fingers tightened into a fist, her nails digging into her palm as she dispelled her unrealistic notions. A somewhat audacious idea began to take shape in her mind, and upon further contemplation, it grew increasingly feasible. I must admit, my own physical capabilities barely allow me to keep pace with my senior. In terms of swordsmanship alone, I fear I may not be much of a match for you, Aoki, he remarked, only to notice that Seiko's gaze was directed at him with an odd familiarity. Wait a moment, didn't Matsuyama have that same look when I finished my training yesterday? Before Aoki could ponder further, Seiko approached him with utmost seriousness, articulating her invitation with gravity. Aoki-kun, I sincerely invite you to join the Tokido family's dojo to study swordsmanship. I will impart the Tokido style of swordplay to you without reservation. Would you be willing to accept? Aoki was taken aback, unable to respond. When Keiki exclaimed in astonishment beside him, Aoki glanced at him, puzzled. Keiki, cautiously stealing a glance at Seiko and seeing no sign of disapproval, hurriedly explained. Seiko-senpai is the esteemed daughter of the Tokido family, renowned in the realm of swordsmanship, and the Tokido style is among the most prestigious in all of Japan. It is worth noting that her father is currently teaching swordsmanship to foreigners at a dojo abroad. For the average individual, not only is it exceedingly difficult to learn the Tokido style, but even to gain entry into the Tokido family's dojo is a formidable challenge, particularly in Japan. Aside from the Tokido dojo in Tokyo, this is the only opportunity available to join. If I recall correctly, Seiko-senpai's dojo has yet to accept any students until now. Keiki's excitement mounted as he spoke, but upon casting a glance at Seiko, he swallowed the remainder of his thoughts. Seiko listened with a calm demeanor, her eyes still fervently fixed on Aoki. So, what do you say, Aoki-kun? I assure you, my words are sincere. With your strength and talent, the ordinary practice of swordsmanship would only cultivate you into a competitor capable of participating in matches, whereas the Tokido school of swordsmanship could assist you in achieving the path of a grand swordsman. A grand swordsman? Aoki Tsukasa felt a headache creeping in, his skepticism rising. Yet the earnest demeanor of Tokido Seiko before him seemed genuine. Upon reflection, he realized that his interest in swordsmanship was rather minimal. He merely sought to enhance his combat skills to avoid being battered by overly zealous delinquents. The notion of becoming a grand swordsman, a title that exuded prestige, appeared daunting. However, the Tokido school's techniques promised a swifter upgrade in swordsmanship skills, a conclusion drawn from the nearly 30 experience points he garnered from sparring with Tokido Seiko. In contrast, a mere 3-minute bout with Kiki only yielded 5 points. Even a brief exchange with Seiko granted him at least a point of experience. Aside from her formidable prowess, the distinct technical style that diverged from Aoki's foundational swordsmanship certainly contributed to this disparity. If it merely entailed learning a few techniques from the senior, I wouldn't find it objectionable, Aoki mused with a wry smile. Yet, the reality of my numerous responsibilities leaves little time for sword practice, and my interest in becoming a grand swordsman is rather lukewarm. Tokido Seiko pondered for a moment. If Aoki's aspirations did not align with this path, there was little she could say, though she frowned in disappointment, lamenting, my offer remains open. You may take your time to contemplate. It would be a shame to squander your talent. Aoki nodded, smiling. Rest assured, should I decide to pursue a path in swordsmanship, I will certainly seek your guidance, senpai. But for today, I must conclude my practice as I have other matters to attend to. With her arms crossed, Tokido Seiko scrutinized Aoki, her eyes narrowing slightly as her fingers tapped against her arm. After a moment, as if resolving something within herself, she declared, let us leave it at that for today. If you find yourself free during lunch break tomorrow, feel free to join me in the swordsmanship club for practice. Thank you for your kindness, senpai. Aoki expressed genuine gratitude, appreciating her heartfelt recognition of his potential. Then I shall not disturb you further, Aoki-kun. Tokido Seiko offered a gentle smile, the previous air of aloofness dissipating, replaced by warmth. Until tomorrow, senpai. Aoki replied with a slight smile, before turning to retrieve his bag. What shall I prepare for dinner for Sora tonight? Aoki soon found himself engulfed in another dilemma, departing with a somewhat carefree stride while carrying his shoulder bag. Watching Aoki's retreating figure, Tokido Seiko felt an unexpected warmth flush her cheeks, which quickly subsided. Silently, she withdrew a bamboo sword from the rack, gazing at the empty space that once belonged to Aoki. After a prolonged moment, she sighed and delivered a powerful slash, leaving no one to fathom the emotions she sought to release. Thereafter, Seiko Toxic Island stood in a daze, gazing out the dojo window at the faintly dusky sky. A trace of melancholy flickered in her pale blue eyes as she sheathed her sword and, unusually, departed from the dojo earlier than usual. Chapter 29. The frustrations of Iran. Aoki knocked on Cheong's door, and as expected, there was no response from within. Yet, he had grown accustomed to this silence. "Cheong, dinner is ready. I've left it at your doorstep," he announced. After a brief silence, a barely audible came from inside. Aoki set down the tray of food and suddenly remembered something. "By the way, Cheong, your room could use a bit of tidying up. If there's too much clutter, it's not good for your health. If you prefer, I can help you with it." His concern stemmed from the memory of their first encounter, where he had glimpsed the disarray of snack bags scattered throughout her room. Inside, Cheong's voice became clearer. "No. Do you mean I shouldn't clean? Or you won't clean it yourself?" Aoki chuckled wryly, scratching his head as he glanced at the time on his phone. The hour to meet Matsuyama was fast approaching, so he decided not to dwell on it. "After you finish eating, if possible, just place the dishes on the table downstairs. I'll be heading out for a bit after dinner, returning around 10. Uncle and Annie gave me your phone number. You should have mine too. Call me if you need anything. Oh, and afterward, please prepare a bath for yourself in the tub." In her room, Cheong stared at the defeated character on her computer screen, letting out a sigh, yet she caught the delightful aroma of food wafting in. As Aoki descended the stairs, Cheong opened the door again and brought the dinner inside. She looked around at the garbage bags strewn across the floor, feeling a twinge of melancholy, and muttered to herself, "So bothersome." However, upon tasting the first morsel of cashew shrimp, her eyes narrowed in delight. Delicious. This guy really knows how to cook. After indulging until her belly was pleasantly round, Cheong lazily reclined on her large teddy bear when she heard Aoki's footsteps as he left the house. Curiosity piqued. She slightly furrowed her brow and pulled back the curtain, catching sight of Aoki, hands in pockets, dressed in loose athletic wear, striding away. It wasn't until he disappeared from view that she turned her attention back to the garbage bags in her bedroom, feeling a sense of dread. Biting her finger and contemplating for a while, Cheong exited the game, her expression languid as she began to tidy her room. Meanwhile, Aoki was sprinting towards the Matsuyama Fighting Club. The receptionist greeted him with her usual professional smile, and after a polite exchange, he headed straight up to the 3rd floor. As the elevator doors opened, a wave of heat washed over him. "Fight. Go, Aaron. Well done. Awesome. Death Spider, lock him down. Death Grip." Aoki was taken aback by the overwhelming crowd that had doubled since yesterday. Had he stumbled into some underground performance? Finally managing to weave through the throng, he caught sight of the unfolding action, his expression one of incredulity. Just yesterday, the same Long who had beaten himself black and blue was now being ground into the mat by a lanky man inside the octagon. Matsuyama Iwa, with his bald head and intimidating tattoos, frowned as he officiated the match. The phrase ground into the mat was no exaggeration, it was literal. The tall, wiry fighter had Long's arm locked in a textbook armbar, his long limbs coiled around Long's body as he wrenched the submission hold deeper. Long, drenched in sweat, desperately clawed at his own trapped arm with his free hand, but resistance was futile. The crowd's cheers crescendoed as the lanky man suddenly yanked, fully extending Long's arm before mercilessly torquing it downward. The sickening pressure intensified until Long's elbow seemed on the verge of hyperextension. Only then did he slap the mat in submission. The victor, Death Spider, sprang up in triumph, scaling the cage to roar in exultation. Meanwhile, Matsuyama Iwa knelt expressionlessly, checking Long for injuries before exhaling in relief. Rising, he motioned both fighters to his side, gripping Death Spider's wrist and announcing, "Death Spider wins by TKO." Long spat out his mouthguard in frustration, ignoring Matsuyama's glare as he shoved open the cage door and stormed toward the locker room. Tonight's event concludes. Congratulations to Death Spider for claiming the 200,000 yen prize. The crowd erupted in celebration. Death Spider smirked at Matsuyama but said nothing, retrieving his tracksuit from his bag before collecting the cash-filled envelope. With a dismissive wave to the spectators, he sauntered off. Aoki, sure, unnoticed in the crowd, observed Death Spider's arrogance before shifting his gaze to Matsuyama, now heading to the locker room. After a moment's thought, he followed. Stepping inside, Aoki immediately caught the sound of Long and Matsuyama's heated argument. Chapter 30. The fighter's contract. What do you intend to do, you insolent brat? I warned you to be cautious of the ground, yet you choose to bring him down there yourself? Matsuyama's voice resonated with discontent. Do you truly believe my ground game is as inept as you claim? Aaron replied, a mix of anger and resentment coloring his tone. I was on the verge of executing a rear-naked choke just moments ago. Had you delayed concluding the first round, he would have faced a TKO. Nonsense. He was well aware that the first round was about to end. He conserved his energy rather than expend it on you. When will you mature? At this rate, how can you possibly participate in the Supernova Championship? Standing is your forte, yet you insist on grappling on the ground as if you were deranged? Matsuyama's fist slammed against the locker in the changing room, the resounding crash eliciting a flicker of astonishment in Aoki's watchful eyes. The iron locker bore the imprint of Matsuyama's fury. Aaron fell silent for a moment before retorting with biting sarcasm, "Indeed, I am lacking. Why don't you enlist that bald-headed fellow to fight in my stead then? Would that satisfy you?" Matsuyama's expression was one of disbelief as he stepped closer. Fixing a piercing gaze upon Aaron, his towering presence reminiscent of a fearsome bear. "What are you insinuating?" Aaron's bravado faltered slightly, yet he defiantly replied, "Isn't it obvious? You've long doubted my potential and yearned to replace me with someone else. You were quite taken with that bald man, weren't you? After he left, you spoke of him for a full half-hour. Do you think I am oblivious to your thoughts? Just because you are my uncle does not mean I must heed your every command. Why is it that my ground skills are deemed so utterly inadequate in your eyes? And what if that is true?" Matsuyama's eyes widened in fury. "You cannot even escape the binds of a novice on the ground. Yet you voluntarily engage in grappling with a spider. Do you truly believe yourself formidable? Damn it." Aaron shoved Matsuyama aside, his teeth clenched, rage bubbling beneath the surface. "I told you, he merely got lucky. If we were to face off again, he wouldn't be able to hold me even 100 times. You." Matsuyama's expression was a mixture of astonishment and profound disappointment. "When did you become this way?" Aaron's fists were tightly clenched, his eyes a fiery crimson. "What gives you the right to look down on me?" When he spotted Aoki Tsukasa lingering at the doorway, his murderous glare bore into the young man for several seconds before making a throat-slitting gesture without uttering a word. Shouldering past Aoki with deliberate force, he stormed out with purposeful strides. Aoki shot an irritated glance at the retreating figure but held his tongue. Stepping into the locker room where Matsuyama sat slumped on a bench, his massive frame radiating uncharacteristic defeat as he cradled his head in his hands. Unsure how to navigate what was clearly a private family matter, Aoki felt acutely out of place. Wordlessly, he retrieved an ice-cold water bottle from his bag and offered it to Matsuyama. The man accepted it in heavy silence, twisting the cap open yet not drinking. After a long exhale, he finally lifted his gaze. "You witnessed quite the spectacle." Aoki gave a wry shake of his head. "Bad timing on my part?" "Huh." Matsuyama expelled a sharp breath, visibly steadying himself. "Not your fault. That brat has the issue. Won a few matches and forgot his own name." His phone buzzed abruptly in his sweatpants. Snatching it, Matsuyama's eyes widened in shock before contorting into fury as he dialed, only to be met with dead air. Damn it. The expensive smartphone shattered against the wall with a violence that made Aoki flinch. Trapped between staying and leaving, he regretted lingering earlier like some gawking spectator. Pacing like an enraged grizzly, Matsuyama suddenly halted, drilling Aoki with a glare that trembled with suppressed rage. "Kid, you ever thought about fighting? Huh?" Aoki pointed dumbly at himself. "Me? You saw it all. No need for explanations." Matsuyama's scarred face remained stern, the residual anger lending him a fearsome edge. "That bastard S done here. I've got a ticket for the MMA Rising Stars tournament in 2 months. Interested? I just came for a part-time job," Aoki began weakly. "Sign as my fighter. Free training under me, 5,000 yen hourly wage." Matsuyama's gaze pinned him. "Show up, train seriously, and I'll pay you 5,000 yen every hour. The champion's purse is 2 million. Win it, and it's all yours. Just commit to 4 daily training hours. Cash paid daily, no scams." Being scrutinized by a tattooed, muscle-bound titan with that intensity was far from comfortable. After a prolonged silence, Aoki sighed, choosing his words carefully. "Personally, I'd be a fool to refuse. But with all due respect, indeed, I am merely a novice. I believe it would be wise for Mr. Songshan to refrain from acting impulsively at this moment, allowing emotions to cloud his judgment. Although I am uncertain about the nature of the supernova competition, it undoubtedly represents a significant event at the professional level. I am just an ordinary high school student. Does Mr. Songshan truly believe I can attain such a professional standard within 2 months?" Aoki Tsukasa spoke with sincerity. Yet after a brief contemplation, Songshan Yin decisively nodded. "The determination of my capabilities will be assessed in due time, yet I assure you my proposal is earnest. Regardless, your original role as a sparring partner was intended to support that rascal Arong. With Arong no longer participating, should you wish to continue as a sparring partner, it may prove challenging. For the time being, there are no opportunities available, and given your current skills, even a basic sparring role is merely attainable with effort. Sparring with ordinary clients would yield no more than a beginner's wage. Only with notable improvement in your skills will I be able to offer a corresponding salary. Furthermore, even if you secure a position, there must be a demand for your sparring services in order for you to earn an income. Please note, although the task is complete, the host remains prohibited from engaging in part-time entrepreneurial activities with an hourly wage below 5,000 yuan, among other profit-making endeavors. The system promptly added this remark. Aoki Tsukasa understood the implication. If he declined, he would be relegated to a beginner's role with a wage of 3,500, which did not meet the system standards. Well then, if you are willing to offer me a contract at 5,000 per hour, how could I possibly refuse? After all, it is merely training. Even if I were to train for just a month, should Song Zhan Yin determine I am not suited for this, or if I have regrets, the daily wage he mentioned would already provide me with a substantial sum. When calculated, 4 hours of training daily would amount to 20,000, totaling an impressive 600,000 over 30 days. Converted to RMB, that translates to approximately 35 to 40,000. Considering that the section chief Harahinoya Masao works a minimum of 10 hours a day for a monthly salary of 400,000. I am in. With my mind filled with visions of wealth, Aoki Tsukasa vigorously nodded. If I were to forego such a splendid opportunity, I would indeed be foolish. Especially as I am also eager to hone my skills. Song Zhan Yin nodded in agreement, muttering, "Then prepare your training equipment. We shall commence training today. I will print the contract shortly, and if you are under 18, you may take it home for your guardians to review." Aoki Tsukasa suddenly scratched his head. My guardians are not home at the moment. Well, I can take it home and wait for them to sign it. Song Zhan Yin, feeling somewhat fatigued, waved his hand. Let us proceed in this manner. Don your gear and begin training. I will arrange for someone to instruct you in the fundamental movements. I have some matters to attend to, and I will officially guide you starting tomorrow. Understood. Aoki Tsukasa observed his expression and refrained from further conversation, nodding in agreement. With the skill system at his disposal, achieving success in 2 months is certainly within reach. Contemplating the substantial sum before him, Aoki Tsukasa felt an invigorating surge of motivation. Chapter 31. Physical Assessment. Aoki Tsukasa donned his boxing gloves, striking the sandbag before him with a resounding rhythm. You must maintain a rhythm. Do you understand? Rhythm. The temporary coach chattered on, imparting wisdom to Aoki. Remember, the essence of boxing lies in rhythm. Each punch, the order in which you strike, whether to the head or the liver, each connection must possess its own unique cadence. If your opponent becomes ensnared in your rhythm, they will surely be at your mercy. Aoki nodded in acknowledgement. The coach gestured for the protagonist to look his way, raising the pads in earnest. Now, strike the pads. When I say 1, hit my right hand. 2, hit my left. When I say PSS, duck and evade. Understood? 1, 2, pass. 1, 2, 1, 1, 2, 1, 1, 2, pass. 1, 2. Aoki struck with utmost seriousness. How's the training going? Matsuyama Iwa's voice resonated from behind. The temporary coach paused, grinning. Not bad. His physical condition is quite impressive. Aoki, panting and wiping his brow, smiled back at Matsuyama. Come, let me train with you. Matsuyama signaled for the coach to take a break, taking the pads and leading Aoki into the octagonal cage. One individual engaging in foundational training occupied an entire octagonal space, drawing curious glances from those around, an uncommon privilege indeed. What did he teach you? Matsuyama inquired casually. Noticing Matsuyama's somewhat somber expression, Aoki speculated that his discussion with Arlong had not gone well. However, he felt it was not his place to intervene and replied calmly. He taught me how to strike the sandbag and the basics. Matsuyama nodded silently, observing. I see you possess considerable strength. Your arms and legs are quite long, and your reflexes are remarkably sharp. You are well suited for groundwork. However, your height is slightly lacking when compared to those taller competitors. You must understand that reach is vital in boxing. My training for you will focus primarily on groundwork, supplemented by foundational boxing. What do you think? Sounds good, Aoki replied, acknowledging his limited knowledge of MMA, which was confined to a few televised matches and highlights from his previous life. He would heed the advice of the professionals. Matsuyama raised the pads, his tattooed arms appearing larger than Aoki's legs. Today, I will assess your foundational movements before testing your physical capabilities. Starting tomorrow, I will provide you with a meal plan that you must strictly adhere to. If your body lacks proper nutrition, excessive training could be detrimental to your health. Additionally, I will train you in standing techniques. While the previous coach specializes in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, you may learn from him first. Okay, Aoki replied succinctly, watching as Matsuyama gestured for him to strike the pads. Just strike freely, according to your own style. After Aoki delivered 4 or 5 punches, Matsuyama, with an impassive expression, signaled him to cease. Next, we will practice left and right roundhouse kicks. After a few kicks, Matsuyama sighed in disappointment. Your technical movements are merely superficial. The specifics of your power execution have not been refined. You possess considerable strength, yet what you deliver amounts to only 80% of your potential. To make significant progress in 2 months, 4 hours of daily technical training may not suffice. Aoki, glancing at his skill level just shy of reaching level 2, smiled with confidence. I learned things quite quickly. I shall await your progress with bated breath, Matsuyama replied, feeling somewhat disheartened today, thus lacking the enthusiasm to continue sparring. He set aside the protective pads and stated, let us proceed to assess your physical fitness. Obediently following Matsuyama, Aoki found himself before a machine designed to test strength. Matsuyama gestured for Aoki to unleash his full power with a few punches. The apparatus resembled a standard standing punching bag, albeit differing slightly from those typically seen in arcades. The method of striking was similar. Aoki loosened his muscles and inhaled deeply. With a whoosh, the sound of his powerful punch echoed, quickly followed by a heavy thud from the point of impact. 180 kilograms, Matsuyama noted, encouraging Aoki to continue with his right fist. 163 kilograms, 170 kilograms, 175 kilograms, 172 kilograms. After 4 strikes, Matsuyama signaled for Aoki to switch to his left hand, yielding an average of 160 kilograms. 4-leg strength, the right leg registered 370 kilograms, while the left leg showed 350 kilograms. Matsuyama meticulously recorded these figures before leading Aoki to measure other physical attributes. Regarding striking power, I refrained from casually applying widely circulated data, such as Tyson's purported 800 kilograms per punch, as that could potentially create a gaping hole. Instead, I based my calculations on the measurements of an average adult. Aoki's height measured at 177 centimeters, with a wingspan of 183 centimeters, weight at 59 kilograms, and a body fat percentage of 5%. Matsuyama observed the numbers on the machine, nodding thoughtfully before stating, your strength significantly surpasses that of untrained peers, yet there remains a considerable gap to professional boxers. Your physique is too slender, weight gain is necessary. Currently, you are only eligible for lightweight competitions. The maximum requirement for the lightweight category in the Rising Star tournament is 64 kilograms. You must increase your weight to this amount within the next 2 months to enhance your competitiveness. By then, your metrics should also improve. Your body fat is exceptionally low, which is both advantageous and disadvantageous. It indicates that you must engage more in impact training to strengthen your muscles. Sighing, Matsuyama felt a slight headache coming on. There was an overwhelming number of areas in which this young man needed to improve. Yet, he was relieved that Aoki's physical fitness aligned with his expectations. Aoki, surprised by the intricacies of this endeavor, felt a sense of confidence. His physical prowess, though only slightly superior to that of an adult, had already proven sufficient to immobilize Aaron on the ground. As a semi-professional competitor, Aaron was expected to possess considerable strength. As one's skills gradually improve and the level of expertise rises, such a scientific training regimen could undoubtedly enhance physical fitness by a notch or two within 2 months, even without the aid of a system. Thus, it appears that the standard required for competition is indeed attainable. However, the concept of professional level as described by Matsuyama Yen remains elusive. Aoki Tsukasa pondered this for a moment. With a system in place, he need not rely solely on a diet of vegetables to maintain his physical strength. He could forego those daunting nutritional meals. As for gaining weight, he harbored little concern, believing he was currently undergoing a second growth spurt. In this latest measurement, he had reached a height of 177 centimeters, and he surmised that an additional 3 or 4 centimeters would render him fully qualified. All right, here is the contract, Matsuyama Yen said, handing over a document. Aoki Tsukasa glanced over it briefly. It contained no discrepancies from his discussions with the 2 individuals, so he accepted it. Today, you will practice foundational techniques with Coach Oda. Tomorrow, I will finalize the plan. Please arrive before 7 in the evening. Having said this, Matsuyama Yen bid farewell to Aoki Tsukasa, encouraging him to proceed with his training. Understood, Aoki Tsukasa nodded, turning to seek out Coach Oda, and thus commenced the monotonous routine of basic punching drills. It was not until 10 o'clock at night that he staggered home, his body exhausted from the day's exertions. Chapter 32. An awkward first encounter. Aoki Tsukasa could never have anticipated that his first proper meeting with Sora would unfold in such an embarrassing manner. The Harahaya residence, resembling most 2-story homes, presented a familiar sight upon entering. A modest entrance hall followed by a staircase leading to the upper floor. Thus, as Aoki Tsukasa, weary from his exertions and laden with treats for Sora, pushed open the door, he was met with an unexpected sight. Fresh from a bath, Sora stood at the foot of the staircase, wrapped in a towel. Their eyes met, and for a moment, time seemed to freeze as they both stood there, stunned. Sora's silver hair glistened with droplets, and her fair complexion bore a hint of pink from her recent soak. With her arms crossed defensively in front of her, the towel clung closely to her figure, accentuating her youthful shape, while her delicate, startled expression conveyed her shock at the encounter. Her wide eyes and slightly parted lips reflected her overwhelming surprise, clearly indicating that she had not anticipated such an occurrence. Aoki Tsukasa awkwardly scratched his head. But before he could gather his thoughts, Sora, resembling a startled fawn encountering a predator, bounded up the stairs in a flurry. "Be careful," she nearly stumbled, catching herself just in time, yet she emitted no sound of pain, instead hastily scrambling away in a somewhat comical manner. She vanished at the top of the stairs, flinging open her bedroom door with a loud bang before slamming it shut. In her haste, a corner of her towel was caught in the door. And Aoki Tsukasa could only imagine that behind that closed door, Sora had likely lost her towel completely. With a soft thud, the door creaked open slightly, and the towel was swiftly yanked back by its owner, only for the door to slam shut once more. Aoki Tsukasa could even discern the unmistakable click of the lock engaging. What's happening? Aoki Tsukasa stood there, utterly bewildered, grappling with the absurdity of the situation. Meanwhile, in her room upstairs, Sora was in an even more distressing state. Her face, already flushed from the bath, was now a vivid crimson. She lay tangled in her blanket beside her beloved teddy bear, completely concealed from view. The occasional bulge of the covers betrayed her inner turmoil. She was anything but calm. After what felt like an eternity of suffocating embarrassment, Sora finally poked her head out from under the blanket, her expression a mix of shame and frustration. She kicked the bedding in irritation, letting out a muffled whine. Ugh, ah. Her rare vocal outburst illustrated the depth of her vexation. Idiot! Sora chastised herself. Her cool hands pressed against her flushed cheeks, regret etched across her youthful features. Why didn't Tia change my clothes in the bathroom? A whirlwind of anger, anxiety, and embarrassment churned within her. In a fit of frustration, she seized her cherished teddy bear and struck it with her small, delicate fists, finding some solace in the act. Did he see anything at all? The thought of Aoki Tsukasa's dumbfounded expression as he opened the door invaded her mind. Baldy, how infuriating. She gazed silently at the ceiling, her heart a tumult of emotions, even entertaining the most pessimistic thoughts. Surely, he must have seen something. Otherwise, how could he appear so dazed? Yet she dismissed this notion. Impossible, I was thoroughly covered. How infuriating. Even so, she donned a comfortable nightgown and, for the rare occasion, opened the window. The brisk wind swept across her face, momentarily cooling her flushed cheeks, which had surpassed her normal temperature. What should she do next? Supporting her chin with her hand, she pondered anxiously about how to interact with Aoki Tsukasa in the future. Suddenly, she recalled the injuries on Aoki Tsukasa's face upon his return. Reflecting carefully, she remembered that his previously blank expression bore numerous marks, bruises on the side of his face and small cuts at the brow. Was he truly a delinquent? As this thought crossed her mind, she couldn't help but shake her head. If he were a delinquent, why would he care for me so? Perhaps he was merely feigning kindness to lower my guard, her mind racing with troubling thoughts, recalling the myriad of unsettling things she had encountered online. She shook her head again, attempting to discard these chaotic ideas, yet an unsettling feeling lingered in her heart. Wait, didn't T-Dad mention that he and I are in the same class? I believe I still have the class representative's line number stored on my phone. With this thought, she quickly retrieved her phone and found the contact listed as the class representative, Takahashi Kokomi, sending a message. Do you know Aoki Tsukasa? After much hesitation, she clenched her teeth and sent the inquiry. I must ascertain who Aoki Tsukasa truly is. With this resolve, her fingers anxiously tapped the screen. She had convinced herself that if Aoki Tsukasa were a delinquent, it would align with her suspicions in his image, enabling her to justifiably persuade her parents to expel him from their home. Yet, she could not shake the lingering thought that Takahashi Kokomi had told her it was all a figment of her imagination, that Aoki Tsukasa was actually a good person. She found herself uncertain about whether she truly wished for that insufferable bald head to reside in her home. Despite having vehemently opposed her parents' decision to bring an outsider into their abode, leading to a quarrel with Harunian Masao over the matter. Ding dong. The sudden illumination of her phone screen startled her, nearly causing her to toss it out the window. In a flurry, she grasped her phone tightly and shut the window before bouncing onto her soft bed. Her fingers hesitated over the unlock button several times before she steeled herself to open the screen, revealing a new message in the chat interface with Takahashi Kokomi. Chapter 33. Aoki Tsukasa is a truly good person. Aoki Tsukasa is a recent transfer student, but how did Harakino come to know him? On the other end of the line, Takahashi Kokomi squinted slightly, lying on her pink princess bed with her phone in hand, a hint of displeasure on her face. Her pink pajamas were both splendid and adorable, and her fair skin was exposed, while her long blue hair lazily cascaded over her relatively ample chest, resembling a beauty in slumber. Yet, her expression was complicated. Typically, to maintain her flawless complexion, She refrained from using her phone past 10 o'clock at night. Even if she received messages, she would ignore them until the following morning. However, for reasons unknown, upon seeing the name Aoki Tsukasa, she could not resist typing a reply. He was brought home by my father, she began, and after a moment of contemplation, she completed her thought. He is said to be my uncle's child. Apparently, my uncle has passed away, and my mother has been missing since his childhood, so he was brought to live with us. As Kokomi read this line, her heart skipped a beat. Aoki's father had died? He was living in Harakino's home? His mother had long since departed, and there was no way to contact her? In an instant, a myriad of scenarios flooded her imagination, painting a tragic picture of Aoki's youth. She envisioned Aoki Tsukasa hiding in his room every night, quietly weeping before his father's photograph, the seemingly cold exterior concealing a deeply vulnerable soul, shedding tears in silence while observing the happiness of others. Such chaotic and incongruous images of Aoki filled Kokomi's mind like a rapid cell division. Could this be why he had not shouted at me? Kokomi believed she had found her answer. Who could focus on anything else when a loved one has just passed away? Surely, Aoki's wounds ran deep, and he had long since lost interest in life. How pitiful. Kokomi's fingers danced across the phone's keyboard. Ah, so that is the case. I never imagined that Aoki Tsukasa had such a tragic background. She pondered whether Harakino had inquired about him for a specific reason. Harakino gazed at the chat box, lost in thought, struggling to formulate a question. It was impossible to ask directly. I think he is not a good person. Can you verify this for me? After all, Aoki had not done anything to her, and she secretly felt that he was quite a decent individual. Suddenly, inspiration struck Harakino, and her fingers flew over the keys. I am merely curious about what kind of person he is since he will be living at my house. I noticed he had some injuries on his face earlier, and he mentioned he would be going out every night, returning at 10. I am quite curious about what he does outside. Did Aoki get hurt because of a fight? Harakino examined her message with a slight pout, feeling a twinge of distress. This message could be interpreted as her expressing concern for him. With a sigh, she found herself fixated on the screen. Meanwhile, on the other end of the line, Terahashi Kokomi fell into deep contemplation. What kind of person was Aoki Tsukasa? For the first time, Kira Kokomi earnestly contemplated this question. Before Aoi's inquiry, her perception of Aoki Tsukasa mirrored that of the majority, an image of a bald delinquent. However, upon uncovering the tragically poignant details of Aoki's past, though he himself did not perceive it in such a manner, Kira's perspective underwent a profound transformation. She cast aside her preconceived notions and, upon reflecting seriously, realized that Aoki Tsukasa appeared rather well-behaved. He had never been tardy for class, and there was no instance of him dozing off during lectures. After class, he diligently participated in Kendo club activities. The only altercation he had was instigated by Maeda Tora, who sought to bully him. Yet, after Aoki effortlessly subdued the aggressors without sustaining any harm, Maeda even began to regard him as an older brother. Aoki was notably attentive during lessons. Indeed, he seemed to engage with the material more earnestly than she did herself. Kira was startled by her own conclusions, both astonished at her inadvertent fixation on Aoki Tsukasa and bemused by the realization that, from an objective standpoint, he seemed to be a genuinely good person. Furthermore, he remained composed in the presence of a seemingly perfect beauty like herself, refraining from uttering a single sound of awe. As she pondered this, typing her thoughts, it suddenly dawned on her the nature of the message she had sent to Aoi. Aoki is exceedingly diligent in his studies, regardless of the subject. He participates in the Kendo Club, which is reputed for its rigorous selection criteria, emphasizing both skill and character. He has been involved in a single fight at school, but that was provoked by someone bullying him, and he single-handedly defeated all his assailants. Even his adversaries now hold him in high regard, with one even calling him Big Brother. Moreover, he exhibits remarkable self-discipline, seldom conversing with girls, and it seems he engages little with boys as well. Often found reading alone or occasionally glancing at his phone. During physical education classes, he frequently sits alone in a corner, seemingly ostracized due to his intimidating appearance. As she finished typing and sent the message, Kira sat upright in her bed, surprised by the content that seemed so incongruous with the Aoki she had initially perceived. If one were to merely read this message in conjunction with her first impression of Aoki, even Kira would deem it nonsensical. Yet upon reflection, it appeared that she had conveyed an accurate portrayal of him. Aoki Tsukasa, it seemed, was indeed this kind of person. Kira's imagination began to run rampant, conjuring images of Aoki, a figure who had done nothing wrong yet found himself isolated by others out of fear, though in truth, Aoki relished the solitude. Some even spoke ill of him due to his silence, which he attributed to his unfortunate charm. He was undeniably a diligent and earnest individual, dedicated to both his studies and sports, yet he was grievously misunderstood. Ah, Aoki, how pitiable. even though Aoki savored the peace of being undisturbed. Yet, what could he be doing, returning home so late at night? The sympathy within Kagaya Shinomiya began to overflow, and her curiosity about Aoki Tsukasa swelled like a balloon. Meanwhile, Toru, at home, glanced at the series of messages sent by Kagaya, feeling a softening in her heart. She even felt a twinge of guilt for her previous negative perceptions of Aoki. It turned out that, like herself, Aoki had no friends at school, often found alone, and was even bullied. Yet, what was he doing at night? He appeared quite fatigued upon returning. If it wasn't a fight, then what could he have been doing? Before Toru could ponder further, a sudden message arrived on her phone. As for what Aoki does at night, let me investigate that for you. Kagaya's message caused Toru to purse her lips as she curled up under her blanket, cautiously typing a reply. Thank you. Toru. I bought some new snacks and drinks. Should I bring them up for you? Aoki's voice unexpectedly drifted in from outside. After a moment of hesitation, Toru sat up in bed and carefully replied, Okay, all right, please wait a moment. Aoki responded, heading downstairs to fetch the snacks, his expression somewhat awkward. He truly wished to improve his relationship with Toru, fearing that today's incident might push her further away. Seeing that Toru did not seem to distance herself, Aoki hurried to gather snacks, eager to elevate his standing from dislike to neutrality. Meanwhile, Toru's thoughts diverged significantly from Aoki's expectations. Perhaps influenced by Kagaya's description of Aoki being ostracized and bullied due to his fierce appearance, Toru's impression of him had dramatically shifted from mild dislike to a burgeoning fondness. Coupled with the prior concern she had shown, she found herself contemplating how to actively enhance their relationship. Toru picked up a hairband and, gazing into the mirror, fashioned her hair into lovely twin ponytails, puzzling herself with the sudden urge to style her hair when she had intended to rest. At that moment, Aoki stood at her door, a plastic bag brimming with snacks in hand. Toru, I've placed the snacks at the door. Before he could finish his sentence, as he bent down to set the snacks on the ground, he was startled to hear the door click open. Before him stood a silver-haired girl with twin ponytails. Her cheeks slightly flushed from shyness as she extended her delicate hand towards him. Chapter 34. The agreement as if a mere gust of wind could topple her. The delicate silver-haired girl seemed to embody fragility, her figure illuminated by the dim moonlight behind her, casting a vivid yet ethereal presence. As though she belonged to a realm distinct from that of Aoki. Clad in a pristine white dress, her skin as pure as freshly fallen snow. She resembled a snowman meticulously sculpted by winter's hand. The soft, pale hand she extended trembled slightly, her gaze lowered, as if even her eyes were gently closed. Aoki gazed quietly, observing how the delicate hand resting at her side had clenched into a tight fist, a gesture that seemed to convey anxiety, yet perhaps even more so, fear. For reasons unknown, a sudden pang of compassion surged within him. In the past, his brother's shadow often filled the void in his mind where his impressions of Aoki resided, and his care for her felt more like a continuation of a previous life than a genuine affection for this pitiable girl before him. However, this time, as Aoki timidly opened the door with all her might and reached out towards Aoki, his vision narrowed to encompass only her, devoid of any other image. Almost instinctively, Aoki extended his hand, gently placing it upon Aoki's head, unaware of what had emboldened him to act so daringly, especially when moments before, caution had reigned in his thoughts. The small head beneath his palm radiated a subtle warmth, and the rigidity and tremor he felt in that moment evoked an uncontrollable wave of tenderness, drawing a gentle, heartfelt smile to his face as he softly called out, Aoki. Aoki sensed that the warm hand resting upon her head felt entirely different from the affections bestowed upon her by her parents. In her nervousness, upon hearing Aoki utter her name, she timidly lifted her gaze. Before her stood Aoki, his smile radiant. The remnants of past scars lingered on his face. Yet he bore a smile that inexplicably stirred a pang of sorrow within Aoki's heart. How blindingly beautiful. Instinctively, Aoki averted her eyes. Do not be afraid. Aoki gazed into her eyes, which reflected a blend of fear, anxiety, and shyness, reminiscent of a mesmerizing summer night sky. As he gently stroked her hair, his voice was calm and warm. I will protect you, from now on. So, Aoki, could you refrain from seeing me as someone to be feared? His gaze brimmed with sincerity as he quietly observed the unease within her eyes. Surprisingly, Aoki, who typically felt extreme discomfort with anyone encroaching upon her space, found an unexpected sense of tranquility within. Her lips parted slightly, and she voiced a response she had not anticipated. Following this exchange, both fell into a silence, Aoki shyly turning her head away. Her hastily arranged twin tail swaying gently, akin to a rabbit's anxious ears, yet she offered no resistance to Aoki's hand resting upon her head. In the palm of his hand, Sora's tiny frame gradually steadied, no longer trembling. Aomori sure suddenly realized that beneath his touch lay not just a pitiable little girl, but a fragile soul riddled with scars, as delicate as glass that might shatter at the slightest touch. Then it settled. From now on, you mustn't deliberately shut the door to avoid me. Aoki smile grew gentler, more careful, as he slowly withdrew his hand from Sora's head and extended his pinky finger before her. Pinky promise. Sora lowered her head again, her small hands nervously twisting the hem of her skirt, uncertain of what to do. Yet Aoki simply crouched down, his hand outstretched and unwavering, gazing at her with a patient smile. After a long pause, Sora hesitantly reached out, her cold little finger lightly touching his. From behind tightly pressed lips came a soft, barely audible, mm. Under the moonlight, their shadows merged where two slender fingers connected. Ding-ling. The shrill alarm jolted Aoki awake. Blinking groggily, his eyes met the now familiar ceiling. His exhausted body ached dully, and it took considerable effort to fumble for his phone and silence the alarm. Lying still for a while, he finally sat up, stretching only to wince as sore muscles protested. 6:50 already. He drew back the curtains. In the late autumn nearing winter, dawn had yet to fully break. The streets lay half-lit, the buildings shrouded in a hazy, melancholic beauty. Breakfast. With a sigh, he pulled on his shirt, running a hand over his shaved head in the mirror. His reflection looked weary, but he gave his cheeks a light pat. Gotta do my best today. Suddenly, he recalled last night's breakthrough with Sora, how their relationship had leaped forward unexpectedly. A small, inexplicable smile tugged at his lips. He had feared that the awkward incident upon returning home would drive them apart, yet instead, it had somehow brought them closer. Though he didn't understand why Sora had suddenly warmed to him, revealing a crack in her guarded heart, the fact that things were improving was enough. Humming softly, he headed downstairs. After a quick wash, he surveyed the fridge's contents, retrieving noodles and ingredients before deftly preparing breakfast. Though he hadn't formally honed his culinary skills, he estimated his proficiency to be at least intermediate. By the time the fragrant egg noodles were ready, the aroma alone was enough to whet his appetite. Hanging up the apron and setting the table, he climbed the stairs and knocked on Sora's door. Sora. Sora. Only after several calls did a drowsy mumble respond from within. Tilting his head, he strained to decipher the sleep-slurred murmurs. Sora. I made noodles. If you don't come now, they'll get soggy. Patiently, he knocked again. The sound of bare feet pattering against the wooden floor echoed from within the room as the door swung open with a soft thud. Aoki stood in the doorway, drowsy and somewhat disoriented. Her silvery hair cascaded in disarray over her shoulders, and beneath the loose-fitting nightgown, her delicate collarbone was faintly visible. With sleeves that barely reached her elbows, her fair arms were slightly raised as her small hands weakly rubbed her eyes, gazing at Aoki with a dreamy expression. Her tone tinged with fatigue. Why do you look even more exhausted than I am? Aoki smiled wryly at her, appearing as if she might collapse into slumber at any moment. He gently urged, be a good girl, wash your face and brush your teeth. It's time to eat. I'll be heading to school soon. You can go back to sleep afterwards. Aoki seemed to awaken a bit, lowering her hands from her eyes, her still sleepy gaze squinting at Aoki. After staring at him for a while, an epiphany seemed to dawn on her. Her formerly narrowed eyes widened in alarm. She stumbled back 2 steps, nearly tripping over the clothes carelessly strewn on the floor. Once she had established a safe distance, she bowed her head in silence. Lost in thought, I'll be waiting for you downstairs. Once you're ready, wash your face and come eat. Aoki chuckled at her comically adorable demeanor and playfully tapped her forehead. Joking, if you fall asleep again, I might just have to tap your forehead again. Aoki murmured softly, still keeping her head down, until she heard Aoki's footsteps fading down the stairs. Only after he was gone did she lift her head, covering her face with her hands, and once more, she leapt onto the bed, kicking the covers vigorously, emitting a barely audible whimper. I am such an idiot. Chapter 35. Though he yearned to share a delightful breakfast with Chiong, the time displayed on Aoki's phone candidly informed him that he must hasten his departure to avoid tardiness. Having finished his meal, Aoki had already washed the dishes when Chiong cautiously descended the stairs and took a seat at the dining table. Aoki flicked the droplets of water from his hands and turned to gaze at Chiong, who was quietly eating her noodles with her head bowed. A wave of warmth and satisfaction washed over him, prompting him to dry his hands on his trousers before gently stroking Chiong's head. Startled by his sudden gesture, Chiong froze, causing the noodles poised at her lips to slip away, her chopsticks suspended in midair. If you desire any snacks, just let me know. I will procure them for you on my way home this evening. You mustn't consume all the treats we bought yesterday in one go, Aoki remarked, retracting his hand. Finding her nervous demeanor both amusing and endearing, he softly advised, and remember to have a proper lunch. Should you find yourself short on funds for your desired meals, do not hesitate to call me. Noticing that Chiong remained silent and still with her head lowered, Aoki gently patted her head, saying, I shall head to class now. If anything arises, be sure to contact me. As he turned to grab his backpack and was about to leave, he suddenly heard a faint voice from behind. Chocolate bar. He turned to see Cheong, her expression devoid of emotion, lifting her gaze to meet his. Realizing Aoki appeared somewhat bewildered, she repeated in a hushed tone, snacks. X-Dark chocolate bar. This time, she clearly articulated both the brand and flavor. Aoki nodded and waved his hand reassuringly. All right. I will certainly buy it for you. Well then, farewell. Observing Cheong sink back into silence, he glanced at his phone, which displayed 7:51, and sighed before hastily departing. As Aoki closed the door with a decisive click, Cheong sat at the dining table, staring at the bowl of egg noodles before her. After a prolonged moment, she sighed softly and murmured to the empty room, goodbye. Racing against time, Aoki burst into the classroom just as the bell rang. Panting and drenched in sweat as he took his seat under the watchful gaze of his homeroom teacher, Matsushita. The teacher raised and lowered the Chinese textbook in his hand, ultimately exhaling a sigh. If we continue with self-study, our curriculum will fall too far behind. We must press on regardless. He commenced the lesson in a conventional manner, while Aoki rested his head on the desk, amusedly recalling the moment he had touched Cheong's head that morning, allowing himself a moment of bliss before embarking on a joyful learning journey. However, the fleeting nature of happiness was soon evident as the bell signaling the end of class rang. A voice that brought Aoki a hint of concern suddenly pierced the air beside him. Aoki-kun, the lively and melodious tone resonated near his ear. Lifting his head, he found Kokyo Shimei standing right before him. Aoki Tsukasa furrowed his brow slightly. He recalled that the seemingly perfect and beautiful class representative before him had apparently given up on herself, so why was she suddenly seeking him out for conversation today? Was there something amiss? He set aside the Mandarin book he had been perusing, realizing that reading it cover to cover yielded but a meager amount of experience points. It would be far more beneficial to listen to Matsushita read a passage aloud or tackle a reading comprehension exercise. As Zaokyo Kokomi gazed upon Aoki Tsukasa's indifferent visage, her heart softened. Aokun had indeed lost faith in the world. This cold demeanor, which kept others at bay, must be a fragile shell protecting his vulnerable heart. She almost misjudged him. With a gentle smile, Zaokyo Kokomi spoke tenderly. Aokun, have you been facing any difficulties in life lately? If so, feel free to confide in me. We can brainstorm solutions together. Aoki Tsukasa's expression nearly morphed into a well-known meme. Pondering for a considerable time but unable to fathom what had prompted her to speak such words. Eventually, he simply replied, Thank you for your concern, class representative. I feel my life has been quite good lately. This was indeed the truth. He had been earning money, the skies were not particularly avoiding him. And no delinquent youths had sought trouble with him. What a splendid life it was. However, Zaokyo Kokomi's mind conjured various peculiar scenarios, transforming the calm Aoki Tsukasa before her into a facade of false strength. Her voice softened further. Say, would you like to share a bento together at noon? Aoki Tsukasa frowned slightly. I usually just grab something from the convenience store, and during lunch break, I practice kendo in the dojo. So, I must decline. Heaven above. How pitiable. As Zaokyo Kokomi imagined this unfortunate soul possibly spending his lunch alone in a desolate corner, hunger gnawing at him, tears nearly welled in her eyes. Yet, she realized that forcibly shattering his facade might provoke his disdain. After all, someone like him undoubtedly possessed a strong sense of pride. Moreover, persistently clinging to him would hardly align with her image of a perfect and beautiful girl. Thus, she stifled her emotions and smiled. Very well then. If you ever need assistance, do not hesitate to reach out. I will keep your matters confidential and do my utmost to help you. Aoki Tsukasa nodded in bewilderment. He couldn't quite grasp why he felt his thoughts were lagging behind the seemingly enchanting girl before him. Was it her mind that was awry, or was it his own? Boss. Maeda Tora cautiously approached Aoki Tsukasa after Zaokyo Kokomi had departed, his expression tinged with envy. Could it be that even Kokomi-chan has developed feelings for you? Truly. You are remarkable, boss. Aoki Tsukasa felt an odd discomfort. Wait a moment. Why did you use the word even? His expression shifted dramatically as he distanced himself from Maeda Tora. Chapter 36, The Surveillance Record of Terakawa Shimei, Part 1. Terakawa Shimei. Adorned with a mask and a baseball cap that concealed her flowing blue locks, further obscured her azure eyes with sunglasses. Clad in a deliberately oversized athletic outfit that disguised her school uniform, she stealthily trailed behind Aoki Tsukasa like a cunning paparazzo. As Aoki Tsukasa vanished into the kendo hall, Shinmei did not relent. She doggedly procured some makeshift stepping stools, peering through the window at the edges of the dojo to catch a glimpse of Aoki's silhouette. Inside, she observed Aoki Tsukasa engaged in animated conversation with a bespectacled boy. Moments later, the captain of the Kendo club, Seiko Tokushima, approached him, initiating her own dialogue. A surge of irritation washed over Shimei as she instinctively narrowed her eyes. She recognized Tokushima, a renowned beauty in her second year of high school. Not only strikingly attractive and gracious, but also a formidable leader of the Kendo team. Witnessing the slight upward curve of Tokushima's eyes, imbued with a mature yet subtly alluring demeanor, Shinmei lightly struck the wall in frustration. That old woman. Suddenly, recollections of rumors regarding Tokushima surfaced in her mind. Providing her with a modicum of reassurance, it was said that Tokushima maintained a courteous demeanor towards all, yet kept everyone at arm's length. Surely, her interaction with Aoki was merely a matter of etiquette. However, Shinmei's expression quickly soured once more. She watched as Tokushima and Aoki exchanged only a few words before donning protective gear and engaging in a sparring match. Although Aoki appeared to be struggling, Shinmei was taken aback. It seemed he was highly regarded within the Kendo club, as not everyone had the privilege of practicing with the captain. Indeed, Aoki Tsukasa was a man of hidden talents, presenting himself as disheveled on the surface yet possessing remarkable abilities. After a few minutes of sparring, Aoki, breathless, collapsed onto the ground. Tokushima, exhibiting concern, brought him a bottle of warm water, and their radiant smile struck Shinmei with a pang of discomfort. Something felt amiss. Shinmei squinted. An unfamiliar sensation gnawing at her, an almost indistinct hint of jealousy. She paused, grappling with an unsettling thought that she was reluctant to confront. Could it be that she harbored feelings for this bald-headed boy? Heavens! A tempest brewed within her mind. Wrestling with the absurdity of her emotions, why was she experiencing such peculiar feelings? Was it possible that she knew? It could not be. A perfect beauty could never have a boyfriend. I merely concern myself with him. Yes, it is simply the compassion that a flawless maiden ought to possess. As Shinmei wrestled with this chaotic whirlwind of thoughts, standing until her legs ached, she finally noticed Aoki Tsukasa removing his protective gear and wooden sword, exiting the Kendo hall. Cautiously, she resumed her pursuit. To her surprise, Aoki once again darted into a supermarket. Ah, does he also take on the responsibility of grocery shopping and cooking? Zhao Shinmei gazed in astonishment as Aoki Tsukasa skillfully navigated through a boisterous crowd predominantly composed of middle-aged women, expertly selecting fresh vegetables. His fierce demeanor afforded him considerable discounts during the bargaining process, an evident testament to his frequent engagement in such activities. With a mix of emotions, Zhao Shinmei watched Aoki Tsukasa return home, hesitating at the entrance for a considerable time. Suddenly, a spark of realization illuminated her face, prompting her to gently ring the doorbell. With a soft click, the door swung open. Aoki Tsukasa, still bewildered, stood before her, clad in casual attire and with water-stained hands from washing vegetables. "Who are you?" he inquired cautiously. Zhao Shinmei removed her sunglasses and mask, feigning surprise as she exclaimed, "Oh, Tsukasa-kun, how is it that you reside here?" Aoki blinked in confusion, replying, "I live here. Is that peculiar?" No, isn't this Harinano's home?" Zhao Shinmei questioned, her expression utterly perplexed, betraying no hint of her prior intentions. Aoki nodded. Perplexed. "How do you know?" "This is indeed Harinano's house. I am temporarily staying here. We are classmates, after all," Zhao Shinmei declared, her face lighting up with understanding. "Aoki-kun, weren't you aware? And what is your relationship with Harinano?" Noticing the chilly atmosphere outside, Aoki invited Zhao Shinmei inside, explaining as she removed her shoes. "Due to certain circumstances, I have to temporarily reside here. I suppose you could say that Ku is my sister." "Oh, I see. I merely came to visit Harinano, as her health has been quite poor, and the teacher is concerned about her studies." Zhao Shinmei followed Aoki into the living room. Glancing around the tidy space inquiringly, "Where are Mr. and Mrs. Harinano?" Aoki gestured for her to sit at the dining table and opened the refrigerator, courteously saying, "Uncle is on a business trip, and Auntie has temporarily returned to the countryside due to certain matters. It is just Ku and me at home now. Would you prefer orange juice or cola? Tea is also available." "Orange juice will suffice," Zhao Shinmei replied, subtly surveying the vegetables in the kitchen sink. She suddenly asked, "So, have you been taking care of Harinano during this time?" "Well, it's not so much care as it is preparing breakfast and dinner for Ku. She is quite well behaved." Aoki smiled and added politely, "You haven't eaten yet, have you? Would you like to join me?" "Certainly." Zhao Shinmei nodded without hesitation, her intentions becoming even clearer to Aoki, whose expression turned slightly peculiar. He typically did not prepare food for three, but fortunately he had enough basic ingredients at hand to whip up an additional dish. "Oh, by the way, you came to see Ku, right? I will go check if she wants to come down." With that thought, Aoki placed the orange juice before Zhao Shinmei and ascended the stairs, knocking on Ku's door. "Ku, Zhao Shinmei has come specifically to see you." Why not come downstairs and meet her? As soon as Aoki Tsukasa's voice fell, a cacophony of clattering sounds erupted from within the room, accompanied by a pained cry. Chion, are you all right? Aoki Tsukasa, filled with concern, hastily knocked on the door. I'm fine. Inside the room, Chion clutched her shin, having collided with the table. Her eyes reddened from the pain, yet her expression bore an air of panic. Why? How did she arrive? If Aoki Tsukasa were to discover that I had been secretly investigating him, would he come to despise me? The color drained from Chion's face. Chapter 37. The Tracking Record of Terakawa Kokomi. Part 2. Aoki Tsukasa was absent-mindedly tending to the food before him, feeling an unmistakable oddity in the atmosphere shared by the two girls at the table. Tsubasa remained silent, as was her nature, yet why was Terakawa Kokomi so reticent? Stealing a glance, Aoki witnessed a silent exchange between Tsubasa and Kokomi, their eyes locked in a conversation that eluded his comprehension. What brings you here? Tsubasa squinted slightly, her gaze tinged with curiosity. Kokomi, equally uncommunicative, subtly surveyed Aoki with a look that conveyed a clear message. Didn't you ask me to investigate what he does at night? Tsubasa remained silent, her brow furrowing slightly. Then why did you follow me home? Kokomi's eyes shifted toward the window, where leaves danced in the wind, and she raised an eyebrow at Tsubasa. It's freezing outside. Do you expect me to wait out there? Tsubasa discreetly turned her head away, a dismissive sound escaping her lips. The two exchanged unspoken words through mere glances, their communication a seamless dance of understanding. Subsequently, they turned their unwavering attention to Aoki, who was preparing dinner, enveloped in an uncomfortable silence. Aoki, feeling the weight of their stares, broke the stillness. Kokomi, weren't you here to see Tsubasa? Oh, right. Kokomi beamed at Aoki before turning to Tsubasa, her tone gentle as she inquired, how is Harahin's academic progress? Our studies are nearing completion. The exams shouldn't pose a problem, right? Tsubasa pressed her lips together, taking a few seconds before responding in a tone that was both indifferent and distant. I've completed my self-study. And your health? Are you feeling better? Kokomi continued her concerned inquiries. Tsubasa's short reply plunged them back into silence, unable to endure the awkward atmosphere any longer. Aoki retrieved a bar of dark chocolate from the refrigerator, offering it to Tsubasa. Here, have this, but don't indulge too much. Dinner will be served shortly. Upon seeing the chocolate bar, Tsubasa's usually calm eyes lit up with evident delight. Rarely taking the initiative, she reached out eagerly, accepted the chocolate, tore open the packaging, and bit into it with satisfaction, her eyes narrowing in bliss. Aoki couldn't help but smile at the sight of Tsubasa's fleeting expression of happiness, a soft grin gracing his lips. You really love chocolate, don't you? Tsubasa nodded gently, emitting a soft Kokomi observed Aoki's radiant and tender smile. And for reasons unknown, a pang of jealousy stirred within her. Taking a few deep breaths to steady herself, she pressed her lips together in silence. After a moment, Aoki placed the completed dish of spicy eggplant on the table, cheerfully saying, You both start eating. I'll finish the remaining dishes and join you shortly. With the chocolate bar delicately held in her mouth, Chiong savored it slowly, evidently reflecting on Aoki's earlier words, deliberately consuming less in anticipation of the meal. Yet, she refrained from picking up her chopsticks, instead quietly nibbling on the chocolate. It was clear that if Aoki did not eat, she would not touch her chopsticks either. Zhao Shimei gazed at the unfamiliar dishes before her and exclaimed with genuine admiration, Wow, this must be Chinese cuisine. My mother and I visited a Chinese restaurant run by a Chinese family, and I believe this dish was featured there. Indeed, this dish is called Yuxiang Chezi. Aoki replied, expertly balancing the pot in his left hand, skillfully tossing the ingredients and sprinkling seasonings. Within seconds, he presented another dish. This is called Ba Si Hong Shu. I noticed that Xiong seems to enjoy sweets, so I prepared a few more sweet dishes. I hope you find them to your liking. Struggling to resist the urge to use her chopsticks, Zhao Shimei inhaled the delectable aroma and genuinely praised, I truly did not expect Aoki's culinary skills to be so remarkable. You flatter me. I merely know a few traditional home-cooked dishes from China. Aoki chuckled as he brought the final dish, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, to the table. He served the rice and observed Xiong, still holding the chocolate bar, reluctant to finish it. With a gentle smile, he said, All right, Xiong, it's time to eat. It's better to indulge in snacks sparingly. I will buy you a box every day, so you needn't look so forlorn. With a stoic expression, Xiong swallowed the chocolate bar, lifted her chopsticks, and responded faintly, Let's eat. Aoki also raised his chopsticks and softly declared, I shall begin. Zhao Shimei eagerly followed suit. Delicious, she exclaimed as she tasted the Ba Si Hong Shu, feeling the sweet flavors burst in her mouth, with the sweet potatoes stringing together distinct strands of sugary goodness. Both delightful and delicious. Wow, she couldn't help but exclaim, This is even better than what I had at the restaurant. Aoki chuckled modestly. You flatter me again. Last time, I burnt the pot while attempting this dish. If it weren't delicious, I'd be surprised. He recalled the time he had turned the sugar strands into a charred mess and cautiously took a bite himself. Although I made it myself, it truly is delectable. This dish, Yuxiang Chiazi, is also exquisite. You flatter me again. Scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Although simple, how can it be so fragrant? Aoki chuckled heartily. Observing the two as they enjoyed their meal, exchanging compliments, Qiong felt a twinge of impatience and silently glared at Zhao Xiaoxinmei, musing. If that person weren't here, Aoki would surely converse more with me. A sense of envy washed over her as she watched Aoki and Zhao Xiaoxinmei engage in cheerful banter, leaving her feeling inexplicably irritated. She chose to remain silent, channeling her frustration into her appetite, and began to use her chopsticks with renewed vigor. Dinner time passed pleasantly, accompanied by Zhao Xiaoxinmei's praises of the food and Aoki's humble responses, while Qiong quietly savored each bite in a harmonious atmosphere. Chapter 38, The Surveillance Record of Terakawa Shinmei, Part 2. After finishing their meal, Aoki Tsukasa changed into a loose-fitting tracksuit. He glanced at the two girls at the dining table, who were staring at each other with wide eyes, and he couldn't help but smile wryly, sensing that they might be harboring some little secret unknown to him. However, Aoki Tsukasa refrained from inquiring about their exchange and simply stretched his body before addressing them. I'm heading out. Terakawa-san, will you be leaving soon? Immediately, Terakawa Shinmei rose, smiling at Aoki Tsukasa. It's getting late. I should return home too. With Haruhino-san having you to look after her, it seems my concerns were unfounded. I'm truly sorry for the trouble you went through to prepare a meal for me. Aoki Tsukasa shook his head. Not at all. I actually hope that Aoi can make more friends. I'm delighted that you show such concern for her. Aoi observed Terakawa Shinmei and discreetly pouted. For reasons unknown, she regretted asking Terakawa to investigate Aoki Tsukasa's evening activities. She could have simply asked him directly, and he would likely have told her the truth. Now, witnessing the unimpeded communication between Terakawa and Aoki Tsukasa, Aoi felt for the first time how her clumsy conversational skills were a hindrance. Yet, whenever the words hovered on the tip of her tongue, they refused to emerge. She wished to bridge the distance with Aoki, yet in reality, she found herself too timid to approach him. With a twinge of sadness, Aoi picked up a chocolate bar and, disregarding her already full stomach, bit down fiercely. Aoi, wait until you've digested a little before eating more, Aoki Tsukasa advised, glancing at the time. If he delayed any further, he would risk being late for his appointment with Matsuyama Iwa. He turned to Terakawa Shinmei and said, Are you sure you can make it home by yourself? I have a few things to attend to and may not have the time to escort you. Terakawa Shinmei waved her hands insistently. Aoki-san, you go ahead. Thus, Aoki Tsukasa departed. Terakawa Shinmei, noticing Aoi still sucking on her chocolate bar without having bitten into it, smiled slightly and whispered, Don't worry. I'll follow him and let you know his whereabouts via line tonight. Aoi remained silent but nodded in agreement. Terakawa hurriedly donned a mask, sunglasses, and a cap to conceal her appearance. She opened the door just in time to see Aoki Tsukasa about to turn the corner, prompting her to jog after him. Aoi, irritated, bit down on the chocolate bar she was sucking on, quickly swallowing it. She glanced at the remaining chocolate bars in the box, although she craved them. Aoki's words echoed in her mind, compelling her to refrain from indulging, her lips pouting in mild dissatisfaction. The memory of Aoki having previously ruffled her hair suddenly flushed her cheeks with a vivid hue. Terakawa Shinmei appeared clever enough not to let the matter slip. If Aoki Tsukasa were to discover her previous concerns about him being a potential villain, and that she sought assistance in investigating him, he might never treat her with such kindness again. Aoi anxiously fidgeted with her fingers, pondering the thought that if he found out, he would surely never touch her head again. Would you not even prepare a meal for yourself? Qiong pressed her lips together, her eyes brimming with unease, her silver hair cascading down and obscuring half her face as she finally retrieved her phone and sent a message to Takurai Kokomi. Please do not follow him anymore. However, Takurai Kokomi did not respond, further intensifying Qiong's anxiety. Seated at the dining table, she gazed at the disheveled kitchen that Aoki Tsukasa had left in his hasty departure. Lost in thought, she stood up and, after a long absence, began to wash the dishes. Yet, the task was soon completed. Qiong returned to the dining table, her restlessness unabated. The computer, once a source of significant distraction, now held little allure. Instead, she stared out the window, her fingers idly scrolling through the chat with Takurai Kokomi, refreshing the conversation time and again. Meanwhile, Takurai Kokomi remained blissfully unaware of Qiong's mounting distress. All she felt was the urge to retch as she pondered why Aoki Tsukasa had suddenly taken off running. though his pace was not brisk. The distance he covered was considerable. Despite her regular fitness routine, the disparity between her and Aoki Tsukasa was unmistakable. Upon witnessing him enter a trendy establishment named Matsuyama Combat Club, Takurai Kokomi leaned against the wall, pulled down her mask, and dry-heaved a few times, gasping for breath. How vexing. Watching Aoki Tsukasa disappear inside, she took a moment to compose herself, tidying her appearance before stepping through the club's entrance. Welcome. Are you here to work out, or? Two elegantly dressed receptionists greeted her with professionalism, yet Takurai Kokomi merely smiled and waved her hand dismissively, politely inquiring. Excuse me, could you tell me what that rather intimidating bald young man who just entered is here for? The receptionists exchanged glances, and one of them apologetically replied, I'm sorry, but we cannot disclose information about our clients. Takurai Kokomi quickly recalibrated her approach, removing her sunglasses and cap to reveal her large, watery blue eyes. Her somewhat disheveled blue hair cascading over her shoulders. With a pitiful expression, she implored, Sisters, that person who just went inside is my classmate. I saw him come to class the other day with a face full of injuries, and I'm genuinely worried about him. I simply wish to know what he is doing here. I assure you, I won't tell anyone. Oh. The receptionists instinctively gasped, exchanging startled glances. Covering their mouths in a mix of surprise and disarray at their own reaction, yet unable to voice a refusal. After a long pause, one finally whispered, Well, you must promise not to reveal that we told you. Rest assured, I am merely concerned for my classmate. Takurai Kokomi responded earnestly, her eyes filled with sincerity. As the class representative, I feel it is my duty to care for every student in our class. I simply cannot remain indifferent to the wounds on his face. He possesses a strong sense of pride, and when I asked him, he refused to speak, which led me to the desperate measure of following him. Please, sisters. The two receptionists, barely suppressing their urge to exclaim, exhibited remarkable professionalism as one of them quietly remarked. I recall he came last time seeking a position as a sparring partner. The injuries must have been sustained during practice. A sparring partner? Chao Shinmei tilted her head in confusion. A sparring partner is one who assists students in practicing combat sports, essentially a role of enduring blows without retaliating. Typically, intermediate and advanced sparring partners train professional or semi-professional athletes, and injuries are inevitable. As soon as the receptionist finished speaking, another added, generally. Those who take on such part-time jobs tend to work one day and rest the next to recover from injuries. This is his third consecutive day. Perhaps he is in dire need of money, as this job pays quite well. Chao Shinmei felt a sudden, overwhelming sensation in her mind, like an explosion of thoughts. Images flooded her imagination. Aoki Tsukasa battered and bruised, humbly accepting a meager hourly wage from a fierce, balding manager, and meekly placating a ruthless middle-aged boss who shortchanged his pay, ultimately shedding tears as he pocketed his hard-earned money. She envisioned Aoki using his part-time earnings to buy snacks for Haruhino, while he himself sat in a corner, nibbling on bread, feeling as if even a single coin was precious. Yet, he still treated Aoki to a delightful dinner. Countless sorrowful images of Aoki Tsukasa flashed through her mind, and she felt tears welling up. Almost uncontrollably, a scene emerged in her thoughts where she rushed to confront Aoki, standing protectively in front of him as he bore the brunt of a beating, saying, Stop this. If you need money, I will support you. In her vision, Aoki would be overwhelmed with gratitude, kneeling before her in tears. Yet, once he composed himself, he would resolutely shake his head, his face battered like that of a pig, revealing his indomitable spirit and sense of responsibility as he gently rejected her offer. He would likely feel vulnerable and ashamed, embarrassed at being seen in such a state. Perhaps witnessing such a scene would shatter Aoki's self-esteem, leaving him too afraid to speak to her again. His eyes, filled with unspoken admiration, would betray his affection for her. Yet his tragic background and dire circumstances would prevent him from expressing it, nearly melting Chao Shinmei's heart. No, I cannot intervene. This is his choice. She thought, if I approach him now, it would surely harm his pride. He would not want anyone to see him in such a disheveled state. In an instant, she envisioned herself as the protagonist of a romantic light novel, covering her face while stifling her tears. With a determined voice, she addressed the two slightly bewildered receptionists, saying, I cannot disturb him. This is his own decision. I will silently support him from behind. Please do not inform him of my visit. I do not wish to inflict pain upon him in such a manner. Perhaps the wisest choice is to remain a silent observer from afar, warming his heart in my own subtle way. As Chao Shinmei turned to leave, her silhouette trembled faintly, as if she were silently weeping. The two welcoming ladies stood in a daze, waving farewell to Chao Shinmei, feeling as though a myriad of divine lights ascended from behind her, rendering her an angel destined to save the world. Welcome. Do come again, they uttered numbly. only to be compelled by an unseen force to emit a gasp of awe. Meanwhile, Aoki Tsukasa diligently practiced mixed martial arts techniques under the guidance of Matsuyama Iwa and 2 coaches, when suddenly he sneezed. Puzzled, Aoki rubbed his nose but quickly resumed his fervent training under Matsuyama's instruction. Leveling up to LV2 in mixed martial arts skills, the experience is accumulating swiftly. With delightful thoughts of the substantial reward awaiting him post-training, Aoki's punches against the target became even swifter. Chapter 39. It doesn't seem so difficult sitting at the dining table. Xiang gazed at her phone, which displayed a message from Zhao Qiao Xinmei regarding Aoki Shi. The information was not extensive, yet she found herself perusing it repeatedly. Why would Aoki Shi choose to become a sparring partner? Xiang pondered this perplexing question, her brow furrowed, as she absently nibbled on her alabaster fingers. Struggling to derive an answer. Was it due to financial constraints? Perhaps he was indeed in dire need, but if it were merely a matter of affording trivial purchases, there seemed no necessity for him to undertake such a perilous part-time job, which Zhao Qiao Xin described as being akin to a living target. Other occupations, though less lucrative, would suffice for a high school student. What could he possibly require such a significant sum for? Was there something he ardently desired, or an urgent need for funds? Xiang did not consider her own circumstances, for their time together had been limited. In her view, while Aoki Shi treated her kindly, it was improbable that he harbored feelings as intricate as her own. At most, he might feel pity for her. With a hint of self-mockery, she tilted her head, fixating on the half-empty box of chocolate bars in her grasp. Ordinarily, she would consume an entire box in mere minutes, yet today, she found herself reluctant to finish the few remaining pieces. Was there anything she could do to assist him? Although she possessed some understanding of her family's financial situation, the specifics eluded her. She merely knew that their funds were dwindling. If money were indeed the issue, it seemed there was little she could do to aid Aoki Shi. Xiang pressed her lips together, her gaze drifting for some time, before resolutely deciding that upon his return, she would inquire about his situation. As for the reason behind her concern for Aoki Shi, she contemplated for a while, and concluded it likely stemmed from his gentle smile and the warmth of his hand that once rested upon her head. Though accustomed to solitude and the accompanying feelings of loneliness, she found herself inexplicably reluctant to let go of the warmth she had not experienced in a long time, which she had sensed from Aoki Shi. Others had previously attempted to draw near, yet the sensation she felt with Aoki Shi was distinctly different. He was unlike anyone else special. In her mind, this was merely a simple reflection, an attempt to define the feeling she had encountered. "I'm back." The sound of the door opening was followed by Aoki Shi's weary voice. Xiang hesitated, rising from the table, uncertain of her next move, when she noticed Aoki Shi, still perspiring, looking at her with a hint of surprise in his eyes. "Xiang, what are you doing here?" Aoki Shi questioned, immediately realizing the absurdity of his inquiry. After all, it was her home, and she could be anywhere she pleased. Yet, given that she seemed perpetually glued to her computer, rarely leaving her room, his surprise was understandable. Xiang pressed her lips together, her silver hair partially obscuring her eyes, concealing her flustered gaze as she quietly asked, "Nothing. What did you do this evening?" It was nearly the first time Aoki Shi had heard Xiang articulate a complete question. He paused briefly before responding with a smile. "Oh, it was nothing. I just went to work." "Oh." Xiang clasped her hands behind her back, her fingers entwined in an anxious manner hidden from Aoki's view. "What? Part-time job?" Observing her bowed head and persistent inquiries, Aoki felt a flicker of confusion but simply replied, "It's nothing. Just doing some boxing at a martial arts club." Xiang struggled to articulate her underlying question, her lips moving hesitantly for several seconds. It was not until Aoki removed his shoes, wiped away his sweat, and approached her that she finally mustered the courage to ask, "Are you in dire need of money?" Aoki was genuinely taken aback. Why was Xiang suddenly concerned about this? Yet, he felt a wave of happiness wash over him. After all, this was a sign of her caring. The little girl before him seemed more approachable than he initially assumed. Perhaps her psychological barriers were not as formidable as he had feared. Could it be that he had been overly anxious? Uncle Haruhino had mentioned that she found it challenging to open up, yet this interaction suggested otherwise. What Aoki did not realize was that this openness was, in fact, a testament to his almost extraordinary charm, which was nearly double that of an average person. Such an elevated charisma might not guarantee an immediate debut as an idol, nor would it provoke instant admiration from women or immediate subservience from men. But it certainly facilitated a pleasant rapport with anyone he encountered. At the very least, it made interactions feel like a refreshing spring breeze, utterly comfortable. "Not really. I just want to earn some pocket money. After all, I'm an adult now, and I shouldn't always burden Uncle and Aunt Haruhino with my concerns." "Why did you suddenly ask about this?" Aoki refrained from voicing his worries. He was earning money not only to gain independence and alleviate the Harahino's concerns, but also to assist them in living a better life as a form of gratitude for their support. Of course, he also wished to ensure that Cheong's future would be brighter, particularly in terms of her medical care until she resolved her health issues. Sharing such thoughts with Cheong would only burden her with unnecessary worries, adding to her psychological stress. Aoki, despite his youthful appearance, possessed the maturity of someone in their 20s and knew how to navigate life as challenges. "Oh, it's nothing." Cheong tilted her head, offering a disingenuous response before lapsing into silence. Noticing Cheong subtly glancing at him even as she kept her head down, Aoki smiled and gently placed his hand on her soft, silvery hair. "But I am truly pleased that you care about me." Cheong instinctively stiffened, stealing glances at Aoki, feeling that his smile radiated warmth and charm. "Don't worry about me. Just make sure you take care of yourself." Aoki tousled her hair, releasing his hand and noticing the chocolate bar in her grasp. He advised, "Remember to brush your teeth after you finish that. Otherwise, the chocolate will ruin your teeth at night. I'm going to run a bath. You should take a soak, and you mustn't stay up late. Late nights are tough on your heart. You know that, right?" "Humph. I'm not a child." Cheong felt a tinge of displeasure at Aoki's tendency to treat her like a child, yet she refrained from expressing her feelings further. With a soft acknowledgement, she turned and retreated to her bedroom. Meanwhile, Aoki hummed a cheerful tune as he tidied up the bathroom, filling the bathtub with warm water, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Although there remained a long journey ahead in addressing Cheong's physical ailments, it seemed that alleviating her psychological burdens was not as daunting a task as he had initially thought. Chapter 40. Trouble approaches. The following day at school. "Boss." Maeda Tora furrowed his brows and approached Aoki Tsukasa. Aoki Tsukasa was engrossed in the exam paper recently distributed by the teacher. Noticing Maeda Tora's serious and worried expression, he raised an eyebrow and inquired, "What's the matter? Has something happened?" Sighing, Maeda Tora replied, "You know Ishihara Katai, right?" Upon seeing Aoki Tsukasa nod, he continued, "He is back at school today." "Oh?" Aoki Tsukasa recalled that unfortunate soul had been recuperating in the hospital for the past few days. "I'm not worried about you being unable to handle him, but..." Maeda Tora scratched his head, taking a moment to gather his thoughts. "This individual is known for being rather petty. If it were just him, it wouldn't be a big deal. The issue is, he has an older brother in the 3rd grade named Ishihara Ryota. Ishihara Ryota is quite troublesome. He is a notorious delinquent at our school, with numerous followers and connections outside. Generally, he wouldn't seek trouble with us, but your recent prominence might catch his attention." "Prominence?" Aoki Tsukasa scoffed lightly. "Aside from having fought with you guys, I haven't done anything noteworthy." Maeda Tora awkwardly chuckled and explained, "I know you prefer to keep a low profile, but others tend to gossip indiscriminately. I can't control that." "What are they saying?" Aoki Tsukasa found himself curious about his reputation at school. They say that as soon as you join the Kendo club, you beat up the 2nd-year Ishihara Katai, ostensibly to vie for the title of school leader against the 3rd-year Ishihara Ryota. There is also a rumor that you did it to impress the 2nd-year Tokita Senpai. Well, they claim you have a crush on her." Maeda Tora hesitated before continuing. "Moreover, there are unfounded rumors that you have connections to the Yakuza, with parents involved in organized crime, and that you've dealt with our male teacher Matsushita on several occasions." "What the hell?" Aoki Tsukasa exclaimed, utterly bewildered, his eyes wide with disbelief. "Me? Where on earth did this Yakuza background come from? And as for Ishihara Katai, it was he who sought me out for trouble. How did it turn into me attacking him first? I've never even contemplated the complications of being the school leader. And regarding Tokita Senpai, I merely practice swordsmanship with her. While I don't dislike her, it's not as if I'm infatuated. As for Matsushita, I've never even exchanged a word with him. How could I have dealt with him?" "That, I cannot say," Maeda Tora replied, equally troubled. "I've explained the situation to them and asked others not to spread rumors, but it seems the outcome has been less than favorable. I heard that as soon as Ishihara Katai arrived at school today, he was summoned by Ishihara Ryota. I'm concerned they might come looking for you after school. If they're impatient, they might not even wait until then." Aoki Tsukasa slapped his forehead in exasperation, resting his head on the desk, and lamented, "Oh, what on earth am I to do?" Furrowing his brows, he realized that just when he thought things had settled down, trouble was once again looming on the horizon. However, as the saying goes, when soldiers come, generals will meet them. When the waters rise, the earth will be submerged. At present, he has no means to avert this impending conflict unless he proactively seeks to appease Katai Ishihara. Even if Aoki Tsukasa harbored such intentions, the long silent system would undoubtedly object vehemently. Task triggered. Rise to fame. Rise to fame. To become a delinquent youth, one requires notoriety and an aura of intimidation, rather than remaining obscure. To excel as a delinquent, one must not only possess fighting skills, but also achieve renown through combat. Defeat those who seek trouble until they are thoroughly convinced, allowing your name to resonate throughout the campus. Task completion conditions. 1. Defeat your opponents convincingly. 2. Achieve widespread notoriety within the school following the event. Task rewards. Random item reward x1. Free attribute points x3. Rewards will vary based on task completion level. Aoki Tsukasa's sighed, a hint of frustration evident as he cradled his head in despair. Armed with the foundational skills of swordsmanship and mixed martial arts, he was not entirely inept in a brawl. The crux of the matter lay in how to fight so that those adversaries would be genuinely convinced. Furthermore, how could he establish his own reputation? If he could single-handedly defeat all his opponents, that might suffice. But alas, he was not capable of such feats. He lacked an experience card to engage 10 more adversaries. Wait. Aoki Tsukasa's eyes suddenly sparkled with realization. He recalled that he possessed an unused item. Weeble Wobble Sticker. This is a sticker that, at first glance, appears no different from those adorning a little girl's stationery box. However, when affixed to oneself, it transforms the user into an indomitable Weeble Wobble. Effect. Upon use, impact resistance triples, and the user cannot be knocked down. Any damage sustained will heal within 12 hours after the effect's duration ends. Please note, death is final. You understand this principle, correct? Duration, 3 minutes. Upon receiving the system's notification, Aoki Tsukasa, filled with newfound ideas, mused that perhaps completing the task was not entirely impossible. Where is Aoki Tsukasa? Suddenly, boisterous shouts erupted from the back door of the classroom. Turning to look, he beheld Katai Ishihara, his head wrapped in bandages. Ishihara, with an air of arrogance, forcefully pushed aside a trembling classmate of Aoki Tsukasa and strode toward him with an imposing demeanor. The surrounding students, paralyzed by fear, cast wary glances at Ishihara, too intimidated to utter a word. Even those from other classes watching from the corridor maintained a hushed silence, carefully observing the unfolding scene. The once boisterous atmosphere of recess now mirrored the orderliness of class time. Tora Mayada's face paled as he rose to speak on Aoki Tsukasa's behalf. But Tsukasa preemptively placed a hand on his shoulder, maintaining a calm expression as he addressed Ishihara. What brings you here, Senior Ishihara? Upon seeing Aoki Tsukasa, a flicker of rage crossed Ishihara's eyes, but he quickly replaced it with a cold smile as he entered the classroom, fixing his gaze on Tsukasa. With deliberate pauses, he declared, last time, losing to you left me unsatisfied. Let us duel again. Ishihara's unexpected proclamation caught everyone off guard. Chapter 41. A rather unsettling situation unexpectedly. Ishihara Kaida did not directly command Aoki Tsukasa to follow him to the rooftop. Instead, he coldly regarded Aoki, speaking with a voice strained by suppressed fury. Last time, I was careless. This time, I wish to engage in a proper duel of swordsmanship. Oh. Aoki Tsukasa scratched his head, aware of his own circumstances. He was on the verge of breaking through to the 4th level of swordsmanship, thanks entirely to the generous guidance of Seiko Todoroki. However, it was precisely due to his frequent bouts with Todoroki that he realized his previous victory had been rather fortuitous. Rumor had it that Ishihara Kaida was the 2nd strongest in the swordsmanship club, just beneath Todoroki, and Aoki found himself lacking confidence in his ability to triumph. But why should I fight you? Aoki feigned ignorance, shrugging nonchalantly. I've only been practicing swordsmanship for a few days. Why does Senior Ishihara insist on competing with me? Ishihara's brow furrowed, his gaze icy as he fixed it upon Aoki. His tone was menacing. Do you know? My brother mentioned he would come to speak with you today. But I declined. I believe matters of swordsmanship should be resolved through swordsmanship. If we engage in another match, I shall inform my brother that he need not waste his time with a mere first-year student. However, should you refuse, you must be aware of the rumors circulating around school these past few days. I hold few things in high regard, but my pride is non-negotiable. You have 2 choices, either engage in a sword match that concludes only when one of us falls and cannot rise, or I shall resort to other means to reclaim my dignity. This fellow possesses a certain sense of responsibility, Aoki mused, finding that the intimidating figure before him appeared more resolute than he had initially assumed. Rather than seeking his brother's intervention to settle the score, Ishihara opted to confront Aoki directly, driven perhaps by a recognition of Aoki's insufficient swordsmanship. This was a marked improvement over Aoki's earlier, more petty perceptions. Nevertheless, should he lose the sword match, the task requiring him to gain renown would undoubtedly be jeopardized. Conversely, if he were to win through the use of props, there was a high likelihood that Ishihara would react with indignation, summoning others to confront him. In such a scenario, Aoki, devoid of props, would find himself outnumbered. Even in his current state, he could manage to face 2 or 3 opponents at most. Against a dozen, he would surely suffer defeat. The only ally he could rely on would likely be Taidatora, but two of them would scarcely suffice. Thus, the most prudent course of action was to provoke Ishihara, inciting him to gather his entourage and escalate the matter. If he could manage to defeat them all with the assistance of props, it would surely earn him their respect, as well as bolster his own reputation. After all, battling a dozen adversaries alone would certainly enhance his standing, leading naturally to the fame he sought. Although Aoki harbored no fondness for the delinquent lifestyle, and was not particularly keen on engaging in fights, he yearned to maximize the rewards of his undertaking. If he could directly procure some item to cure Sora's ailments, would that not be a splendid outcome? With an air of calmness, Aoki Tsukasa smiled faintly, yet suddenly cast a frosty glare at Ishihara Kaida, enunciating each word with precision. Stop with the nonsense. Call your brother and come face me directly, whenever you have the time. I wouldn't mind engaging in some physical exercise with you. Also, remember to knock before entering another class next time. Seek permission first. Standing before Ishihara Kaida, he slightly lifted his chin. Although he was a tad shorter, Aoki Tsukasa emanated an imposing presence, his usually lethargic eyes now sharp and keen. Akin to an eagle spotting its prey, locking onto Ishihara Kaida's gaze. If you seek trouble, do not hide behind excuses. I have no fondness for fighting or causing trouble. But should you wish to provoke me, feel free to come at me. This time, do not hold back. A mocking smirk crossed Aoki's face as he added, I am quite impoverished. Do ensure you have good insurance for the medical expenses this time. Ishihara Kaida, brimming with fury, instinctively raised a hand to shove the bald youth, envisioning a bruised visage for his adversary. Yet, in the next moment, he hesitated, Aoki Tsukasa's icy stare making him feel as if he stood naked upon a frozen landscape. A shiver racing down his spine. This guy, his aura is terrifying. Frozen in place, Ishihara Kaida remained locked in a stare with Aoki Tsukasa, momentarily rendered speechless. At that instant, Zakawa Shinbai, who had just received the news, rushed toward the classroom in a frenzy. She had been in the teacher's office organizing documents when she was informed that the upperclassman Ishihara Kaida seemed to be seeking trouble with Aoki Tsukasa, which left her both shocked and deeply concerned. In a flurry, she thrust the documents into the hands of a bewildered teacher and hurriedly pushed through the crowd. Arriving at the doorway of her classroom, the onlookers parted to grant her passage, and what she witnessed was a striking scene. Aoki Tsukasa, hands in pockets, staring intently at the considerably taller Ishihara Kaida, his gaze frigid, posture erect, and an overwhelming presence that clearly indicated Aoki had the upper hand over Ishihara. Aoki's face, which often bore a fierce expression, now resembled that of a menacing crime lord from a film, as if his hands, resting in his pockets, could draw out a weapon at any moment. Yet, amidst the intimidation, Zakawa Shinbai felt an exhilarating, awe-inspiring dominance emanating from Aoki, making him appear even more imposing. He was undeniably cool and formidable. Even the crime lords from the movies, flanked by numerous henchmen, paled in comparison to him. She found herself contemplating the terrifying aura of legendary generals and emperors from ancient tales, realizing they must have exuded a similar gravitas. Oh my. Zakawa Shinbai covered her mouth, stifling an involuntary gasp. How could this be? Completely forgetting her initial intention to halt the impending conflict. She stood amongst the crowd, transfixed by Aoki Tsukasa's extraordinary, icy visage. Aoki Tsukasa chuckled coldly, the corners of his mouth curving upward. Blissfully unaware that his charm had once again reached extraordinary levels, he merely recited the lines he had prepared in his mind. Think it over, then come find me. For now, please refrain from disturbing my studies. Ishihara Kaida, feeling a surge of embarrassment at his own sudden display of weakness, let out a disdainful huff and feigned ferocity, declaring loudly, Fine, if you seek your own demise, don't blame me for taking advantage of the situation. Aoki Tsukasa, I must admit, I find you somewhat admirable. With that, he snorted in frustration and turned to leave. It was not that he feared the lad, but rather that he was accompanied by a rather robust individual, Tora, and engaging in a conflict at this moment would undoubtedly be humiliating. This was merely a strategic retreat. He planned to find someone to deal with Aoki later, thus regaining his lost face. If he clashed with him now and found himself outmatched, it would only amplify his humiliation. Considering this, maintaining his composure while exiting was indeed the wisest course of action. Yes, that was it. Comforting himself, Ishihara Kaida left the classroom with a scowl. Aoki Tsukasa observed him turn away, then casually returned to his seat, picking up his pen and feigning deep concentration on the exam paper before him, though turmoil stirred within. Wow, I thought he was about to throw a punch. Goodness, is putting on a show this exhilarating? Fighting really is quite complicated. Tora gazed at Aoki with a reverent expression, a tempest of admiration swelling within him. The boss truly is remarkable. The aura he exuded just now was overwhelming. To remain so composed in the face of such a rival is nothing short of extraordinary. No wonder I willingly follow this man. Mayada Tora's face glowed with excitement. While standing by the door, Teruhashi Kokomi blushed, murmuring, So cool, Aoki-kun. Classmates who had gathered to witness the spectacle, along with various onlookers in the corridor, remarked, This bald guy is really impressive. Even the second-year upperclassmen seem intimidated by him. No, it's more accurate to say that even they harbor some fear. Is this fellow truly just an ordinary high school student? Aoki Tsukasa fixed his gaze on the exam paper, his expression inscrutable as he scrutinized the questions. His hand gripping the pen trembling ever so slightly. My name is Aoki Tsukasa, and I must confess, I was utterly panicked just now. Chapter 42. The calm before the storm. Although Aoki Tsukasa had engaged in a rather audacious exchange with Ishihara Katai, leaving those around them momentarily stunned, the atmosphere quickly shifted to one of palpable tension, akin to the impending onset of a fierce battle. Yet, Aoki remained remarkably composed, attending classes and engrossed in his studies, exhibiting no signs of anxiety whatsoever. Having already embroiled himself in this situation, he felt no trepidation. Once Aoki made a decision, he never looked back. After all, he had faced death once before. The prospect of fighting, once mentally prepared for, invigorated him. He even felt a twinge of excitement reminiscent of when he had previously engaged in combat using an experience card, an episode that felt like a surreal cinematic experience, where he had lost track of time. In strict terms, this would be Aoki's first genuine confrontation with someone. Upon reflection, it seemed rather exhilarating. There was no reason to be alarmed. After all, the roly-poly sticker lay undisturbed in the props cabinet. As long as he wasn't incapacitated during the duration, he would fully recover from any injuries within 12 hours. A skirmish among high school students, no matter how intense, typically involved nothing more dangerous than a baseball bat, unlikely to result in fatalities. However, Mayada Tora was visibly anxious. Throughout the morning, Aoki observed him sitting in his chair, fervently shaking his leg. His complexion flushed as if he were on the verge of a fervent outburst. Ding ding ding. The bell signaling the end of the lunch break rang, prompting Aoki to pat Mayada Tora on the shoulder, roused from his daydreams, and said in a languid tone, Hey, don't get too worked up. If they come looking for me, just let them. I can handle this on my own. At this, Mayada Tora sprang to his feet, his expression brimming with enthusiasm. Boss, you needn't worry about me. Although I still have a long way to go to match you, for the average person, I can take them down with a single punch. I would never bring you shame. Mayada's confidence in Aoki stemmed from two sources: the formidable image Aoki projected in his eyes and the fact that he had experienced Aoki's strength firsthand. Having been bested by Aoki once before, Mayada had realized just how vast the chasm could be between individuals. He still vividly recalled how he had appeared before Aoki, akin to a helpless kindergarten child being soundly thrashed by an adult. I know you're quite capable, Aoki replied, giving his shoulder a reassuring pat. He suddenly noticed that the height difference between them was not as pronounced as he had thought. After a brief assessment, he realized he was nearly 1.8 meters tall. In his delight, he counseled, However, I can handle those individuals alone. If anyone else attempts to stir trouble, and I find myself unable to cope, I will surely need your assistance. For now, let me take care of this on my own, and do not intervene. In his words, Aoki's unwavering confidence inspired Mayada Tora, deepening the respect in his gaze. Nevertheless, he steadfastly insisted, I still want to accompany you. If you can handle it, I promise not to interfere. But if they resort to underhanded tactics, I will not hesitate to confront them with all I have. All right then. Aoki Tsukasa smiled gently as he glanced at the somewhat hesitant Teruhashi Kokomi, who stood not far behind Mayada Tora, preparing to approach him. His expression shifted slightly, and with a quick turn of his head, he said, Oh, I have a sword practice session scheduled with Tokita-senpai during lunch break, so I'll take my leave. Goodbye. Before either Mayada Tora or Teruhashi Kokomi could react, Aoki Tsukasa swiftly slipped out of the classroom, leaving Kokomi unable to even utter his name, merely catching a glimpse of his figure disappearing around the corner. Hey, Kokomi-chan, what brings you here? Mayada Tora finally noticed Teruhashi Kokomi standing behind him. Her lips twitched almost imperceptibly, revealing a radiant smile. I was just worried that Aoki-kun might encounter some trouble, so I wanted to offer him a bento and inquire about his plans. You're aware of this matter too, huh? Mayada Tora scratched his head, chuckling. You needn't worry about Aoki and I. He will undoubtedly handle those people with ease. Do you know where Aoki-kun went? Teruhashi Kokomi bit her lip, acknowledging Aoki Tsukasa's prowess. Yet, she believed there should be limits to anyone's capabilities. In her perspective, first-year and third-year students were entirely different levels. Many of those third-year students resembled adults in demeanor. Seeing the concern etched on Teruhashi Kokomi's face, Mayada Tora felt a twinge of disappointment. However, He quickly reminded himself that a man like Aoki Nai was akin to a golden beetle in a field, a firefly in the night, sharp, handsome, and formidable. The boss mentioned he went to practice swordsmanship with Tokita-senpai, he said, his expression tinged with melancholy, revealing his complex feelings. Upon noticing Maeda Tora's demeanor, Terahashi Kokomi sensed something amiss, realizing she might have overexpressed her concern. Alarm bells rang in her mind, plunging her into an internal conflict as an inherently beautiful girl. Having a boyfriend would undoubtedly diminish her allure. What should she do? Wait, why was she even contemplating a boyfriend? Terahashi Kokomi's cheeks flushed, her gaze becoming frantic. Could it be that I've developed feelings for this bald-headed boy? How could that be? My future partner must possess the princely charm of an anime character. With a kind father whose love is as steadfast as a mountain, and wealth that includes precious gems. He should be cultured, graceful, and devoted to me, capable of driving a Ferrari with one hand and excelling in cooking, music, and dance. Such a man is the only one worthy of someone as perfect as I. Indeed, it was merely concern, nothing more. Surely, only a prince-like figure could complement a woman of my caliber. Aoki Tsukasa was simply pitiable, and I felt a pang of sympathy for him. Yes, a perfect beauty must possess a kind heart. I am merely enriching my inner self. In a moment of introspection, Kawakami Kokomi found herself gazing at the bewildered expression of Maeda Tora, who stared at her in a daze. It was only then that she became acutely aware of the warmth radiating from her cheeks, undoubtedly flushed with a deep crimson hue. Before her, Maeda Tora emitted an odd sound akin to hiccups, repeatedly uttering strange oa noises. Rest assured, Oa, I will not disclose, Oa, what has been said. Maeda Tora clutched his heart, his eyes nearly transforming into a shade of pink, his speech rendered incomplete by the incessant interruptions of his peculiar sounds. Kawakami Kokomi, sensing the urgency of the moment, asserted with a serious tone, Maeda Tora, please do not misunderstand. I am merely expressing genuine concern for a fellow student. Oa Maeda Tora, seemingly entranced, nodded vacantly. I Oa understand feeling that lingering any longer would provoke further oddities from Maeda Tora. Kawakami Kokomi smiled gently and declared, then I shall take my leave for lunch. Do remember to eat well, Maeda Tora. Oa he mechanically nodded in a dazed manner. It took a considerable time after she had departed for him to shake off the stupor, finally jolting awake in the classroom, rubbing his eyes in a state of bewilderment. Chapter 43, Complicated Emotions. Senpai, why do you seem a bit distracted today? Aoki Tsukasa gasped as he set down the wooden sword and removed his mask. Siko Takushima followed suit, revealing her exquisite, delicate face framed by slightly damp purple hair, which made her appear even more alluring. She pursed her lips, her brow furrowed in concern. I heard, Ishihara Kaida came looking for you this morning? Ah, yes, Aoki said, sitting cross-legged across from her, a slight smile gracing his lips at her worried expression. There's no need to worry. I will handle it. Siko fell silent for a moment, her once vibrant phoenix eyes now flickering with a hint of regret. Ultimately, this matter also pertains to me. I had intended to speak directly with Ishihara Kaida, but I thought it best to first hear how you wish to proceed. Personally, I would prefer to avoid this turmoil altogether. However, I will respect your decision. Regardless, Aoki casually wiped the sweat from his brow, twisting his neck as he chuckled. Senpai, there's no need for concern. Such matters can only be evaded once. Twice is impossible. Sometimes, taking a step back only emboldens certain individuals. I have already devised a plan to address this, so you need not dwell on it. Since trouble is at hand, it is better to resolve it in one go, lest it brings forth further complications. Should he seek assistance, it would inevitably lead to those unruly youths harboring feelings of resentment. If they were to entertain notions of bad luck or poor conditions and then return, it could spell disaster. Siko scrutinized Aoki's expression, her gaze piercing for a few seconds, until she recognized that his confidence was genuine, not merely bravado. Her eyes softened. Very well, I leave this matter to your discretion. Feeling as though she had perhaps overstepped her bounds, Siko added, Unlin is a man I respect, and I grant my unwavering trust to those I acknowledge. Since you are confident in your approach, I shall refrain from further comment. I believe you possess your own methods to resolve this. Upholding a man's dignity is a woman's grace. A good woman respects a man's resolve. As Siko gazed at Aoki's still smiling face, a faint sense of anticipation stirred within her. Let me see how Aoki-kun will navigate this situation. Aoki was unaware of Siko's thoughts, yet he perceived that she truly understood the gravity of the situation and maintained a sense of propriety. Her words bore no semblance to those of a high school girl, and her unreserved regard for him left him feeling both bashful and accomplished. After all, Aoki was a man, and being recognized and respected by a beautiful girl inevitably stirred such feelings within him. Haha, I shall certainly not disappoint Senpai's trust, Aoki remarked. suddenly struck by a thought as he smiled. I wonder if Ishihara Kaito will still come to the Kendo Club after this. Though he has practiced swordsmanship for a considerable duration and possesses a solid foundation, his arrogance, pride, and narrow-mindedness render his martial prowess, in my eyes, limited to a mere third-rate level. Tokido Siko spoke with earnestness. Swordsmanship transcends mere physicality and skill, as one ascends to higher echelons. The demands for innate talent and a sound mindset intensify. With only mediocre talent, even dedicated study would yield little achievement, especially since he approaches swordsmanship with a misguided heart. Already convinced of his exceptional abilities and unwilling to exert genuine effort, should he abandon the sword after this incident, it would merely attest to his lack of depth. Tokido Siko's assessment of Ishihara Katai, though objective, carried an undercurrent of disdain. Observing the fierce spirit and extraordinary presence radiating from her, Aoki Tsukasa felt his heart quicken unexpectedly. Suppressing this unfamiliar sensation, he asked earnestly, "What kind of person do you perceive me to be, Tokido-senpai?" Taken aback, Tokido Siko met Aoki's gaze, her previously sharp demeanor softening. After a moment of contemplation, she offered a somewhat ambiguous response, "Aoki-kun, in my eyes, you are a rather mysterious man." A gentle smile accompanied her words, her elongated phoenix eyes betraying a flicker of complex emotion, yet she provided no further explanation. Despite his youth, he exuded an air of maturity. Although he seemed difficult to approach, he was unexpectedly gentle. Yet, there lingered a sense that beneath his ever-smiling facade lay undisclosed truths. Aoki-kun, a man who conceals his true self, piqued her curiosity. Tokido Siko often perceived reflections of herself in Aoki Tsukasa, which dissuaded her from delving deeper. Analyzing him felt akin to introspection, and for her, the notion of a true self was something she abhorred. A fleeting shadow of disappointment crossed her eyes, quickly masked by her usual composure. Aoki blinked, his heart racing, and refrained from probing further, instead laughing heartily. "What mystery do I possess? It seems you are simply too shy to articulate my flaws directly, Tokido-senpai." They shared a light laugh, yet both tacitly agreed to set the matter aside. Soon enveloped in silence. After a brief respite, Aoki Tsukasa rose, smiling as he suggested, "Shall we have another round?" "Certainly," Tokido Siko replied, donning her mask, which obscured her intricate emotions beneath. Chapter 44. The incident with Maeda Tora. The lunchtime passed swiftly. After concluding his sparring session with Siko T, Aoki Tsukasa returned to the classroom. It was not until the teacher arrived and commenced the lesson that he noticed the absence of one student. The seat of Maeda Tora was conspicuously vacant. Aoki furrowed his brow slightly. Ever since Maeda had addressed him as big brother, he had never been late. His sudden disappearance seemed rather peculiar. Upon reflection, Aoki considered the possibility that Maeda might have merely stepped out to the restroom or was otherwise occupied. He decided to wait for his return before inquiring further, dismissing the matter from his mind as he picked up his book and listened to the teacher's lecture. However, as the afternoon bell rang and school was dismissed, Maeda Tora still had not reappeared, which piqued Aoki's curiosity. Especially troubling was the fact that, despite having sent Maeda a text message, he had received no response. After asking Zokyo Kokomi, who also claimed ignorance, a sense of foreboding began to creep over Aoki. He shouldered his bag and hurried out of the classroom, only to find a youth with a mohawk hairstyle blocking his path. The boy, looking flustered, spoke urgently, "Aoki, something has happened to Tora." "Tora? Maeda Tora?" Aoki's expression shifted, alarmed. "What is going on?" "I just found out," the mohawked boy replied. "The Ishihara brothers assaulted Tora during lunch, and now he has been admitted to the hospital." The revelation struck Aoki like a thunderclap, anger flashing across his face. In a cold tone, he demanded, "How is he now?" "It seems that when the ambulance brought him to the hospital, he was unconscious. I believe he is still there, but I don't know the specifics." The boy's expression was tense and anxious. "Aoki, if it's too dangerous, you should hurry home. They are likely trying to lure you out." Taking a deep breath, Aoki regained his composure and asked calmly, "What is your name?" "I'm Matsubaka Daibu. I used to hang out with Tora," the boy replied, glancing nervously over his shoulder. "We need to leave quickly. The Ishihara brothers have around 20 people with them. And there are also many upperclassmen who have always resented you. No matter how skilled you are, you can't take them all on alone. We should retreat and devise a plan. Once Tora is back, we can regroup with our old allies to even the odds." Recognizing the sincerity in Matsubaka Daibu's demeanor, Aoki deemed him trustworthy and pulled out his phone. "You go find out which hospital Maeda Tora is in, and check on him." "What is your phone number?" "My number is..." Matsubaka Daibu, sensing Aoki's reluctance to leave, reluctantly provided his contact information, his expression fraught with urgency. "I'll give you a call. Keep me updated on Tora's condition via text," Aoki instructed, his expression growing grim. "I will handle this matter myself," but you must be cautious. Hey, isn't that Aoki Tsukasa? A voice echoed from down the hallway, dripping with arrogance and provocation. Aoki Tsukasa beheld the sinister grin of Ishihara Kaida, accompanied by a man resembling him, sporting a slicked-back hairstyle, advancing towards him, trailed by a throng of raucous individuals. Aoki gently patted Matsubaka Daibu's shoulder, urging him to depart, while he himself boldly approached Ishihara Kaida without a trace of trepidation. The corridor, already narrow, became entirely obstructed by Ishihara Kaida and his entourage, appearing to number in the dozens, rendering it impossible to count them all. Ordinary students, having yet to leave school, cautiously observed the scene through door cracks and window edges, none daring to utter a word. Aoki Tsukasa strode fearlessly to stand before Ishihara Kaida, who was flanked by the indifferent young man with the slick-back hair. With a monotonous tone, he inquired, "Are you Aoki Tsukasa? Did you confront Mayada Tora?" Aoki's brows furrowed in anger, his lips pressed tightly together, and a fierce aura radiated from him, undeterred by the overwhelming numbers before him. The slick-back youth tilted his head, a mocking smirk forming on his lips. "Oh, you mean that bald, hulking figure? I didn't lay a finger on him. My brother here seems to have played with him a bit, but alas, that fellow couldn't withstand much. One swift strike with a bamboo sword, and he was out cold." Aoki's fury intensified internally, yet his exterior remained increasingly composed, even relaxing his previously furrowed brows. "So, you lot went to confront Mayada Tora and resorted to using a bamboo sword?" he retorted. "Hey, Baldy, stop pretending," shouted a youth with a pompadour from behind the slicked-back young man, revealing himself as Yasuda, a former associate of Mayada Tora. Ishihara Kaida, his expression impassive, scrutinized Aoki Tsukasa as if he were a lifeless entity. "You've chosen a loyal little follower. I merely sought to inquire about your whereabouts through him." Yet he proved quite devoted. Though he lacks discernment, Ishihara Kaida remarked with a cold chuckle. "Since he expressed a desire to find you, he must first contend with him. And I shall oblige." Aoki remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on Ishihara Kaida, who felt as though a venomous serpent was crawling over him, instinctively causing his pupils to dilate and goosebumps to rise. This only served to further ignite his fury. "Baldy, do you wish to take a beating here? Or would you prefer a different location?" Aoki inhaled deeply, suppressing his impulse to unleash a severe beating upon them, his voice brimming with menace. "Where did you confront Mayada Tora?" The slicked-back youth regarded Aoki with a sardonic smile. "How amusing." Two delinquent youths stepped forward from behind, intent on seizing Aoki Tsukasa. Yet a mere cold glare from him immobilized them in place. Subsequently, Aoki advanced towards Ishihara Kaida, unreservedly locking eyes with him, their faces nearly touching. And in a state of extreme rage, he calmly declared, "Lead the way." The young man with slicked-back hair licked his lips and cast an enigmatic, cruel smile at Aoki Tsukasa before turning to shove aside the delinquent youths obstructing his path, leading the way for Aoki. Ishihara Kaida made a throat-cutting gesture towards Aoki, smirking in disdain, and followed the slicked-back youth ahead. Meanwhile, the remaining delinquents subtly encircled Aoki, as if to trap him. Aoki maintained a calm demeanor, trailing behind the two, hands tucked in his pockets. From within the depths of his trousers, a charming red Daruma sticker unexpectedly emerged, and he surveyed the surrounding delinquents with an indifferent gaze, the corners of his mouth curling into a cold, cruel arc. Chapter 45. Die. Aoki. Behind the school's physical education building, the secluded location, accompanied only by a narrow patch of open ground and a surrounding wall, rendered this area one of the most desolate spots on campus. In the past, it was typically a haunt for delinquent youths who would congregate here to smoke after class, and occasionally, fights would break out in the aftermath of school hours. Aoki was a newcomer to this place, yet he had an inkling that he would soon grow accustomed to it. A group encircled Aoki, leaving no room for escape. As he gazed outward, all he could see were a sea of faces, an overwhelming multitude that, though numerically only a little over 20, felt overwhelmingly vast in reality. In Aoki's perception, one might as well claim there were 100 people surrounding him, and he would not bat an eye. The man with slick-back hair lit a cigarette and unceremoniously exhaled a plume of smoke into Aoki's face, a sardonic smile playing at the corners of his lips. "Do you have anything to say? Ryo, why are you wasting time with this kid?" spat out a boy with a pompadour named Ando, his expression laden with contempt, itching to unleash a beating on Aoki. Ryo Ishihara, the man with the slicked-back hair, cast a cold glance at Ando. "You seem to harbor quite a grudge against him, don't you?" A bead of cold sweat trickled down Ando's forehead, but he forced a chuckle. "Yes, putting on a show in front of you, boss. I just can't stand it." With a derisive snort, Ishihara suddenly slapped Ando across the face, sending the pompadour tumbling. "Do you think I'm unaware of your thoughts? You've been incessantly nagging me about this bald kid, hoping I'd deal with him. Haven't you? Today, I will ensure he meets a grim fate." But from now on, keep your little schemes away from me. Understand? Ishihara's expression twisted into a menacing scowl as he flexed his hand after delivering the blow. Ando bowed his head, covering his face, rendered speechless. Aoki leisurely removed his school jacket, surveying his surroundings for a suitable place to set it down. With a sigh, he rolled up his sleeves and affixed a red, wobbling sticker from his pocket onto his forearm. "Ha, look at that," cackled one of the delinquents upon spotting the sticker. "Did this guy just graduate from elementary school?" Aoki methodically adjusted his sleeves and neatly folded his jacket against the wall, turning his head slightly. A hint of excitement. Ishihara Ryo, filled with excitement, plunged into the throng encircling Aoki Tsukasa. 30 seconds, perhaps, just 30 seconds of fighting, he mused. Surely he wouldn't perish. Ishihara Ryota exhaled a plume of smoke, his view obscured by a throng of unruly youths that completely concealed Aoki Tsukasa. Yet, he knew that Aoki must be suffering immensely at that moment. Even the most skilled fighter would struggle against such overwhelming numbers. A slight misstep could easily lead to losing balance and, once down, there would be nothing left but to endure the blows. This was the wisdom Ryota had gleaned from years of brawling. However, gradually, Ryota sensed something amiss. Aoki Tsukasa, amidst the chaos, was met with a flurry of fists and feet, the figures swirling around him, rendering it nearly impossible to discern who he was striking or who was striking him. The pain coursing through his body was not particularly severe, yet it only served to fuel his rage further. Each punch and kick he delivered, though not swift, was delivered with remarkable force. Regardless of who assailed him, Aoki focused solely on the adversary before him, relentlessly pummeling them until they lay vanquished, before shifting his gaze to another target. Meanwhile, the delinquents surrounding Aoki began to feel an unsettling shift. No matter how they attacked him, Aoki seemed rooted to the ground. Even when he was rocked by a heavy blow, he would momentarily lean back, only to spring upright as if tethered by an invisible string, defying the very laws of physics. Like a human weeble. Moreover, this weeble was not merely a passive recipient of punishment. He retaliated with such ferocity that it was excruciating for his attackers. Fear gradually crept into the eyes of those unruly youths. Who among them was unafraid? The bald figure before them was bloodied yet unyielding, whether struck by fists or feet. Any who dared to land a blow upon him suffered grievously, as if struck by a hammer. Who desired to be battered? None did. Thus, the encirclement began to loosen. The delinquents, now hesitant, dared not confront Aoki head-on. Even when they struck out, it was from the sides or behind, seeking to ambush him. But would this strategy prove effective? Aoki felt the brunt of a heavy kick to his head, plunging him into momentary darkness. Yet, he grinned maniacally, unfazed, seizing the foot of an assailant who had failed to retreat in time, yanking it toward him. With his right hand, he unleashed a devastating blow. Indifferent to where it landed upon the foe's visage, knowing that the individual had crumpled to the ground. Did it hurt? At that moment, Aoki felt no pain. The adrenaline coursed through him, rendering him nearly impervious to discomfort. Though his mind was muddled from the barrage of assaults, he relentlessly continued to strike. Like a boxer honing in on a target, systematically toppling the indistinct adversaries that filled his blurred vision. It was only when the throng around the delinquents around him had already left more than a dozen sprawled on the ground. The remaining ones retreated timidly from Aoki Tsukasa's vicinity, their faces twisted into menacing expressions, yet none dared to step forward again. "Hey!" Aoki's voice was hoarse, his lips curling into a smirk as blood trickled from his split eyebrow, streaming down his cheek like a demon unfazed by pain. "Come on." Ishihara Ryuta's cigarette had long since fallen to the ground unnoticed. His expression was grave, body tense as he stared at Aoki. "You're strong, kid," Ishihara licked his lips, forcing down his nerves as he clenched his fists. "But you must be at your limit. How much longer can you hold on?" Aoki spat out a mouthful of blood, glancing at his bruised knuckles, slick with blood, whether his own or others, he couldn't tell. His voice was icy. "About another minute and a half." A desperate scream erupted from behind Aoki. He barely had time to turn, catching only a glimpse of Ishihara Ryoma's contorted face before a searing pain exploded at the back of his skull. Darkness swallowed his vision, stars flickering in the void. Ishihara Ryoma brandished the wooden sword in his hands, watching as Aoki swayed unsteadily, his eyes vacant. His face twisted with savage glee. Die, Aoki Tsukasa. Chapter 46. A Pyrrhic victory before Aoki Tsukasa. A multitude of shadows danced, rendering it nearly impossible to discern who stood before him. Were it not for the fortuitous effect of the Weeble Wobble sticker, he would have already succumbed to the ground. The expression on Ishihara Kiyoshi's face, once brimming with excitement and ferocity, gradually morphed into one of sheer terror. "Why are you not falling down yet?" he stammered, trembling as he raised his wooden sword, instinctively retreating. Aoki Tsukasa, his visage obscured by blood, with features almost unrecognizable, hunched over, his arms hanging limply, nearly grazing the ground. His body swayed unsteadily, as if he would collapse at any moment, yet his legs, as though rooted to the earth, defiantly upheld his form, allowing him to remain upright. It was as if a marionette was being forcibly held in place. This spectacle utterly shattered the onlookers' perceptions of reality, leading them to question if this figure before them was indeed human. Who could endure such a state, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness, yet still stand resolutely? The severity of the blow inflicted upon Aoki Tsukasa was evident, and it was clear he had lost consciousness. Yet, how could he still be standing? Why was he not collapsing? As they stood frozen in fear, Aoki Tsukasa's awareness gradually returned, his posture reminiscent of an arcade game character. He raised his head and revealed a somewhat maniacal grin. Do you realize? That blow could have been fatal? The smile was born from rage. Perhaps these young children were oblivious to the dire consequences of striking someone at the back of the head, but Aoki Tsukasa was acutely aware that, had it not been for the Weeble Wobble sticker granting him triple the resistance to impact, that strike could very well have ended his life. Even if he survived, a concussion and severe after-effects would be inevitable. It was precisely this knowledge that fueled his indignation, even in a confrontation. He would never aim for areas such as the temples, which could lead to catastrophic outcomes. He had even avoided striking the liver area, mindful of the potential for serious repercussions. Yet Ishihara Kiyoshi's blow had provoked him beyond measure. Fighting requires an understanding of restraint. Aoki Tsukasa felt a tumultuous churn in his stomach, a wave of nausea overtaking him, a consequence of the concussion he had sustained. Nevertheless, he fixed his gaze intently on Ishihara Kiyoshi and, aided by the Weeble Wobble sticker, staggered towards him. Don't come any closer. Ishihara Kiyoshi could scarcely grip his wooden sword. Stumbling backward in retreat, Ishihara Ryota, witnessing this scene, clenched his teeth and launched a sudden kick from behind Aoki Tsukasa. This guy must be on the brink of collapse. Fall down already. To his astonishment, the kick indeed propelled Aoki Tsukasa forward, his steps faltering as if he were about to succumb to the ground. Yet, he did not fall. Aha! Aoki Tsukasa let out an enraged roar, summoning every ounce of strength within him. Leveraging the force of the kick, he barreled into Ishihara Ryota. The resounding thud of the impact reverberated in the ears of all present. A single punch from Aoki Tsukasa contorted Ishihara Kiyoshi's body, bending him like a shrimp. Seizing Ishihara Kita's long hair, Aoki Tsukasa forced him to meet his gaze, lips curling into a sinister grin as blood sprayed from his mouth onto Ishihara's face. Fighting is fighting, but you damn well better know your limits. For once, Aoki shed the cautious restraint of adulthood, yanking Ishihara's hair downward and driving a merciless knee straight into his face. The impact shattered Ishihara's nasal bone, sending a fountain of blood gushing forth. His body reeled backward, consciousness slipping away as he staggered 2 steps before collapsing to the ground, limbs twitching faintly. Aoki, consumed by fury, roared at the fallen Ishihara, "Remember this, you bastard. You're asking for death." Terror and rage flooded Ishihara Ryota's mind as he charged forward, slamming a fist into Aoki's face. The force nearly toppled Aoki sideways, his body tilting at a precarious angle. Yet, like a coiled spring, he rebounded instantly, retaliating with a vicious punch the moment he regained his footing. Ishihara Ryota had assumed Aoki would collapse, leaving him unprepared for the counterattack. The blow landed squarely on his face before he could even process what had happened. How is this possible? Before the question fully formed in his mind, the sheer force of the punch sent him stumbling back 2 steps. You and your brother, cut from the same cowardly cloth, huh, Slickback? Aoki sneered, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. His body swayed slightly, his balance barely maintained by bracing his elbows against his knees, clutching his mouth. Ishihara Ryota spat out a mouthful of blood, only to realize one of his front teeth had gone with it. Damn it, he slurred, eyes widening in pain. Then, to his horror, he saw Aoki staggering toward him again. Move, you idiots. Ryota barked at the surrounding delinquents, who stood frozen in fear, unwilling to intervene. Their petrified expressions betrayed their cowardice. Worthless. Ryota snarled before turning back to Aoki, his own dread mounting with every step the battered boy took toward him. Aoki Tsukasa. Ryota bellowed, swinging his right fist with desperate force. Aoki remained silent, tightening his neck slightly as he mirrored the motion. Their fists collided with each other's faces simultaneously. For Ryota, the world blurred the instant Aoki's punch connected. An untrained brawler, no matter how tough, stood little chance against a clean hook to the chin from someone like Aoki. Dizziness, even unconsciousness, was inevitable. Luckily, Ryota's sturdy build and street fighting experience kept him on his feet, though he staggered back, shaking his head until his vision cleared. And Aoki? His head barely jerked, his body steady, the eerie upward curl of his lips unchanging. Die. Ryota swung again, desperation fueling his attack. Aoki Tsukasa merely shook his head slightly, and the punch narrowly missed his nose. Then, with unrelenting force, his right fist struck Ishihara Ryota's face once more. After enduring 2 blows, Ishihara Ryota finally succumbed, his body swaying like a drunken man, staggering for a couple of steps before collapsing onto the ground. One hand braced against the floor while the other clutched his mouth and nose. Aoki Tsukasa, in a daze, lifted his head and glanced around, realizing that there were hardly any figures left in sight. The few delinquent youths had long since fled, their departure unnoticed. Is it over? Aoki Tsukasa let out a bitter laugh as he surveyed the scene of lamenting delinquents, his gaze fixated on Ishihara Ryota, still seated on the ground, lost in a daze. His voice trembled slightly. Hey, slickback. Ishihara Ryota, still dazed, merely tilted his head slightly. Remember to call an ambulance for your brother, and remember, I won. Aoki Tsukasa grinned, the cut on his lip causing him to wince, as he leaned against the back wall of the gymnasium, gradually making his way away. Once Ishihara Ryota regained his senses, sitting upright against the wall, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and touched the empty space where his front tooth had been, letting out a grim chuckle. That bald guy is incredibly strong. Turning to look, he saw his brother still lying on the ground, clutching his face, his body curled like a shrimp, blood flowing profusely. Enduring the pain and the haze in his head, he crawled towards Ishihara Katai, calling out in concern, Hey, Katai, pull yourself together. Noticing the blood that continued to pour from Katai's hand as he covered his face, Ryota gently patted Katai's cheek, only to receive a muffled grunt in response. He could not form words. In a panic, Ishihara Ryota retrieved his phone. Hello? I need an ambulance. Meanwhile, Aoki Tsukasa, propped against the wall, was unaware of how long he had been walking when a familiar voice finally resonated in his ears. The use of the Weeble sticker has expired, entering recovery phase. Injuries will heal within 12 hours. This voice extinguished the anger and excitement swirling in his mind. The adrenaline ebbed away, leaving him acutely aware of the pain in every part of his body. It felt as though someone was stirring a wooden stick crazily in his head, and darkness enveloped his vision. As he relaxed, he felt all his strength dissipate. Thud. Aoki Tsukasa collapsed helplessly onto the ground. Aoki-kun, I'll take you to the hospital. It seemed he could hear the voice of Poison Island Seiko. His consciousness began to blur. Don't go to the hospital. Just take me somewhere to lie down. I'm fine. Trust me. Don't go to the hospital. Promise me. The voice of Poison Island Seiko resonated, both close and distant. I promise you. I hope I Haven T betrayed your trust. Haha. In a half-dream state, Aoki Tsukasa delivered his last jest before succumbing to unconsciousness. Poison Island Seiko cradled his head in her arms, gazing at his unconscious form. Her brow furrowed, her eyes gradually filling with fury. She took a deep breath, gently laid Aomushi down on the ground, and strode toward the back of the gymnasium with her wooden sword in hand. As she turned the corner and saw the scene behind the gym, her expression of fury abruptly froze, transforming into astonishment. Behind the gymnasium, delinquents lay scattered across the ground, some clutching their faces, others gripping their stomachs, writhing in agony. Their pain groans rising and falling like waves. Blood stained the pavement, painting a scene akin to a living hell. When she spotted the instigator, Ryota Ishihara, crouched on the ground still calling an ambulance, while his brother, Kaido Ishihara, lay bleeding profusely with his face covered, a flicker of something unreadable passed through her eyes. The excitement in her gaze gradually faded, replaced by her usual icy calm. Silently, she turned away, returning to Aomushi's side. With effortless grace, she lifted him into her arms and walked steadily out of the school.